Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack's at Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish or Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. And today is Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. Yeah, smash the like button. I woke up today feeling like absolute garbage. So for those of you who hate me interrupting and talking all the time and explaining things to you, sorry, you're going to be very happy because I don't have much of a voice and I'm going to be going off camera a lot to blow my nose, and I'm not going to do that on camera because it's just disgusting. So we found a great new case to cover. We're covering it. This is day 2 of the trial. It is the state of Georgia versus Edrick Faust or Faust. It started around 9:20, but I wanted to give us some time so that we could FF through some breaks and stuff today because I had a feeling that I was getting sick and I didn't really, it's just better that way. Also, there are extensive show notes below this video. This case involves a 25-year-old murder. A 25-year-old murder. Tara Baker was brutally murdered in 2001, January of 2001. It was one day before her 24th birthday. She was a first-year law student at the University of Georgia, and Edrick Faust was not arrested for this murder until 2023 or 2024. He wasn't even a suspect. He was never mentioned anywhere in the case file until the Coleman-Baker Act was enacted in Georgia, which asked them, which was an act saying that, hey, you should go back and look at some cold cases. And of course, that act was named partially for Tara Baker. And while I sympathize with her family very, very deeply, they've been waiting 25 years for justice based on what we've heard in openings. And yeah, openings are not evidence. It just might be that maybe they got the wrong guy. I don't know. I'm going to reserve judgment. Yesterday, the defense attorney was fined $1,000. He was held in contempt for violating for the second time what the judge said was the second time the Georgia Rape Shield statute by mentioning something that Tara's boyfriend had said. I don't know. It's unclear. Were they breaking up? Were they not breaking up? His name is Chris Melton. He's scrubbed from the internet, but do not dox him if you find him. He's going to come in and testify. Chris Melton said when he was being interviewed by police in 23 years later, because his original story was that they had not had sexy time for 10 days before her murder. And because his DNA was found on all of her privates, the boyfriend, he all of a sudden changed his story and said, oh, well, actually, we did have a little booty call the night before she was murdered, but I left at midnight. This is wild. The hair found in her hand, in the victim's hand, was all Caucasian. Edrick Faust is a black man. This is wild. We're going to jump right in so that, because I already know that I have to blow my nose and I can't do that on camera. I don't want it running. Thank you for all your medical advice in the chat. We're going to jump right in. They spoke. I'm going to tell you, I'm not a fan of this judge. Her name is Lisa Lott. This is Athens, Clark County, Georgia. I just don't like her attitude. I just don't like her attitude. Oh yeah, let me find my Manuka honey. I got to go find it. All right. There are no closed captions when it's live on Law and Crime, so I apologize for that. I've boosted the volume already. There is one attorney, the defense attorney. We're a big fan. His name is Ahmad Cruz, Crews. He is a wanderer. So when he wanders, I have to keep adjusting the volume. But let's go back to what happened a little before the jury came in. Here she is. She doesn't wear a robe. I don't know. You guys somebody sent me an email. She's a lot. Oh, Mitchell. Thank you. I needed that this morning. She's a lot. She doesn't wear a robe. Today she's got on her pearls and she's got on a white blouse or cardigan underneath a black blazer. Is it laundry day? Did the robes not come back from laundry day? I don't know. But I come on. This is what happened this morning. Here we go.
Yes, Judge. Just before we bring the jury out,
okay.
I think this will speed
It's
up
low,
the
right?
process this morning.
All right.
Just a couple of things. Our first witness this morning is going to be the medical examiner, and so part of his presentation, I intend to elicit testimony about his opinion as to how some of the injuries to Ms. Baker may have been.
Okay, so that's me and that's the court. Are we equal? The first witness is going to be the medical examiner. That's as high as it'll boost. That's a 10 on boost.
Inflicted. And in so doing, I have what is very clearly not a real knife. So I just didn't want the court to freak out that I was, so just putting that out there. Second of all, we also would tend to introduce the autopsy report. I have 2 copies of it. The reason I bring this up is that it does list 2 names as suspects on that report, neither of which are either Mr. Melton or Mr. Faust. Since this trial has very clearly zeroed in on those 2 individuals, I've prepared a redacted version because I think otherwise we get into issues that might confuse or mislead the jury.
I don't think I've ever seen a suspect's name in an autopsy report. Have you? Have you ever seen a suspect's name in an autopsy report? And the prosecutor is openly admitting Chris Melton and Edrick Faust are the suspects in this trial. Chris Melton's not on trial. And yeah, that's really weird. It's like the injuries are not consistent with a fight. Never seen that either. They were also not consistent with a flood. A fire. Well, in this case, a fire was part of the cause of death. So, or manner of death. Listen.
Mr. Melton or Mr. Faust on that. I have 2 copies of it. The reason I bring this up is that it does list 2 names as suspects on that report, neither of which are either Mr. Melton or Mr. Faust. Since this trial has very clearly zeroed in on those 2 individuals, I've prepared a redacted version because I think otherwise we get into issues that might confuse or mislead the jury, and so it will be the state's preference to tender the redacted version. But I would.
Here's the thing: the jury's already confused. They're already saying, "What are we doing here? What are you doing here? What are we doing here?" It's like the Californians.
All right. Mr. Cruz, any comment on the state's proposal?
In regards to the fake knife, no. I think the most appropriate thing is wait till they attempt to introduce. If I have any objections, I'll make the objection at that time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll allow you to introduce the redacted portion since there's been no objection. All right, anything else from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, I reserved my objection. I didn't say I didn't have any objection. Once they attempt to introduce, if I have an objection, I'll make the objection at that time.
You're certainly entitled to do that, but for now, in terms of allowing the redacted version in, you haven't made an objection, so I'm going to allow it in. If you want to object when it comes in, you certainly have the right to do that. All right, thank you. Anything from the defense before we bring the jury in?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may bring the jury in.
Gee, thanks, Your Honor. So the medical examiner is going to be first up. We need to pull our affirmation for a badass of the day. So we'll just fast forward.
Dr. Andrew Falzon.
I'm going to let him take. There's our defendant today in the white button-down shirt, Edrick Faust. They did show a picture of him when he was 24 years old, and they actually described him as a bar-hopping playboy. And I think that they want the jury, or the defense team wants the jury to think, I mean, that's the vibe that I got, that Tara may have met him as in a bar. They may have had some sort of contact. And then that's why his DNA is on her body, because they're not denying that. It's just the things that were in her hand, the hair, there were fingernail clippings. We're going to find out things from the medical examination. Here's the affirmation for a badass for the day. Let's read it before we move on. And I will be off the screen a lot today. So just in case anybody's wondering where I am, don't worry. I will always come back. Here we go. And it says, I will stop breaking myself into pieces to serve others. I will stay whole and let them effing choke. That's hilarious. I'm going to cough. I will stop breaking myself into pieces to serve others. I will stay whole and let them effing choke. Some of you may need to hear that today. And there you go. And there you go. I don't know, Bethany. What is it? What did you say? You're asking me a question. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Julie, for your 10. Watch the replay. This case is wild. Hope you feel better. Thank you so much. I do Reiki, sending you healing vibes, Melanie. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. I can use Reiki from across the pond. Thank you so much. And Bethany says, good morning. Is it common for attorneys to swear in witnesses? Are the attorneys swearing in the witnesses here? Thanks for sharing this with us. Even though you're under the weather, feel better soon. Is the attorney swearing in the witness? I thought it was somebody with the court. I haven't seen that. So I'm not sure what you're asking me. Somebody said, I'm not feeling good about this judge. I hear you. Yeah, they want him convicted really, really, really bad. And my feeling is because this Coleman-Baker Act was enacted, I think they really wanted to show that it had some merit and that it was going to close some cases. And then coincidentally, maybe the first case that it closed was the Tara Baker case. We'll see how this trial goes, though, because I don't know. I'm not really feeling it yet. It's crazy. All right, here we go.
Sir, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can have a seat. Sir, if you could state and spell your name for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Andrew. Last name is FALZON, F-A-L-Z-O-N.
And sir, where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed as a consultant pathologist with Mater Dei Hospital in Malta, Europe.
And what are your role, or what do you do as a consultant forensic pathologist there?
I oversee a pathology lab, one of the satellite labs on a separate island, and I also provide forensic services to the hospital.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your prior employment before working at the hospital in Malta?
So I started as a associate medical examiner with the state of Georgia, with the GBI in Decatur, Georgia. That was from 1999 to 2001. After that, I was the assistant medical examiner for Middlesex County, New Jersey. And then when my chief retired, I became the chief medical examiner for the county. And I then took over the chief state medical examiner position for the state of New Jersey.
Throughout your career, has it been part of your job to conduct autopsies when requested by law enforcement or otherwise?
Yes.
Approximately, if you know, over the course of your career, how many autopsies have you performed?
Over 3,500 postmortem examinations.
Can you speak a little bit to your professional experience?
I graduated as a doctor of medicine and surgery from the University of Malta. I did a rotating internship there. I then start a master's degree program at the University of Mississippi Medical Center, and I graduated with a master's degree in anatomy in '92. I then enrolled in a pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at the University of Mississippi, and following that I did a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the University of Alabama, Birmingham.
Have you also had an occasion to teach in the area of pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, it did.
Can you speak just briefly to that, sir?
I usually, whichever locality I'm working at, I teach forensic pathology to various classes, usually undergrad classes.
Do you serve on any boards, sir?
As the chief state med examiner, I served on the domestic violence fatality near fatality review board, and also the child fatality review board, both the state board and the suicide subcommittee. I still serve on the suicide subcommittee of the child fatality review boards.
Again, briefly, do you have trainings and certifications in the area of forensic pathology?
Once I completed my training in pathology, I took the American Board of Pathology certifying exams. I am board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Have you spoken at conferences related to the area of forensic pathology?
I've presented at mainly at the National Association of Medical Examiners meeting, you know, on any research that myself or the office was conducting.
And have you previously testified in court before as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
Over 100 times, mainly in the state of New Jersey, but also in the state of Georgia.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. FALZON as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
All right, any objection by the defense, or would you like to voir dire the witness?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This witness is declared an expert in the area of forensic pathology. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. FALZON, I'd like to turn your attention back to January the 20th of 2001. Just to be clear, where were you working at that time, sir?
At that time, I was working with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in Decatur, Georgia.
And on that date, did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on the body of Tara Baker?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe briefly the condition in which the body was received?
The body was received enclosed in a black body bag, and the body, to my recollection, was that she was unclad. She didn't have any clothes on her, and it was extremely charred.
Do you take steps to ensure that the person you are performing the autopsy on matches the, I guess, submission from law enforcement, I guess?
Yes, I do.
Okay. At the time, do you recall, or would you have noted receiving any historical or case information related to the request for the autopsy?
Typically we would receive that. I haven't seen any copies of those recently, so I don't recall exactly.
Can you tell us briefly what an autopsy consists of?
An autopsy is a post-mortem examination, typically performed to establish the cause and manner of death. We would start by reviewing the history surrounding the case. Then we'd move on to the examination of the body. Certain cases, we would do x-rays prior to actually starting the examination. Then you describe the clothing, remove the clothing, collect any trace evidence if indicated, and then you start the external examination, the examination of the body from head to toe, front and back. Once that is documented and you look for any injuries, document those, take the necessary photographs. Then you move on to an internal examination whereby we do an incision across the chest and abdomen, remove the organs of the chest and the abdomen. We'll make an incision across the top of the scalp, remove the skull cap, examine the brain, and then finally we'd examine the neck organs. During the course of the autopsy, we'll also collect specimens for toxicology and DNA as indicated.
You also take photographs while the autopsy is being conducted?
Correct.
And is it common practice to reduce the findings of your autopsy in the form of a written report?
Yes.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
It is a copy of the autopsy report drafted and signed by myself.
And is that the autopsy related to the case involving Tara Baker?
Correct.
I'd move to tender State's 1 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to go through your report kind of sequentially as it's outlined in State's Exhibit 1. Let's talk a little bit about the receipt of the body. I think I kind of just touched on this earlier, but if you could speak to what your report reflects as to how the body was received.
Correct. The body bag was, there were tags affixed to the body bag zipper that had the case information relevant to this case.
Can you speak generally to, you mentioned an external examination. We're going to try and take it in order. What was the first thing that you did with Ms. Baker as it relates to that external examination?
Photographs would have been taken, and then overall assessment of the body, the charring, the degree of rigor mortis, and the stiffening of the muscles that happened post-mortem, any lividity, the settling of blood in the dependent areas, general observations.
Let's talk a little bit about the injuries that you noted to Ms. Baker's body, starting with those on the head and neck, sir. Can you describe those in general?
The injuries on the head and neck were mainly in the form of blunt force injuries. When we describe injuries, there's three main categories: blunt force injuries that are caused by a blunt instrument, whether that be a fist, a piece of wood, a hammer. Those are all blunt force injuries. There's sharp force injuries that are caused by objects with a cutting edge. Could be a knife, could be a shard of glass. And then there's gunshot wounds. In the case of Ms. Baker, she had multiple blunt force injuries, mainly in the form of bruises around the eyes, the right and left sides of the head, and on the neck. She also had, on the neck, she also had a stab wound on the right lower front of the neck, and she had a ligature mark that surrounded the neck.
Specifically as it relates to the stab wound, can you describe in a little bit more detail what you observed?
The stab wound, like I said, was on the right lower front. When I describe a stab wound, typically I will, imagine the face of a clock overlying the wound. And in this case, the wound was oriented between the 10 o'clock and the 4 o'clock on the lower front of the neck.
You also mentioned a ligature mark encircling Ms. Baker's neck. Can you speak a little bit more to that, please?
Yes. The ligature mark completely encircled the neck.
Okay, I'm going to just cut this off at the pass. Chris Melton is not related to a judge. That has been debunked. This is a channel. I'm a lawyer, so this is a legal-based channel. We need to stay away from rumors, speculation, gossip, and doxing. So please try and adhere to those very broad rules. I appreciate it very much. I don't need anybody contacting anybody mentioned to this trial or trying to find them. He is not really. There was a judge named Melton who I think sat on Georgia Supreme Court. He is no relation to Chris Melton, who is going to be mentioned in this trial as the boyfriend of Tara Baker. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
It had one mark on the back of the neck and two marks on the front, which indicated that the ligature had been wrapped around the neck, crossed over in the front, and the ligature held on the sides.
Did you note any other injuries to Ms. Baker's neck?
She had some blunt force injuries to the neck. Not sure if there was something specific here. If I may look at the report. She had contusions, bruises below on the left ear, below the left ear, and behind the left ear.
Moving, and we'll come back to that momentarily, Dr. Falzon. Did your external examination of Ms. Baker also include injuries to her torso?
It did, yes.
And again, I'm going to ask you to briefly summarize the extent of those injuries that you observed.
The injuries to the torso were mainly in the genital and anal areas.
Can you go into a little bit more detail about those injuries, sir?
Again, they were in the form of blunt force injuries, bruising on the right side of her vulva down to the posterior aspect of the vulva, and she also had a bruise that completely encircled the anal region.
And lastly, Dr.
Oh,
Falzon,
boy.
did you?
Oh boy. The prosecutor, if you missed the openings yesterday, you might want to go back. The defense was a bit long-winded, but he had everything in there and it was very thorough. The prosecutor in his opening was very, very clear that when Chris Melton was asked if they ever had the backdoor type he-who, that they did not do that. They did not do that. The defense was very quick to point out that there was a pubic hair found in her rear backdoor region that did not belong to Edrick Faust. And I don't remember if he did say that it did belong to Chris Melton, but it's very interesting to now hear about this bruising, that it was very forceful. And it was also interesting to note that Edrick Faust is being charged with sodomy. And the defense attorney was also very clear, and he said several times, there is no evidence that Edrick Faust was ever in the home at all. See how much these witnesses remember after 25 years. Some of them were only interviewed in 2023 and allowed to change their statement, aka Chris Melton.
Note any injuries to Ms. Baker's extremities.
Yes, it did.
And what were those?
Those were mainly in the form of sharp force injuries, injuries caused by a cutting instrument, and they were limited to the back of her hand, which could be classified as defensive type injuries, the injuries that a person would sustain trying to ward off an attack.
We also saw in openings, the defense attorney showed a picture of Chris Melton's hands that were taken something like 48 hours after the murders, and his hands were a mess, like they had little cuts and they were still bloody all over them. His hands were an absolute mess. Remember that picture? Wow.
Did part of your internal examination of Ms. Baker include examination of the organs of the neck?
Yes, I did.
And particularly, what, if anything, did you observe in that part of the internal examination of Ms. Baker?
As part of the examination of the neck structures, we look at the bones and the cartilages that make up the neck. One of the bones that we have in the neck is called the hyoid bone. It's a C-shaped bone that sits above the larynx. With cases of strangulation, we often see fractures in the hyoid bone. In the case of Ms. Baker, there were fractures on both the right and left sides of the hyoid bone.
And based on your training and experience, sir, what, if any, significance did you attribute to your observation as it related to Ms. Baker's broken hyoid bone?
That was part of the strangulation process.
Dr. Falzon, you mentioned that as part of the autopsy, you do take photographs?
Correct.
This prosecutor is familiar to me. Do you guys know of any other cases that he was the prosecutor on that were televised? I can't quite place it. And I do feel a little, foggy today, so maybe I'm just remembering it from yesterday, but he does seem familiar to me. Defense attorney is slowly flipping through the photographs of the autopsy. I don't think that they are going to show them to us, and if they do, I'm going to take them off screen because YouTube hates them. I can't tell you how many times my stream got stricken because of the John O'Keefe arm photos. Is he from Murdoch? Is he? No, I don't. I don't know that he's ever said his name because I didn't write it down. Fonnie Willis? No, Fonnie Willis was in Fulton County. This is Athens, Clark County. And Murdoch was in the Low Country. That was a different county also. But maybe he reminds me of the attorney from Murdoch. Maybe that's what it is. You guys will figure out why she's not wearing a robe. I know you will. you guys fall into the rabbit hole with me. That's why Alice is one of our emojis. We go down a lot of rabbit holes.
May?
Dr. Faust, I'm going to show you what's been labeled exhibits 2 through 7. We're going to finish labeling them. The rest of the photos here in just a moment. But if you could take a look at, again, states 2 through 7.
Yeah, Murdoch was in a different state. Not that attorneys don't move around, but yes, correct.
Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
Are those states exhibits 2 through 7 fair and accurate representations of the autopsy that you described with Ms. Baker back on January 20th, 2001?
Yes, they are.
Move to tender states 2 through 7.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted.
And again, I realize this is a little cumbersome. If I can approach it again.
You may.
This, Dr. Falzon, is states 8 through 14. Same question. Take time. Take your time. See if you recognize those. And then one last group.
You may.
This is states 15 through 22.
Actually, it's Chris with a K, K-R-I-S, Bolden. Thank you
Last
very
time.
much.
States, I believe, 8 through 22. Are those also all true and accurate depictions of your observations of Miss Baker's body as you observed her at the autopsy on January 20th, 2001?
They are.
The tender states 8 through, let me just start back, 22 through 22.
All right. Well, 2 through 7 have been admitted, so we're now on 8 through 22.
8 through 22.
All right. Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted. And how are you planning on doing that? Just handing them to them? Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So we've had a prior ruling, thank you. So just for any red and black persons who may be here under Rule 22 with a photo opportunity that the court granted, the Rule 22 has been amended to prohibit the media from taking any photographs or videos, of course, of these particular photos that the state is going to introduce to the jury. So if you can turn, thank you for doing that. I saw you turn your camera off. If anyone is here from the red and black pursuant to Rule 22, if you would please not photograph. Go ahead, Mr. Bolden.
Red and black?
I think the court may have.
That's right.
I'm going to Google.
So, Dr. Falzon, you should have a monitor down there to your right. Okay. Dr. Falzon, we're going to start with State's Exhibit 2. What is State's Exhibit 2, sir?
It's a photograph of the body of Miss Baker as received, and it depicts the face, the torso from the chest down to the hip area, and the upper extremities.
State's Exhibit 3, same question.
This would depict the lower aspect of Ms. Baker from the upper chest, including the lower extremities, and you can see the charring of the body in this photograph.
State's Exhibit 4.
In case you're just tuning in today, the
See here, sir.
perpetrator
This is a photograph of the face.
also started a fire in the house, burned the place down, put an Afghan or a crocheted blanket on the eyes of the electric stove, and then put it on the bed. That is why she is charred.
Face of Miss Baker, showing a degree of charring and also the blunt force injuries that I alluded to prior, notably the bruising around the eyes.
State's Exhibit 5. Is that just a slightly different angle of her face?
Correct. It's a slightly closer up view of the face.
Same question as it relates to State's Exhibit 6.
Again, closer up view, focusing mainly on the right eye.
Brutal. It was a brutal, brutal
State's Exhibit
scene.
7.
This depicts the left side of the face, and there's again charring, and you can see there's a braided laceration, kind of like a U-shaped, inverted U-shaped lesion on the left side of the chin.
State's Exhibit 8.
Okay. This is a photograph depicting the left side of the face, neck, and the left shoulder, and you can see the ligature mark on the posterior aspect of the neck.
State's Exhibit 9. Is that just kind of a closer up photograph of what you just described?
Correct, and you can see the single linear mark that extends over the posterior neck, and you can also see the bruising behind the left ear.
This is State's Exhibit 10. What do we see here, Dr. Falzon?
It's a photograph of the neck aspect. You could see the ligature mark on the top, which is an electric cord, and you can see the plug aspect, the prongs on the left-hand side of the photograph.
And Dr. Falzon, I think you can actually, if it would be helpful, you can, the screen in front of you, you can touch and circle things. Just to clarify what you just described as it relates to the ligature. And I think Your Honor might have to, Mr. Dickey explained that there's a, within, yes.
I agree, Jessica. This feels very personal, this attack. She had defensive wounds, probably fought like hell, and I can't wait to hear about her fingernail clippings. They did fingernail clippings, and I don't think, if I recall correctly from the what was like over 2-hour opening of the defense yesterday, I don't think any of Edrick Faust's DNA was found in her fingernail clippings. You can remind me because I'm a little foggy today, Chad.
So you've made some drawings on
The U-shaped, I need to erase that. Okay. But so I'm marking here the cord, and that's the prong aspect and the plug attached to the cord there.
In this photograph, is the stab wound that you previously described also identifiable in this photograph?
That would be.
Right. Thank you, sir. State's Exhibit 11. What do we see here, sir?
Again, you see the cord here. Difficult to see because it's.
And the circle at the end, is that the
That's the end of the
plug to the
plug. Yeah.
It's Exhibit 12. What are we seeing here, Dr. Falzon?
It's the front of the neck. Again, there was extensive charring, and there was a lot of smeared, dried blood on the skin. But you could see the stab wound, and the stab wound had what we refer to as the blunt edge and the sharp edge. When you have a knife, obviously you have a cutting edge of the knife, and the back, the non-cutting part of the blade, and they both leave kind of distinct characteristics. But this would be the blunt end there at the back. So you see the blunt end on the, I guess, on the right-hand side of the body, with the sharp edge more directed towards the middle of the body.
We'll come back to that later, Dr. Falzon, but I'm going to move on for now. This is State's Exhibit 13. Is that just a slightly different angle of the stab wound that you just described?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 14, particularly on Ms. Baker's left shoulder. Did you reach any conclusions about that area where there's no charring, sir? If that question makes sense.
Right. It looks like an area of what we'd call sparing. There's no soot and charring on that area, and most likely that was where the plug was resting, kind of like protecting the skin from the soot deposition.
It's terrible.
State's Exhibit 15. That's just a slightly different picture of different angle of
Correct. Closer up view.
what we just described. Okay.
They say Chris had an alibi. The prosecution had a whole entire PowerPoint slide of where Chris was the night of, and their entire opening, in my opinion, was in defense of Chris. I don't know why. It's a great question. Mom, I don't know.
These are where it gets even tougher. State's Exhibit 16, Dr. Falzon. What is this photograph?
That's a photograph depicting Ms. Baker's genital area. You can see the bruising. The above, this would be kind of like an area of charring, heat damage. So this is not part of the injury she sustained while she was alive, but you can also see the bruising around the introitus, the entryway to the vagina.
And we're going to follow up on that with State's Exhibit 17. Again,
this is what I would call a true third-party culprit case, Don.
Apologize. State's Exhibit 17. What is this a photograph of, Dr. Falzon?
This is a slightly different angle of the anal-vaginal area. You could see a bruising that completely surrounds the anus, which would be this area here. And then you see the bruising on the right-hand side and the posterior aspect of the introitus, the entrance into the vagina.
State's Exhibit 18, is that just a slightly different angle of the last photograph, sir?
Correct.
We're almost done. State's Exhibit 19, shifting gears. What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the back of Miss Baker's left hand.
Back of her left hand. Remember the picture from yesterday of Chris's hands? Kelly wants to know if they normally enter these types of pictures. I don't remember. I don't think we've covered a lot of live trials together where it's like been a violent grape and sodomy scene like this. And I would imagine they're part of evidence. They need to be shown. But what is kind of interesting to, very interesting to me, is that the rape shield law in Georgia seems to be so strict. And we saw the defense attorney fined $1,000 yesterday and held in contempt because he mentioned in the opening that Chris said when confronted with evidence that there may have been some other DNA, I think, on her body. He said, she must have been with someone else. And that's what the defense attorney said, to get him fined $1,000 and held in contempt because of the rape shield law, which is, I think, the 412B law that they were talking about yesterday in Georgia. And so I have to think about it a little more because my brain isn't really working, but it seems a little disconnected, right? I agree.
State's Exhibit 20, is that just a slightly different viewpoint of that left hand?
Correct, and it's showing what we refer to as an incised wound. With sharp force injuries, you can have stab wounds where the knife is actually penetrates, the blade penetrates into the body, or you can have an incised wound where the cutting edge is dragged along the surface of the skin. This here is an incised wound that we see, that area there.
State's Exhibit 21, again, are we just kind of looking at that same left hand, sir?
Correct, and you can also see there's another incised wound, another cut in the web space between the fourth and fifth finger. So that would be that area there.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 22, is that just a picture of the ligature that you previously described after it had been removed from Ms. Baker's body?
Correct.
Dr. Falzon, I want to first talk about the injuries that you've described and the photos that we've seen in Ms. Baker's genital area. And you've described those and we've seen the photographs. Based on your training and experience coupled with your observations of that area of Ms. Baker's body, what, if any, significance can you attribute to the causation of those injuries?
Those would be caused by sexual intercourse with force used. As it relates, and then I realize I'm jumping around a little bit, as it relates to your observations with regards to the ligature and Ms. Baker's, the fact that her hyoid bone had been broken. And again, based on your training and experience, what, if any, significance do you attribute to the causation of those injuries? So the injuries on the neck that we saw from the cord and the fractures of the hyoid bone would be the result of strangulation, ligature strangulation.
And then Dr. Falzon, as it relates to your observations of the stab wound that you've previously described on Miss Baker's neck and the wounds, which I believe you previously referred to as defensive type wounds to her left hand. Do you have, and again, based on your training and experience, do you have an opinion as to the mechanism by which those injuries may have occurred?
Those would be sharp force injuries inflicted by a knife. Just to expand on the stab wound, because we described the injury on the skin, but once the internal examination is performed, there was actually injury to the internal jugular vein on the right side, which is a main vein that drains blood from the right side of the brain, which would explain the amount of hemorrhage, the blood on Miss Baker's skin. And that would have been caused by a knife.
Okay. And did you, were you able to form an opinion as to how that stab wound may have been inflicted?
Given the orientation, the location, and the orientation of the wound, as part of the assessment of the stab wound, I also try to ascertain the direction in which the stab wound was penetrated into the body. So in case of the stab wound that we saw on Miss Baker's right neck, the knife entered through the skin and it went from front to back, downwards and to the left. In my experience, that has often been due to somebody being stabbed with the perpetrator standing behind the victim and forcing the knife into the body cavity like that.
Remember also that Tara had 2 roommates who were away that night. This would have had to have been somebody who knew the roommates were not going to be there. Remember also that the front door was deadbolted, the back door was deadbolted, and the bedroom door to Tara's bedroom was locked, because the only 2 witnesses we heard from yesterday were both firefighters 25 years ago when this happened, and they said that they had to kick the doors down. And so it is highly unlikely for me to, strange credulity to think it could have been a stranger, because the time of death and this attack is according to the prosecution, between 7 and 9 a.m. That's a very odd place for a time span for a stranger to break in and be able to deadlock the doors. Think about all that stuff too, and know the roommates weren't there.
And again, referring to your observations as to the incised wounds on Ms. Baker's left hand, what, if anything, do those wounds tell you about what you just referenced?
Those would indicate that Ms. Baker would have been in the process of trying to protect herself from the stabbing while it was being performed.
Would it be helpful to the jury to kind of demonstrate what you've just described, sir?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, is it okay if I ask Dr. Falzon to step down into the welcome?
It's fine.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to hand you what is very clearly a rubber knife. And I'm going to be Ms. Baker. And so what you just described on the stand, sir, if you could kind of describe or show exactly what you just said.
So the entry wound would have been somewhere here.
Okay, if you're able to come to your screen safely, please do so, because the medical examiner is doing a demonstration with a fake knife of how these stab wounds would have happened. This is as high as I can boost the YouTube volume, so I hope you could hear it. And this is wildly reminding me of the Brian Camp trial. Well, with the Brian Camp trial, it was actually the prosecutor who was waving around the weapon and pointing it at the witness. It was crazy. No, I'm very sick today. Thank you for your concern. I explained that at the beginning. All right, here we go. Let's take it back a moment. This is as loud as I can make it. So your volume, your modulation on your end.
Describe or showed exactly what you just meant.
So the entry wound would have been somewhere here. So with holding the knife like this, the blunt end would be at the 10 o'clock position, and the sharp end would be at the 4 o'clock position.
And again, as it relates to the injuries to the hand, how would that, in your estimation, have occurred?
So if she was trying to hold on to, that would explain the cut on the space between the 4th and the 5th finger. Again, the direction would be front to back, downwards, and to the left.
Thanks. You have back in.
Reminds me also of the Ashley Benefield trial when the evil stepsisters prosecutors made Ashley Benefield get up and demonstrate how she tried to protect herself from her abusive husband.
Dr. Falzon, based on everything that we've talked about, well, actually, I'm going to back up just a little bit. Did your autopsy of Miss Baker reveal anything as it related to her larynx?
She did, yes, I did examine the larynx, the voice box, where the vocal cords sit, and she did have a slight amount of soot present below the vocal cords.
Did you also, as part of this autopsy, request or refer Ms. Baker's blood be tested for the presence of carboxyhemoglobin?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the results of that report?
Yes, I am.
And what was that?
I believe it was between 6 and 14%. I may have to jog my memory. I gave you back the report, but
now let's talk a little bit about carboxyhemoglobin.
okay.
What is that, sir?
Hemoglobin is a molecule that transports oxygen. It picks up oxygen in the lungs, takes it and deposits it in the periphery of the body, and it picks up carbon dioxide and releases that back in the lungs during respiration. Now, when as part of the fire, carbon monoxide is formed. So carbon dioxide is carbon with 2 oxygens. Carbon monoxide is carbon with 1 oxygen. Carbon monoxide tends to attach somewhat more strongly to the hemoglobin molecule, and it actually prevents hemoglobin from transporting oxygen. So when somebody is exposed to a fire, we test the blood for carboxyhemoglobin, which is essentially hemoglobin attached to a carbon monoxide molecule.
And so based on your observations of soot being deposited below Ms. Baker's voice box and the results of the carboxyhemoglobin test that you just described and testified to, is that significant in any way to you, in your opinion, doctor?
The level of carboxyhemoglobin was not high enough to be considered a cause of death. Typically, we expect carboxyhemoglobin to be more than 50%. People who smoke tend to have, elevated carboxyhemoglobin levels. But in the case of Ms. Baker, the presence of the soot below the vocal cords and the slightly elevated carboxyhemoglobin level would indicate that she was still alive when the fire was set.
Oh man, She was still alive when the fire was set. People are talking about lighters
Dr.
and the
Faust.
fact that if either of them were smokers, they might have had a lighter. I would submit to you that if you wanted to set a fire more quickly, you would not take a lighter to because I think, didn't they talk about it being an Afghan or some type of crocheted blanket? I think if you wanted to start or set that on fire quickly, you would turn on all 4 eyes of the stove. That was new for me yesterday. All the electric burners on the stove, put the blanket on it, and then throw it on the bed. I don't think a lighter would do that quickly enough. And so this is heartbreaking to think that she was still alive when that fire was set. Chenille?
So again, just to summarize everything that you've testified to thus far, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of death of Ms. Baker?
Yes, it did.
What was that opinion?
So she died of a ligature strangulation and a stab wound of the neck. I also described the bruising on the head, the blunt force trauma of the head. As part of the internal examination, I did examine the brain, and there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage on the surface of the brain. So the other contributory factor would be blunt force trauma of the head.
Right. What if she tried to
You
get out, but all the
ruled
doors were
manner of death,
deadlocked?
Ms. Baker's death a homicide?
Yes, it did.
Overruled.
Horrifying.
Dr. Falzon, you mentioned that part of a autopsy may include taking an X-ray or radiograph if there is evidence of a stab wound. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Why do you do that?
When somebody is stabbed, the
Yes, sir.
Relevance. It's undisputed that Ms. Baker was stabbed.
All right, Mr. Bolden, do you care to respond to the objection?
Trying to allow Dr. Falzon to testify to everything that was done as part of Ms. Baker's autopsy.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
That's for the same courtesy during our examination, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. What do you mean by that?
We just asked for the same courtesy that the Honorable State has received.
When there's an objection made, I will rule on it. Mr. Bolden, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I couldn't hear what he said. Something about as to the same courtesy. I want to take that back and hear the basis for the objection. Hold, please. I'm going to have to boost this a bit.
Yes, sir.
Relevance. It's undisputed.
when
The X-ray or radiograph, if there is evidence of a stab wound. Did I understand that correctly?
correct.
Why do you do that?
When somebody is stabbed, the
Yes, sir.
Relevance. It's undisputed that Ms. Baker was stabbed.
All right, Mr. Bolden.
The question is, why do you take an X-ray if someone is stabbed?
Do you care to respond to the objection?
Trying to allow Dr. Falzon to testify to everything that was done as part of Ms. Baker's autopsy.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
That's for the same courtesy during our examination, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz.
We would ask for the same courtesy during our examination, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that?
We just asked for the same courtesy that the Honorable State has received.
When there's an objection made, I will rule on it. Mr. Bolden, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's not having any of it. Wonder if she collected the $1,000 first thing this morning. She doesn't even have a robe to put it in the pocket of her robe. Ay, ay, ay. That was a joke.
Do you also obtain a sample of Ms. Baker's blood?
yes, I do.
What is the purpose of that?
That would be performed to collect the specimens to submit for testing for toxicology.
And is a blood spot filter card also submitted?
Yes.
And
All right. I'm going to sustain that objection, Mr. Bolden, if you'll rephrase.
okay, I will rephrase it, Your Honor. What other physical evidence is, I guess, obtained or submitted as part of an autopsy?
To establish a reference point for DNA testing, a blood spot filter card is prepared, whereby we take a filter paper card and we put drops of the victim's blood that is air dried and then submitted for analysis.
Was a sexual assault kit obtained in this case?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain briefly what we mean by sexual assault kit?
A sexual assault kit has various components to it which help in collecting evidence in cases where sexual assault is suspected. It would have swabs to collect DNA. It would have slides whereby we smear the swabs and prepare smears to look at under a microscope. It would have nail clippers to clip nails and envelopes, put those nail clippings in. And it would also have envelopes for head samples of head hair, pubic hair, and pubic hair combings.
Remember, we learned in openings also from the prosecution that some of those grape kit slides or samples or swabs were mislabeled. We know that already, so it'll be interesting to see how it comes out, if it comes out through this witness. Probably not, because he did the autopsy, which was 25 years ago.
And I apologize if you mentioned this already, but when you're talking about swabs, from where on Miss Baker's body were those swabs obtained?
Swabs are taken from the mouth, oral swabs, from the vagina, and from the anus.
And again, I apologize if I just misheard. You mentioned smears as well. How are those smears created?
The smears are created from the swabs. So we put a Q-tip with a cotton tipped end, and that would be inserted in the cavity, the oral cavity, the vagina, the anus. Once fluid is absorbed onto the cotton tip, while it is still wet, we would take the glass slide and smear the tip of the Q-tip on that slide to prepare the smear.
Defense attorney is examining a bag of evidence that the DA wants to show the witness. I don't know if I don't know for sure if Tara's family is sitting in the courtroom, but I do know I'm sure they probably are. If anybody has boots on the ground in the courtroom, let me know. But her siblings have been fighting for justice for 25 years for their sister. Nay Taylor feels like two people committed this crime. Thanks for your super chat, Nay. And defense attorney has a look on his face that says to me, it strains credulity. But we'll see. Some discussion going on around the evidence that this ADA wants to show. His name is Chris with a K, Bolden. BOLDEN. Yes, I'm not feeling well. Thanks, Kelly, for your 10. I'll use it to buy cold medicine. Maybe I can get a DoorDash. And West is the best coast. Thanks. And the look on the defense attorney's face says it all.
Your Honor, we have a motion.
Oh, a motion.
Right.
They're going to have to send
Ladies and
this out.
gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. This is a good time for a bathroom break. We will be with you shortly.
The jury room must be very close because they go in and out very quickly. This judge also might have a chip on her shoulder because the defense did make
Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
did make a motion to have her recused from the case. That was heard by another judge, and she was not recused. They asked to have her recused for bias, and she might still be annoyed about it.
Mr. Cruz, your motion, sir?
Well, I want to do the simple thing first. We have an objection to the known pubic hair of a victim. Exhibit 31 is empty. So that's empty.
Your objection is to Exhibit 31.
Right, but I do
Okay.
have a motion.
Exhibit 31 is supposed to be a pubic hair, and the envelope is empty, folks. The envelope is empty. Let's hear that again. I don't know why Mr. Cruz's microphone does not seem to be working, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said. Let me boost that a bit.
So that's empty.
Your objection.
Well, I want to do the simple thing first. We have an objection to the known pubic hair of a victim. Exhibit 31 is empty.
It's
So
empty.
that's empty.
Your objection is to Exhibit 31.
Right, but I do
Okay.
have a motion.
Known pubic hair of the victim. The envelope is empty.
No, but I want to hear your objection, and then you can make your other motion. Go ahead.
I believe the purpose of showing this to Dr. FALZON is for the purposes of identifying items selected ever here tonight. So to object to the state is simply giving Dr. FALZON back as a
Okay, I'm going to turn this way up in my own ears so that I can repeat to you what he's saying.
And then you can make your other. No, but I want to hear your objection, and then you can make your other motion. Go ahead.
I believe the purpose of showing this to Dr. FALZON is for the purposes of identifying items selected ever here tonight. So to object to the state is simply giving Dr. FALZON back as a
Okay.
all the other
He said, the purpose of them wanting to show this to Dr. Falzone is to show the evidence that he collected, except this envelope is empty, so I'm objecting to it.
items from the ones that were observed from the inside. They had items. No objection to those, but we do have a motion.
All right, well, let Mr. Bolton respond to your objection at Exhibit 31. Go ahead, sir.
Well, Your Honor, I mean, I can show Dr. Falzon, we can open it. I mean, I guess the objection is the fact that it's empty and somehow that makes it inadmissible. I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that I.
He's actually in good faith saying, I guess the objection is that it's empty. We can have him open it, but I don't really think that's a proper. Am I in the Twilight Zone? It's time for Chaka up here because we're in the land of the lost. Okay, we're in the land of the lost. He's like, I don't really think it's a big deal that it's empty. Did he really just say that? Hold on.
Falzon, we can open it. I mean, I guess the objection is the fact that it's empty and somehow that makes it inadmissible.
It's empty, and so somehow that's makes it inadmissible. Wouldn't it be inadmissible if he can't authenticate something that's not in the envelope? Have I lost my mind? Because it's quite possible.
I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that I know how to respond to that particular objection.
I can make it clear. It's confusing. The pubic hair relevant for his testimony. An empty bag that just says pubic hair is irrelevant in this case. That's what we're objecting to, the ground that we are objecting on.
All right, Mr. Bolton, you can.
An empty bag that just says pubic hair on it, Your Honor, is irrelevant to this case. Okay.
To respond to the objection about relevancy.
Again, I think the fact that Dr. FALZON has testified that pubic hairs were taken, why don't we let him look at it? Because Mr. Cruz's assertion that it's empty, I honestly had not opened the bag, so let's.
Okay, that's highly prejudicial. That is highly prejudicial if the bag is empty and there's no pubic hair in there to let the doctor look at it, because now you're going to keep talking about this pubic hair that does not exist. If you're going to show evidence, it needs to be in the envelope.
Allow him to do it. We can do that momentarily. I'd like to hear the motion. Sure.
All right, that's fine. We'll hold off on Exhibit 31's objection. Go ahead, sir.
We're moving to suppress the oral swabs due to chain of custody. In this case, it has been stated that oral swabs, vaginal swabs, and anal swabs were taken. We have the chain of custody report. The chain of custody report says that only 2 oral swabs were taken. I assumed that that was pretty much an error on the chain of on the custodian, because Ms. Bigham, 2024, conducted a test on these swabs, and it was determined. They went to a company in California to do this test, and that's something we'll address on cross-examination instead of using the company here in Georgia. But that company came back and said, you know what? We did this presumptive test. These are actually vaginal swabs. However, now that I'm seeing the original packaging that Dr. FALZON put these items in, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, a vaginal swab wasn't taken. Ma'am?
This test is going to test our patience, this case, Renee. Hi, Emily C. I have to look up the motion.
I like to show the report, State's Exhibit 28. State's Exhibit 29.
I don't know that I need to see the exhibits at this moment. I want to hear your objection about, you're asking the court to suppress certain
I would
things.
ask
Tell me
the
that.
court to suppress the, I'm asking for 2 things.
Okay.
Either I'm asking the court to suppress, I believe it's oral swab B. Let me confirm which swab it is, Your Honor.
So here's the thing. The swabs are labeled oral swabs, but when they were sent to the company in California, and we don't know what company that was yet, the company said, wait a second, these are not oral swabs, these are vaginal swabs. And so the defense attorney is now moving to suppress them based on chain of custody. Let's see what she says. Many of you may be saying to yourselves, why didn't he make this motion earlier? And I will say to you that trials are a living, breathing thing, and oftentimes you don't know what the witness is going to say. And now that the witness has said what he has said, now these motions are going to be made. The pubic hair envelope is empty. The oral swabs are labeled oral swabs, but they're actually vaginal swabs. And I think that the prosecution's got a problem, but this judge also seems to have a chip on her shoulder. So let's see what happens. Right. And also, yes, weren't there some motions that were not decided? And the defense did ask before the trial started if they could have a date certain for the motions. And she said, we'll do it when I feel like it. We'll do it when I feel like it. So I'm not sure. I haven't been able to get a hold of the court docket yet. And we just jumped into this trial yesterday as jurors. Right. Exactly. That's exactly right. Right. Another poor investigation. Remember, the jury's out of the room right now, so they're not hearing any of this. And That's right. Bill Donna Russ says he has motions the judge hasn't heard yet because she will when she has time, right? When I feel like it. And he wanted a date certain. She's like, no. He's like, okay, then I'm going to make them as the evidence comes up. And that hair was found, says Sheila Gen Xer, on the bumper of Karen Reed's car. Well done, girl. Well done. And DB pointing out, he said he didn't make the motion earlier because he thought it was a simple mislabel of the records, but not the actual evidence itself.
All right, so one of these are labeled as item 2I. Court, give me a second to identify item 2I. So for purposes of the record, oral swabbing B is labeled as item 2I, as in igloo. Oral swabbing A is labeled as item 2J, as in joy. So, Your Honor, on November 4th, 2024, and mind you, this wasn't a discovery, by the way. But on November 4th, 2024, Pure Gold Forensics.
Okay, hang on just a minute, Mr. Cruz. Let me ask you this question. Are you making a motion to suppress?
I am. But this is based on knowledge I just learned just now going over these exhibits. So this isn't a motion that was untimely because I knew about it 10 days from around. I just learned this here today.
All right, let me stop you right there just for a moment. Is there any response to the motion to suppress as opposed to a motion in limine or an objection based on something else?
Mr. Lally, would you like to object? Mr. Lally, would you like to object? Are you guys able to hear this okay? Because I've got it boosted as loud as it can go.
Go ahead.
Yes, I would object to this being characterized as a motion to suppress. Mr. Cruz, we've had hearings going back for months. We've discussed making any physical evidence available to him to inspect, and we would have done so at any time. He never asked. He asked in court, but never followed up with that. This evidence we would have gladly shared with Mr. Cruz at any point had he actually asked, but he did not. I don't think what he's asking for this morning, well, again, I don't know a motion to suppress at this point. I don't know what legal grounds he's asking that it be suppressed. He mentioned chain of custody. I think that argument is more of a weight versus admissibility issue. It's very hard to respond when
Weight versus admissibility. Dude, when the evidence is not in the evidence envelope, that goes to admissibility because it's not there.
I don't understand exactly what is being asked of the court.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, let me ask you this question. With regard to this motion you're making now,
Sure.
is it, as you stated earlier, about the issue of the chain of custody?
Correct.
All right. I'm making a ruling right now that that is not a motion to suppress issue. You are entitled to cross-examine this witness or any witnesses with regard to the chain of custody, and I'm not going to allow it.
Judge.
If you have an objection to something else about the admission of this evidence, I will hear it.
Judge, motion to suppress, motion in limine, the phrasing is irrelevant.
No, it is not, Mr. Cruz.
Well, forgive me, Your Honor. The state, when the chain of custody issue was raised, the state has the burden to show that that this evidence is the same evidence that was collected and that it wasn't tampered with. The issue we have is that both of these items from Dr. FALZON, excuse me, I don't know Dr. FALZON, both of these items were collected by him and labeled by him. there's going to be testimony in this trial 24 years later that, oh, actually, one of these is a vaginal swab. Dr. FALZON, as you've heard from his testimony, is very careful. He's very diligent. It sounds like he takes his time and does his work the right way. So we're moving for the state to even show a chain of custody for these items. Meet their burden, show a chain of custody for these items, and that they were not tampered with. Or we ask the honorable court to exclude any mention that oral swabbing B is a vaginal swab, because from what I'm seeing for the first time today in court, it is not.
All right, Mr. Cruz, I'm going to overrule your objection and I'm going to deny your motion. And I'm going to make the statement that the complaint that you're making in the form of an objection and the request to make a motion is certainly appropriately addressed by cross-examination. You have every right to cross-examine any witness with regard to chain of custody, with regard to the issues of tampering, anything that is relevant to the evidence that's being offered. You have every right to cross-examine with regard to those issues. And so that's the reason I'm denying your objection. And if there are any other objections to the admission of that evidence, I want to hear it now. I want to address one more thing before we bring the jury back. Any other objections to the admission of that? I mean, I haven't ruled that admissible yet. We haven't made an, there hasn't been a proffer, but if you have something that you'd like to object to now that you know about.
He's got ants in his pants. Do you see how he's moving around? He's like ready to box. He's like ready to go. Watch this. He's not having this. The burden shifts to the state to prove chain of custody. Sounds like they can't do it. Sounds like not only are these things mislabeled, but it sounds like they just turned it over. I had that question too. Why didn't he go down and look at the evidence until now? But it seems to be that he's just finding out that these things are mislabeled. So maybe he wouldn't have known that even if he did go down to look at the evidence. Maybe if he did look at the evidence, the pubic hair would have been in the bag, and now it's not. This is crazy. And remember, it's 25 years later. Tara's date of death was January 19th, 2020. I'm sorry, 2001. 2001. 25 years later.
Jury back. Any other objections to the admission of that? I mean, I haven't ruled that admissible yet. We haven't made an, there hasn't been a proffer, but if you have something that you'd like to object to now that you know about, you can do that.
We will stand by our chain of custody
All right.
Motion.
All right, thank you. I do want to make a comment, Mr. Cruz, and this is really for all parties, but it's related to the comment that you made a little bit earlier. You did not make an objection, but you stated something to the effect of, we're asking the court to extend us the same courtesy. My comment to all parties, but particularly to you with regard to that comment, is this. That comment about the court's behavior is not appropriate in the manner in which you said it. The court makes rulings of law, not courtesies. The court extended, Mr. Cruz, you a courtesy this morning when you were 20 minutes late.
Oh, wow. Nothing like giving him a public spanking on the television channel of Law and Crime and everywhere. We extended you a courtesy when you were 20 minutes late. She's getting on my last nerve right about now. There was a motion to recuse for bias, and her bias is showing now. Is it me? Am I overreacting? Usually I would be overreacting, but I feel so crappy today that I just can't. Petty.
Court extended, Mr. Cruz, you a courtesy this morning when you were 20 minutes late. I knew why you were late, and I extended you that courtesy. That's a courtesy. But in terms of this trial and in terms of making comments in front of the jury, the only appropriate comments to be made are not comments. They are objections. They are proper examination questions, cross-examination questions, things of that nature. And the court will respond to proper objections. Any comment on the courtesies of the court or fairness or things of that nature that are not in the form of objections need to be made outside the presence of the jury. And that's my statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
Your Honor, if we can have just maybe a minute for us to take a restroom break.
All right, why don't we be off the record until 11:15? That's about 12 minutes. All right, we'll be in recess until then. Thank you.
Well, it is right now 11:36, so we can fast forward up until, I guess, real time. Wait, no, what did she say? 11:45? Hold on a second.
Testing of those items.
Sorry, I lost an hour there. Hold on, let's go back. I don't like her attitude. Yeah. Did he need to bring cash this morning? Because maybe he had to go to the bank. I don't know. She was like, I know why you were late.
Make them. I haven't ruled them.
And so I
All right.
granted you.
If you have any
Tuesday.
other objections to the introduction of evidence, you may make them. I haven't ruled them admissible at this point. The state hasn't proffered them in that way. So if you have any other objections, you certainly can offer them.
Yes, ma'am. But
All
on
right.
that ground,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. You may
And
bring.
she just changed her tune after her little 12-minute break, didn't she? Hang on. We didn't go back far enough. We have a WD-40 emoji for that microphone of hers. Lose the tude, somebody said.
All right. Thank you. You may bring the jury in.
I don't know. Does she have grave concerns? That doesn't seem like it to me. All I know about the jury is it's 8 men and 4 women. The world is watching. If you're watching from outside the U.S., let us know where you're watching from.
Judge, did you issue a ruling on our objection to the empty pubic care package, or no?
Hang on one second. I thought that I had said it. I was overruling your objection. Maybe I didn't make that clear. I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. I'm overruling the objection. All right. If you have
He wants to know if there was a ruling on the empty pubic hair package. She's overruling it. So apparently in this county, Athens, Clark County, Georgia, you can just enter into evidence empty envelopes and call them evidence because it is the magical mystery Sally Port of evidence here.
any other objections to the introduction of evidence, you may make them. I haven't ruled them admissible at this point. The state hasn't proffered them in that way. So if you have any other objections, you certainly can offer them.
Yes, ma'am. But on that ground,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. You may bring the jury.
Excuse me, Dr. Falzon. I think we were talking about the collection of the sexual assault kit. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I am going to, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I think, Dr. Falzon, this is State's Exhibits 23 through 33. That's all right. Dr. Falzon, let's start with State's Exhibit 23.
Yes.
What is that, sir?
It's a clear plastic box with a label marked with the case information, and it's marked fingernails left hand.
And would that be the fingernail clippings that you took from Ms. Baker's body on January the 20th, 2001?
Correct.
Move to tender states 23, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States Exhibit 24, Doctor, what is that?
It's a clear plastic bag sealed with evidence tape. There's two clear plastic boxes, each one with a label with the case information. One is marked toenails right and the other one toenails left.
Again, same question as before. Are those related to the autopsy that you've been describing this morning?
Correct.
How do you know that, sir?
Each one has a label on them with the decedent's name, Clark County, the age, race, and sex, and the unique case identifying number assigned to this case.
Move to tender states 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Bonsoir, my Parisian friends.
I won't have
Bonsoir.
any objections to any of those outside of the objection I already put on the record.
All right, thank you. Number 24 is admitted, and you may proceed, Mr. Bolden.
States 25, Dr. FALZON, what is that?
25, it's a white paper envelope sealed with evidence tape, and the label with the case information, and this one is marked oral swabbings B.
And again, same question. Is that related to the autopsy that you performed on Ms. Baker on January 20th, 2001?
It is.
Move to tender states 25, Your Honor.
All right, and based on Mr. Cruz's assertion, is that right, sir, that there's no objection?
Outside of my prior objection.
All right, then it is admitted. Thank you. And that's number 26?
25.
25.
25.
All right, 25. Thank you. Go ahead.
Did he not?
States Exhibit 26.
Did he do something a little bit sneaky? Because I remember I wrote down item 2I was oral swab A and item 2J was oral swab B, and one of those turned out to be a real vaginal swab. I want to hear that again. Is he not going to introduce the one that turned out to be a vaginal swab so the jury won't find out about it? Hang on, I want to hear that again.
States 25, Dr. FALZON, what is that?
On the record.
All right, thank you.
Case identifying number assigned to this case.
Move to tender states 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Your damn thing. Give these guys some
I
lavalier
won't have any
lapel
objections
please.
to any of those outside of the objection I already put on the record.
All right, thank you. Number 24 is admitted, and you may proceed, Mr. Bolden.
States 25, Dr. FALZON, what is that?
25, it's a white paper envelope sealed with evidence tape, and the label with the case information, and this one is marked oral swabbings B.
And again, same question. Is that related to the autopsy that you performed on Ms. Baker on January 20th, 2001?
It is.
Move to tender states 25, Your Honor.
All right, and based on Mr. Cruz's assertion, is that right, sir, that there's no objection?
He made an objection.
Outside of my prior objection.
All right, then it is admitted. Thank you. And that's number 26?
25.
25.
25.
All right, 25. Thank you. Go ahead.
States Exhibit 26. What is that, Doctor?
Same white envelope with evidence tape and the unique case identification information. And this one is marked oral swabbings A.
Move to tender states 20. Now I've forgotten. 26, Your Honor.
26. Mr. Cruz, any objection, sir? All right, it is admitted.
States Exhibit 27, Dr. FALZON. What is that?
White envelope red evidence tape, label with the unique case information, and this one is marked rectal swabbings.
Tender states 27.
Mr. Cruz, any objections, sir?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 28. What is that, Dr. Falzon?
State Exhibit 28 is a brown cardboard folder, has a label marked with the unique case identification information, and this one is labeled. Anorectal swab.
Move to tender state 28.
Any objections, sir?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 29, Dr. Falzon. What is that?
29, again, is a cardboard folder with the unique identification label, and this is marked auto swab.
Move to tender states 29.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
That was 29, yes.
29, is that right, Dr.
Yeah,
Falzon?
yeah.
Okay, good. States 30, what is that?
30 is a white cardboard box, again, marked with the label with the unique case information. And this one is marked vaginal smear.
Move to tender states 30.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 31. What is that, doctor?
A clear plastic envelope with the label with the case information, and this one is marked known pubic hair of victim.
Move to tender states 31.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. The same objection I put on the record.
All right, and thank you. Any further comment by the state? All right, I'm going to overrule your objection. Your objection is noted.
Of course
Is
he is.
admitted over objection.
He's doing a very good job of preserving the rule, preserving these issues for appeal, because I think he does have a few very good issues for appeal already based on the judge's rulings. But, you know, when you're trying a case like this and it seems like the judge is against you at every step, it's easy to get discouraged. I don't know how old he is. He may not have even been an attorney. I'm guessing he was not an attorney, Mr. Cruz, when this murder happened back in 2001. And it can be easy to get discouraged when you feel like all of the rulings are not going your way, but you have to be so careful to continue to keep making the objections, even if the judge is being a total biatch to you. And I'm not saying she is. I'm just saying if she is. But I think he's doing an excellent job, and I really like him a lot.
States 33. Dr. Falzon, what is that?
33 is a clear plastic envelope marked with the case information, and this is the combings, pubic combings of victim.
Combings.
Move to tender states 33, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Is that
Right.
everything that I handed you?
These would
Did
only
we
be
do
appellate
32?
issues if there's a conviction, correct?
Oh, 32? Did I skip that? I apologize. States 32. I got ahead of myself. What is states 32?
Clear plastic bag marked with case information, and this is marked known head hair of victim.
Move to tender states 32, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
I mean, I'm sure he was alive when this happened. He may not have been a lawyer.
I'm going to not go through all of those pieces of evidence, Dr. Falzon, but I want to start. This is states 30. There's the sticker. I think I can zoom in. States 30. Again, what is that, sir?
This is a cardboard folder and marked with the case information, and this would contain the glass slides with the smears of the vaginal, taken by the vaginal swab.
How would or was States Exhibit 30 created?
The first we do the swab. So like I mentioned, you have the Q-tip swab, that we insert into the orifice, in this case the vagina, to collect the fluids on the swab. Once that is removed, we take the glass slide and we rub the cotton tip across the glass slide to transfer cells from the Q-tip onto the smear, onto the slide, and thus creating the smear.
Thank you, sir. Then this is state 28. Again, I'm just going to show you the back. That has the sticker, then I'm going to flip it over. What is states 28?
That again would be the anorectal swab. Actually, this would be a glass slide, so that would be the smear.
And would that have been created in the same manner that you just described for the vaginal swab, smears?
Correct. So the swab would be inserted into the anorectal orifice, collect the fluid from that area, and then transfer it onto the smear, onto the glass slides.
Same question for states 29. I'm just showing the sticker there. What is states 29, just to be clear?
That would be the oral swab. Again, this would be the smear made from the oral swab.
So let's talk a little bit about the swabs. I'm going to start with states 25, which has been admitted into evidence. States 25, what is that?
It's marked oral swabbings B.
And then just for clarification,
It's
states
marked oral
26.
B.
What are we looking at there?
This is marked oral swabbings A.
Dr. Falzon, I realize it's been a long time since this. I guess let me ask the question this way. Would you have collected two different sets of oral swabs back in 2001?
He's trying to rehabilitate it.
No.
What, if anything, can you attribute to the fact that two of those are labeled oral swabs and there is not one labeled vaginal swabs?
The swabs are collected during the course of the autopsy. As indicated in the report, I collected oral, anal, and vaginal swabs. Once the swabs are collected, as soon as they are removed, we take the swab tip and create the smear. So the swab is prepared, the smear is prepared, the smear is packaged. Because the swab is moist, if it is packaged right away, because of the moisture, mold grows on the tips of the cotton tips of the swabs. So the swabs have to be air dried prior to packaging. Every autopsy, the doctor has an assistant to help with the case. So the swabs would be placed in a small cabinet marked with the name, and it would be marked oral, anal, and vaginal. And the technician would package those swabs once they have air dried and packaged and labeled those.
Was that common policy?
Were they on butcher paper? Nothing to see here, Bolden, eh? Well done, Sherilyn. Well done. I want to go back to just look at those envelopes again. And I want to know whether this man was in the room during the argument of that motion. He should not have been. He should have been in the hallway somewhere. I want to know that during that break, he was not prepped to say this, because now I have a lot of questions. Because it seems that the mislabeling just came up. How could he know about it? I have so many questions. Okay. Here's a exhibit number. I guess this is 2K. It's got Tara Baker's name on it, 23-year-old white female. It's dated January 20th of 2001, Dr. FALZON. It says it's an oral swab. This envelope, States Exhibit 29, is blank on the one side. I guess it's got the case number up there. But on the other side, it looks like Dr. FALZON 1/20/2001 anorectal swab. This is 2J. It looks like. Please rush, it says on the front. And they rushed it 25 years later. And this other envelope, Tara Baker, 1/20/2001. It says vaginal swab, and then swab is crossed off, and it's got someone's initials, JCF, which is not this witness because his name is Andrew FALZON. And then swab is crossed off, and it says smears. And it looks like this is number 2D. And that is where we are right now. 2D. J, rectal swab. 2K, oral swab. This is States Exhibit 25. This is where the numbering is making me crazy. States Exhibit 25, but it's 2J. This is 25 is 2H. It also says oral swabbing. But he's going to tell us, he's going to give a reason or an excuse. This is 2I, which is States 26, which also says oral swabbing. And he's saying, I wouldn't have taken two. I wouldn't have taken 2 oral swabbings. So yeah, I'm going to blame it on the tech. Let's hear what his excuse is and tell me if you think it's reasonable.
2 different sets of oral swabs. Would you have collected 2 different sets of oral swabs back in 2001?
No.
What, if anything, can you attribute to the fact that 2 of those are labeled oral swabs and there is not one labeled vaginal swabs?
The swabs are collected during the course of the autopsy. As indicated in the report, I collected oral, anal, and vaginal swabs. Once the swabs are collected, as soon as they are removed, we take the swab tip and create the smear. So the swab is prepared. The smear is prepared, the smear is packaged. Because the swab is moist, if it is packaged right away, because of the moisture, mold grows on the tips of the cotton tips of the swabs. So the swabs have to be air dried prior to packaging. Every autopsy, the doctor has an assistant to help with the case. So the swabs would be placed in a small cabinet marked with the name, and it would be marked oral, anal, and vaginal. And the technician would package those swabs once they have air dried and package and label those.
Was that common policy and procedure at the crime lab back in 2001?
It was.
I was just thinking that, Emily. Moist smears,
I did want to go back
swabs. Cringy.
and ask a few more questions about the fact that Miss Baker had a broken hyoid bone, and you've described what that bone is. Can you talk just a little bit more about the hyoid bone in general in a young person like Miss Baker?
The hyoid bone, like I said, is a C-shaped bone that sits just above the voice box. Initially, the bone is a little bit pliable. Young people have softer bones. As we grow older, that bone starts to get more calcified and become more brittle. So in younger people, you're less likely to see fractures of the hyoid bone as opposed to older people. But again, in this case, there were fractures both on the right and the left-hand side of the hyoid bone.
And based on that observation and your knowledge of that part of the human anatomy, do you have an opinion as to the amount of force that would have been necessary to break that bone?
It was a significant amount of force.
Like a strangulation.
And to follow up on that a little bit more, Dr. Falzon, you've described the ligature previously and the ligature marks on Miss Baker. Now, with the hyoid bone as well, do you have an opinion as to, and again, taking into account all of your observations from Miss Baker's autopsy, do you have an opinion as to the manner in which that strangulation with the ligature occurred?
Like I said earlier, the ligature encircled the entire neck. So it passed from behind, looped in the front, and then the ends of the ligature held on each side.
And anything about the existence of those defensive wounds on Miss Baker's left hand that we previously described, is that significant in any way as to your findings related to the ligature?
I wouldn't say to the ligature. It's more in relationship to the
stabbing.
stab wound.
I understand. Dr. Falzon, those are all the questions I have for now. Mr. Cruz will have some questions.
This is wild.
Mr. Cruz,
because
cross-examination.
I would have objected to that because the proper phraseology for an expert witness's opinion is, Doctor, do you have an opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to blah, 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 blah? Well, he didn't say that. He just said, do you have an opinion? Maybe Georgia's different, but if there's any Georgia barred attorneys in the chat, please let me know.
Thank you, Early.
Here's Cross.
May I move the podium, please?
You may, absolutely.
Boy, he's going to ask for permission to breathe at this point. She's already been off on him at least once today. Don't worry, we love you, Attorney Cruz.
Thank you.
We're here for you. We do love you.
Good morning, Dr. Falzon.
Morning.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Faust. Do you recall you and I speaking previously? Okay. Would you agree with the statement that Ms. Baker had a height of approximately 69 inches and weighed 113 pounds.
Correct.
Is it fair to state that Ms. Baker's earlobes were each pierced with a stud-type earring with a clear stone in each earlobe?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that Ms. Baker had blunt force trauma to the head?
Correct.
And you previously admitted that you took photographs of Ms. Baker's condition. Is that fair?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 5. May I approach?
Your Honor, I would ask that Mr. Cruz show me the exhibit before he.
That's correct.
May I approach him?
Okay.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of Ms. Baker as you saw her?
Yes, it is.
Does that photograph, does that photograph appear to be altered in any way?
Not to my recollection. I can't say that I think it's an altered, no.
That's fair. Are those injuries consistent with the injuries that you witnessed on Ms. Baker?
They are.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 5 into evidence.
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
May I approach Dr. FALZON? Dr. FALZON, you stated in your autopsy report that contusions also surround the anal region. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you identified the contusion as a 4.5 by 7 centimeter contusion that surrounds the anus. Is that accurate?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 6. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 6. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let the record reflect that I've provided Dr. FALZON with Defense Exhibit 6. Dr. FALZON, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, you do.
Is it fair to describe that there are 2 photographs of Ms. Baker's anus and 1 photograph of Ms. Baker's upper body, chest to head?
Correct.
Would you agree that the contusions that surround the anus support that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally?
Yes.
May I approach? Okay. Oh, here. Your Honor, I move to admit Defense Exhibit 6 into evidence.
No, Your Honor.
But according to Chris, the boyfriend, they didn't do it that way. And so therefore he couldn't be guilty. Trust me, bro. That's what they said in their opening, the prosecution.
And I would like to publish Exhibit 6. And just to make sure we're clear, these are photos of her anus and her upper body. Is that right?
Correct.
He said she was 69 inches tall. I'm going to go with 5'9" on that. 69 inches tall. 5'9" and 113 pounds. This is brutal. It is brutal.
The state spoke with you about
where are you getting
the
4
packaging
foot
on
11? Where are you
states.
getting 4 foot 11? I heard him say 69 inches.
Exhibit. May I see those exhibits? Are those exhibits of interest? On states exhibit 25.
All right, there seems to be some sort of discrepancy in the chat, so I want to go back and listen to that again.
Is that accurate?
Correct.
Also surround the anal region. Excuse me. Does that photograph appear to be?
He's at
Bad
69,
person.
right?
5. Okay. I like to show you what from a ring with a clear stone in each earlobe. Is it fair to state that Miss Baker's earlobes are 13 pounds? Okay. Would you agree with the statement that Miss Baker had a height of approximately 69 inches and weighed 113 pounds?
Can we agree that he said 69 inches? That is 5'9", 69 inches and 113 pounds. And there's a lot of bickering in the chat, so I had to disprove it.
Correct.
Is it fair to state that Miss Baker's earlobes were each pierced with a stud type earring?
Go back to where we
what's
were.
in either pack. Okay. So, Dr. Falzon, is it possible items to ensure accuracy? The way that these are packaged, just at 26, and may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Go back a little bit.
With you about the packaging on state's exhibit. May I see those exhibits? Are those exhibits of interest?
Yeah, state's exhibit. He's going to talk about the packaging and the mislabeling now. Yeah. 2001. That was when heroin.
On state's exhibit 25 and state's
Any-
exhibit 26. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
She was also in law school. She probably was under a lot of
Just to
stress.
refresh you on what those are. And you recognize these from direct examination, correct?
Correct.
You stated that the way that these are packaged, and please stop me at any time if I say it wrong, I just want to confirm that I heard you correctly, that you get a vaginal swab, you then make a smear out of it, but because mold may get on the swab if you leave it out, mold may get on the swab because it's wet, you leave it out to air dry, and then a technician would package it up later. Is that correct? Did I understand it correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. The question I have for you, does no one check the technician when he labels or she labels the items to ensure accuracy?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So, Dr. Falzon, is it possible?
Bang, bang. Yeah, can we don't body shame here either way. We don't body shame whether somebody is considered to be over the customary weight chart or under the customary weight chart. So we can do better. We can do better. What's more important to me here is the mislabeling of the evidence and the fact that nobody checks it. And he just admitted that on the stand, and we're all missing it because everyone's talking about how they think the victim, her weight was. We don't do that here. Okay. Thank you.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. For you, does no one check the technician when he labels or she labels the items to ensure accuracy?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Nope.
So, Dr. Falzon, is it possible I'll ask you this way. If no one checks, how do we ensure what's in either package?
It should have O, A, and V in front of each and every swab, the respective swab.
If it's checked.
Obviously, it wasn't done correctly in this case.
Correct. Are you aware that it is extremely important to collect and store swabs a certain way if DNA is involved?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that if it's done incorrectly, it could affect the results of any subsequent DNA testing of those items?
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you. Excellent. Poke holes in their case. Poke holes in everything that he's doing right now is leading towards reasonable doubt. Right? It's important to have it labeled. If it's not labeled properly, couldn't that affect the results of any testing? This murder was 25 years ago, you guys, 25 years ago.
In regards to the way that the swabbing takes place, for oral swabs, if you remember, did you do swabbing of the lips, the cheeks together, or is that something you would do individually?
It would be done individually. So we would put the swabs in the space between the cheek and the teeth, and then insert it into the mouth, or into the oral cavity.
So one swab would start with teeth. Say that again one more time. I'm sorry.
In the space between the cheek and the teeth, and then insert it into the oral cavity itself.
Okay, but we don't do the area in front of the teeth and the lip.
No.
Okay. So teeth and cheek and oral cavity, I'm assuming, is just
inside the mouth.
Excellent. Thank you. In regards to the stabbing, I believe the state. Can I use your knife? I believe the state asked you to do a demonstration of your opinion of the way the stabbing took place.
Correct.
We watched it.
Is that the only way Ms. Baker's stabbing could have occurred?
Given the direction of the wound, that is the most plausible explanation for that. I don't know if you had any other
ideas,
explanations that I could assess as to whether they're plausible or not.
Well, I may have one.
Okay.
But the question that I'm asking now is the demonstration that that was performed on direct. Is that the only way that the stabbing could have happened?
I mean, there could be other ways. I mean, if you had a left-handed individual,
so I'm left-handed, face to face, and if I was to do it this way, we would get the same result?
Essentially, yes.
Right.
Oh, so it didn't have to be from behind. He said, I'm left-handed, and he did a little example. So come and watch his little demonstration, defense attorney's demonstration. Because on direct, the prosecutor got up, had them and stood behind the medical examiner, or vice versa, I don't remember at this point, and made it look like it had to have happened from behind. Take a look at the screen if you can.
Face to face.
A left-handed individual. I mean, there could be other ways. I mean, if you had a left-handed individual,
so I'm left-handed, face to face, and if I was to do it this way, we would get the same result.
Essentially, yes.
Right.
Okay, essentially, yes. Wow.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Wonder who's left-handed in this case. Wonder if either one of the two of them are left-handed. We haven't learned much about the knife yet, about whether it was found in the house or brought. I don't even, did they?
Just to confirm, the next exhibit, would that be Defense Exhibit 7?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Falzone, I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let the record reflect that I'm showing Dr. Falzone what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8. Dr. Falzone, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8 as additional photographs of Ms. Baker's anus?
Yes.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of Ms. Baker's anus as you remember?
Yes, but it also has the vulva with the burn injuries that I mentioned earlier on the direct.
Can I approach?
Sure. The burn across the upper.
Where's the vulva?
That would be here.
What is this here?
That would be the anal region down there.
Yeah,
Well, you need to tender them. That's right. Any objection about exhibit 7 or 8? They are admitted and you may publish, Mr. Cruz.
Well, that would be the vulva again, different orientation. Mm-hmm.
They're not going to show them to us. Don't worry.
Okay, all right. If media would just turn their cameras off, we're going to post these pictures. Thank you.
Poor family sitting there having to look at this.
We're going to continue on and schedule.
That's right, Emily. Dr. La Posada would never allow mislabeling ever. She would have checked and double checked and triple checked and quadruple checked. It's a blank screen right now. They're not going to show us the photos, and I'm praise be. We'll just FF it a little bit.
You were going to use the. I thought.
The state, your attention to Dr. Falzone. I'd like to direct your attention to the screen, okay? I believe when you were on direct examination with the state, and can you look over here, Doctor, just so I can point to it for you.
The screen is black because the media had to shut their cameras off while the photos are up for the jury.
Just make it just a tad bit smaller. A little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. A little bit more. All right, about right there. You mentioned that this area was her vagina. Is that right?
Correct. Her detritus, yeah, the vulva.
Okay. And you said this area here is her
Anus. And this would be above her pubic area where the purple area is. That's a post-mortem burn artifact.
Okay, so the question I have for you, and I may need to use another exhibit if you don't see it, is it possible that she would have pubic hair around her anus, but no hair around her vagina? Okay. I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
I didn't even hear his answer. Wait a minute.
Around her anus, but no hair around her vagina?
I didn't hear the
I
answer.
have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
We'll see if they put their camera back up.
Hi, any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Dr. Falzone, I think in connection with Defense Exhibit 6, Thank you. When you were asked questions about Defense Exhibit 6, I believe you were asked a question as something to the effect of, with the injuries to Miss Baker's anus being consistent with sexual assault.
Correct.
You recall that question? And just to be clear, would that also apply to the injuries that you observed to her vagina?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Would the injuries that you observed to her vagina also be consistent with sexual assault?
Correct.
And as it relates to either of those, does a sexual assault necessarily indicate that there's going to be the presence of any physical evidence recovered on that sexual assault kit?
Not necessarily.
What could be some reasons why that might be, sir?
I mean, one would expect to find DNA related to semen, but there may not be semen present there. I mean, the individual may not have ejaculated. A condom may have been used. A foreign object may have been used. So there's multiple explanations as to why DNA may not be recovered.
And are you familiar with the idea of, or the, I guess the phenomenon of drainage, sir?
Fluids travel by gravity.
Okay.
So, yeah.
He made a big deal about this in his opening. The prosecutor did, drainage, and how it could be there for 120 hours afterwards. And this witness looks taken completely by surprise. I don't know, what are you talking about, drainage? Let's take that back a moment. I know we have to, but it's horrible. This was in the opening.
DNA may not be recovered. The individual may not have ejaculated. A condom may have been used. A foreign object may have been used. So there's multiple explanations as to why DNA may not be recovered.
And are you familiar with the idea of, or the, I guess the phenomenon of drainage, sir?
Fluids travel by gravity.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's all I was asking. Thank you. And then also on cross-examination, you were asked if the labeling of the items, the question that I heard was that the labeling affects the results of the DNA testing. My question to you, sir, is could the fact, let me think of the best way to ask this. Does the labeling itself, what is marked on a certain exhibit, have anything to do with the results of any testing of what is inside?
It would impact the interpretation of it.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Any requests, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. Just
Go ahead.
one thing with Defense Exhibit 6. May I publish Defense Exhibit 6 to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes. How did you want to do that? On your computer?
No, I was just going to hand them.
That's fine.
May I approach you, Dr. Falzon?
Thank you.
He's like, yeah, it doesn't really matter if it's
And for the record,
mislabeled.
Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 6 was identified as Ms. Baker's anus and the upper area of her body. But otherwise, Your Honor, I thank you. I have no other questions for Dr. Falzon. Thank you so much for your service, sir.
What's our question there?
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Bolden, any other questions of this witness? May this witness be excused. Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
You are free to go, sir. You may call your next witness.
Thank you for your service.
Katie LAHNSTEIN.
Who'd you get? Katie Longstein. Thank you.
I have a little bit of room to fast forward here. Very interesting testimony from the medical examiner. The prosecutor made it seem like, oh, not a big deal if it's mislabeled, right? It would just, affect the interpretation of the results. Not a big deal, right? You're trying a cold case here that is 25 years old. Labeling matters. The storage of the samples matters too. That doesn't seem to be an issue here, but labeling absolutely matters. Wow. There's the judge. My freeze game is on point today.
Ma'am, if you would. Ma'am, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. If you would, please speak towards the microphone, and if you would state and spell your name for the record.
Yes, my full name is Catherine LAHNSTEIN, KATHERINE LAHNSTEIN, but everybody calls me Katie.
All right. Ms. LAHNSTEIN, what professional field are you involved in?
I'm an attorney
Okay. And where did you attend law school?
here at the University of Georgia.
And what years did you attend school at the University of Georgia?
2000 to 2003
Before you got to UGA, where did you complete your undergraduate degree?
at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville.
All right. And in law school, can you describe the way during the first year of law school that the student body is divided?
Yes, so we're divided into 3 sections, X, Y, and Z. And you have all of your classes with the folks that are in your section for your entire first year.
And while you were in law school, did you ever meet an individual named Tara Louise Baker?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when did you meet Tara?
Very first day of law school, we were in orientation, and that was the moment.
And so when you say that was the moment, it seems like it was a quick friendship. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes, literally from that moment, Tara and I and another woman named Jenya became very good friends. I don't remember many moments of law school after that we weren't together, studying, walking, anything.
All right. So can you explain to the jury kind of the academic rigor involved in that first year of law school?
Yes, exhausting. You are in class 5 to 8 hours a day, then you are studying another 5 to 6 hours a day. If you're lucky, you sleep some, eat some, but it is one of the hardest things I've ever done in my entire life.
That experience, and in particular, sharing it with the same people in every class, did you find that to increase or impact the way relationships were forged at all?
Yes, you form these bonds through the stress that you're going through. You're all learning the same thing, you're all studying the same things, and you're all exhausted in the same way. People would form friendships that would turn into marriages. People would form friendships that turned into lifelong friendships. It's just unlike anything I've been through before. It's like being in the trenches, I suppose, although, I don't know other way to describe it.
All right. And so would you say that would you characterize your relationship with Miss Baker as falling into that category of relationships?
Yes, I would say from early on, I have called her one of my best friends. And I know it feels too short, but I don't know how to describe it other than if you don't go through that sort of very difficult thing with someone and it bonds you in this really particular way.
And as it relates, I think you've already testified to this, but there are 3 sections. You take all your classes with that section that you're in. Is that right?
Yes, first and second semester, your whole first year.
Okay. I'm going to show Your Honor, Mr. Cruz, what's marked as State's Exhibit 34. And Your Honor, I ask for permission to approach the witness and then continue to move freely through the well of the court as I question her. Ms. LAHNSTEIN, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 34. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that. Once you've had a chance to review it, let me know.
Yes, I have seen it.
Okay.
I looked at it.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, this is the schedule from our second semester, so in beginning of January 2001 here at law school. Mhm.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what your schedule was for that semester of law school beginning in January of 2001?
It does.
Judge, I move to tender State's 34 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is in there.
And Your Honor, I'm not going to necessarily ask to publish this to the jury at this point, but I'm going to hand it back to Ms. LAHNSTEIN. As it relates to Fridays for y'all, did y'all have classes on Fridays?
Yes.
All right. And what classes did you have?
We had property property, tort, and civil procedure.
Okay. And property, was that the first class of the day?
Yes.
All right. And what time did that property class start?
9:30 in the morning.
And I don't think we covered this, but are you still practicing law?
Yes, I am.
All right. Where do you practice law?
I live in Washington, D.C., and I work for an agency called the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation.
And so backing up now, back to January of 2001, I want to ask you about a Thursday evening, which would have been January 18th of 2001. Would you and Miss Baker ever study together?
Frequently, if not every day.
Okay. And so where would y'all study when you studied?
So the law library always, but there are different parts of the law library. There's this sort of first room you come into that has these big windows and it's very sun filled but it's a more casual part where people sometimes have conversations. So sometimes you would study there if you were doing a study group or if you were just reading and it wasn't too intense. And then there's this walkway you can go through and you go into the quiet part of the library. And that's where you would go if you were studying for an exam, trying to write a paper, trying to focus.
Okay. And so that evening on that Thursday, were you and Miss Baker studying together?
Yes, we were in the quiet part of the library.
Okay. And as best you recall, I recognize as we sit here, it's been over 25 years since that night. Do you recall about when Miss Baker may have arrived at the law library to study with you?
Yes, I think she got there around 7:30.
Okay.
And I do believe that this night will be forever ingrained in this woman's memory. She will never forget one moment about what happened the night before her best friend from law school was murdered, because she will have replayed it over and over in her mind every single day, probably since it happened. Let me know what you think.
Do you recall what y'all may have been working on?
I believe it was a paper. It was definitely more than just like marking our law books because we both had our computers. So I believe we were writing something. And I know it sounds early because it was early in the semester, but that's just law school for you.
And as it relates to kind of that semester and Miss Baker's plans, was she approaching that semester with any kind of renewed or I guess elevated level of commitment to her grades?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we all were, but she was the most organized. So she had a definite plan, whereas people like me were like, I'll try harder. But the end of our first semester was probably a bit of a shock to all of us, or, grades are hard. So her plan was to be more rigorous about her time in the library and to sort of make it into a job, like ending time, definite stay for the whole period.
Many law students fail out their first year of law school. It is definitely, they thin the herd, as we say, in the first year of law school. Many don't make it. It is very, very, very difficult and rigorous. Get called on in class, and you better know the case when you stand up to answer the questions. And there's something like 400 to 600 pages of reading every night. It's no joke.
And is there any particular ending time that you recall that Ms. Baker was committed to?
Yes, it was 10 p.m.
Okay. So that evening, did you stay till 10 p.m.?
I did not. I had been at the library before. She had joined me there. So at that point, I was ready earlier than she was to go home. So I probably left around, I want to say around 9. Could have been a little bit later, but probably around 9.
Okay. And so was Ms. Baker the type of person who had a lot of concern for the people around her?
Yes. I had to walk to school from based on where I lived. I lived just over the railroad tracks, above where the Blind Pig Tavern used to be. And so not the safest of routes. So anytime I had left the library or school or anywhere before her, she would insist that I call her when I got home.
And so the area that you're describing, please correct me if I'm incorrect, but if you come down East Campus Road, going from North Campus to South Campus, and you turn left onto Research Drive, I believe it is, it goes by that area that you're talking about.
I think that's right.
Yeah, sorry.
No, sorry.
Go ahead, but I think I misnamed that street, but if you turn left underneath where the railroad tracks go over, is that what you're talking about?
It's in that direction, yes. It's actually been torn down and is a parking lot now, but that's the right direction, yes.
Okay. And so did she had that concern, did she ask you to do anything? Well, and that's going to call for hearsay. So I'm going to withdraw that question, Your Honor. Were you supposed to do anything when you got home?
Yes, I was supposed to call her when I got home, and I did not.
All right. And so did you receive a phone call that evening?
Yes, she
has lived with that every single day of her life, that she was supposed to call her when she got home. She didn't. She's becoming very emotional, in case you're not watching your screen. And she's thought about that every day, probably, of her life. And Blessed Mom from Texas says, I don't know, nowadays I'm trusting defense attorneys more than prosecutors wearing the white hats. For too many DAs, far too many DAs are shady. Please vote if you can. Local level so important. Love to all. Thank you for your 10. And let's take that back one sentence. Look at her face. She's like, I was supposed to call her when I got home, and I didn't.
Yes, I was supposed to call her when I got home, and I did not.
All right. And so did you receive a phone call that evening?
Yes, she called me about 9:30, maybe 9:45, and then she admonished me, scolded me because I had failed to call her, but I just didn't mean anything bad. I just forgot.
Okay. Do you need a cup of water or a moment?
I have some. Thank you so much.
There's some tissues over there beside you if you see them and need them. Is that the last time you ever talked to Tara?
Yeah. I think the last thing she ever said to me was, I said, hello. And she said, you did not call me. And I said, I know, I'm so sorry. And she said, but you're okay? I said, I am. And she said, all right, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And that was kind of it.
So when you say I'll talk to you tomorrow, this is Thursday night.
Yes.
So tomorrow would be Friday, January 19th, 2001. Is that right?
Yes.
I would just object to any questions. I've given counsel leeway. I didn't want to just make.
All right.
I would ask the court to instruct them to ask appropriate questions.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection if you will rephrase your questions to be non-leading.
Yeah, he was leading.
Yes, Your Honor. What day would the next day have been?
January 19th, 2001.
And what day of the week would that have been?
Friday.
Okay. And so on Friday, what would y'all's first class of the day have been?
I believe it was property.
All right. And I think we already talked about this, but about what time did that start?
At 9:30 in the morning.
Was Tara in class?
No, she was not.
Was that something that was unusual for Tara?
It was. And we did, I recall my friends and I discussing it, but we thought, well, it's her birthday weekend. Maybe she slept in,
Okay. Did she show up for any of her classes after that?
No.
The same objection. We've had 3 meetings state.
Objection leading.
Questions appropriate.
All right, so the prior two questions were leading. I'm going to sustain your objection with regard to that and ask the state to make sure that you rephrase and you don't lead your witness. The last question was actually not a leading question, so I'll overrule your objection with regard to the last question. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think the last question I asked you is, did Tara show up for any of your classes that day?
She did not show up for any of our classes. No.
Okay. Were there any plans that y'all had for that evening?
Yes. As I said, it was her birthday weekend. So we had all planned to meet at a bar called The Winery just after class. And we did go. Her friends and I went, and she was not there.
Okay. When did you find out what had happened to Tara?
The next morning on January 20th.
Okay. How is it that you learned about Tara's murder?
A friend of mine from law school named Jim Davis called me, and he said, Katie, I'm so sorry, but Tara's died. And I yelled at him, and I was very mean. I told him he was not funny, and then I hung up on him. And then I called our friends. We called them the Ericks because they lived in the same house. So I called the Ericks, and one of them answered. And I said, Eric, Jim has said the most insane thing to me. And he said that Tara died. So I need you to go get your paper and tell me he's wrong. And he did. He went out, and when he came back onto the line, he was just very shaken. And he said, Katie, I'm sorry. She died. I don't remember her.
It's
Any,
hearsay.
response, Mr. Yellowman-Shilley, with regard to the hearsay objection.
Ms. LAHNSTEIN, I think the court's instruction to you would be, and my instruction is that please don't talk about in your answer anything anyone else said to you.
Fair enough.
The objection.
I apologize. After that, I asked the friend that I was with to get me a newspaper. So that person did purchase me a newspaper. And then I saw the headline, Student Slain. And then the next thing I remember is I fell down, and then I started crying, and I don't know when I stopped, but that's how I found out.
Student slain was the headline of the newspaper. So Tara does not show up for classes on Friday at all. They're supposed to meet Friday evening. I don't know what time she said it was happy hour. They were going to a wine bar. They all showed up. Tara didn't show up. And Katie doesn't find out until the next day, Saturday, that she was slain. And she finds out because she told her friend, one of the Ericks, to go buy a newspaper. And that's how she found out. So nobody checked on her on Friday, I guess. And I'm sure this woman to this day feels very guilty. This was Saturday that it was a headline. The murder, her body was discovered on the Friday that she didn't go to class and didn't meet them for her own birthday. So sad.
I want to ask you a little more about your relationship with Tara. And I think, Jenya also seems to have been part of this group. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would Tara share things with y'all that she didn't share with kind of the rest of the law school section and class?
That is my perception, yes.
Okay. Was there anything related to her last name that she shared with you that she didn't share with the rest of the law school section and class, to your knowledge?
Yes. To my knowledge, this was something she kept a little more private. Her name had been Barker. It was the name of the man who was her biological father, and she had changed it pretty close to law school, from my understanding, to Baker, which is the man she calls her daddy. His last name.
Okay. Were you aware of whether or not Tara was dating anyone?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that person, if you know?
His name was Chris. I'm sorry, I don't remember his last name, but yes, she was dating Chris, and she'd been dating him for a while, as far as I knew.
Did Tara, and I'm not asking you to get into anything Tara said to you, okay, but did she ever talk to you about Chris?
Yes, in a very normal way. We talked about our friends, we talked about our families, we talked about our relationships. I myself was in a relationship with at a time, so we shared stories like that.
What was, based on those conversations with Tara, what was your impression of their relationship?
That it was good. She was positive. She would smile when she talked about him. No, nothing except for happy.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much, Ms. LAHNSTEIN.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
This will be good.
Sorry for your loss, Ms. LAHNSTEIN. Your Honor, I do not have any questions, but I would ask if we could approach.
All right, may I approach?
No cross for this witness, but they're going to be approaching. We're a little bit behind, so we have the opportunity to fast forward a little bit. The judge is getting all bug-eyed while she's looking at Mr. Cruz, CREWS. I'm waiting for a hot mic. Nothing except for happy. Well, maybe she didn't tell her girlfriend everything, I mean, who knows? We did have landlines back then, 25 years ago. It's quite a long sidebar, but it's a front bar because they're coming in front of the bench instead of to the side of the bench.
Don't talk about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you for right now. If you'll go into the jury room, don't talk about the case. We'll be with you shortly. There are some things I need to take up outside your presence. Thank you. All right, Mr. Cruz, do you want to clarify your question and see if I understand what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Before our trial, I filed residual hearsay motions. The Honorable Court entered an order stating that I could not ask any witness anything about what Ms. Baker told them until, I believe you prefaced it on, depending on what Chris Melton's testimony was. You said you would make a ruling after, I'm going to paraphrase, you would make a ruling once Chris Melton testified. You instructed me that in opening, I could not mention anything that Ms. Baker may have said to anyone. And as you know, in opening yesterday, I was held in contempt for making a statement that Chris Melton made that the Honorable Courts, that Mr. Yalamachili asked for, and the Honorable Court granted, saying that I violated Rule 412 based on me stating that Mr. Melton stated she must have been with someone else when he was told that somebody else's DNA was found after he knew for 25 years somebody else's DNA was, or at least he was told DNA was present. Based on yesterday, I said, well, look, I need to be conservative. I don't want to offend the court in any way. I don't want the court to think I'm doing anything intentional when I'm not. So I assumed that Ahmad, don't speak on anything regarding Tara Baker's statements until the Honorable Court makes a ruling. However, Mr. Yalamachili just asked Ms. LAHNSTEIN, based on what Tara Baker told you, what is your impression of the relationship? And I looked at the Honorable Court to see if the Honorable Court was going to say anything. Nothing was said. So that's why I came to the bench to just get clarity. And the only thing I want to do, Your Honor, I just don't want to offend you. I don't want to offend you. Yesterday, I got held in contempt, and I didn't even realize that I was doing something that was improper. So I'm trying to make sure I'm walking on eggshells for Your Honor. I'm trying to make sure I do everything right for Your Honor. So I just want clarity that if that question is okay based on the court's order. That's the only thing I want clarity on. Can I ask witnesses based on what Ms. Baker told them What is their impression there of the relationship with Chris Melton and Ms. Baker?
Oh, he's asking for a clarification of the court's prior written ruling, which I do not have because we just jumped into this trial yesterday, but I will try and find it. This is not the DA, but his name is, and I was curious about how to pronounce it. The DA's name is Kalki Yalamanchili, because Mr. Cruz just said it. Yalamanchili. And he is also at the table, and he was just questioning this witness, Katie, the law school friend of the victim, Tara Baker.
All right, Mr. Cruz, you are mischaracterizing the court's order completely. Yesterday's moments were based on a ruling that the court made on January 21st with regard to the state's appropriate filing of a 412 motion. And we've said this, we've discussed this over and over again. And the court has noted over and over again that the defense did not file a 412 motion. The defense only acknowledged in open court to the state with regard to their motion that the only person that they would introduce or attempt to introduce evidence for with regard to any exception for 412 was Mr. Melton. And we've discussed over and over again the fact that should the defense wish to attempt to introduce evidence other than Mr. Melton, that a proper motion had to be filed. We've talked about that over and over again. Yesterday, I made a finding that you first attempted to circumnavigate that policy, that procedure, by insinuating certain things in your opening. The state made an objection. I sustained it. And I had a pretty lengthy discussion with counsel outside the presence of the jury, warning counsel not to do that. When you did it again, the state made an objection. I sent the jury out, and that's when I made a finding of contempt after allowing you certainly to explain yourself. And I found that that was a violation of the court's order with regard to 412. And so your characterization for the court about what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say is not, does not comport with what happened yesterday. The motion that you filed, notice of intention to introduce residual hearsay testimony, is in relation to certain statements that you are asking the court to admit. They are pending. And they are pending because I made, and you appropriately said this, it will depend on how the evidence unfolds. And we will take up these motions again if necessary as the case proceeds. But there is nothing improper in the way that Mr. Yalamanchili asked that question. And it has nothing to do with 412. It doesn't have anything to do with my prohibition that I gave the defense. I think the insinuation that the court is being unfair and allowing one side to do something and the other side not to do something is absolutely mischaracterizing my order. And so I'm responding to your comments, Mr. Cruz. If you have an objection to the state's questions, you certainly may present it right now, and I will make a ruling.
This is the situation the defense is in. I am handcuffed. Being held in contempt is a very severe sanction against an attorney. It is very severe. So what I have to navigate is being respectful to the court, also following the law, but most importantly, following the court's orders. The state, they have no prohibitions on him. I can't argue consent. The court said, well, you can't say anything about consent in regards to the DNA. Mr. Yalamanchili, who got up yesterday and said, oh, Mr. Cruz is so disingenuous. This prosecution is disingenuous. This guy is innocent. The evidence will show he's clearly innocent. So, but I won't go there. But we have restrictions. We have restrictions on us that the state does not have. So what I have to do, because I've been held in contempt, is I have to make sure I don't do anything that'll surprise me like it did yesterday.
Okay,
So when,
Mr. Cruz, I would like to
Yes. If you were not here yesterday, he was held in contempt and fined $1,000. And she said, you need to bring your $1,000 with you tomorrow by 9 a.m. She also, said, I gave you a courtesy this morning when you were 20 minutes late, although I know why you were 20 minutes late. And we're all thinking maybe he had to get to the bank. I don't know. Her bias is on full display. There was a motion to recuse this judge prior to the trial, I am told. And there was another judge who decided it that said no. And so he is walking on eggshells, and that does not give him the freedom to zealously represent his client, which is what you are sworn to do as an attorney. Zealously represent your client. And I sympathize with his position. It's crazy, right? All right, here we go. Let's hear what she's got to say about this.
respond this way. Your characterization of being handcuffed, so you speak, is very unfortunate. And I think that is an unfortunate way to address the fact that the only reason that we're having this discussion is because you have not filed the appropriate motions for the court to take up. And the ruling that the court made about whether the defense can introduce a defense of consent and other things that you mentioned are because, and we have talked about this many times, that you have failed to file the proper motions. Because when you file the proper motions, the court will hear argument as to whether your motions are appropriate, as to whether the evidence you are seeking to admit is admissible. And if that is not done, then what you're seeking to admit is not allowed. And that is just the law. And so to characterize the court's allowing one party to do things and the other side being, in your words, handcuffed is not accurate. It is misleading. That is not why the court made a finding of contempt yesterday. I'm not going to go back over my finding, but suffice it to say, I think I was pretty thorough on the record twice about whether the defense was allowed to say certain things. The rulings that I have made that supported the court's comments yesterday are in the record. They are on the record. And Mr. Cruz, you are very well aware of the reasons that the court made those rulings. And so unless and until the defense files the proper motion, which would then provide the atmosphere for both sides to argue as to whether the evidence you're asking to admit is admissible, it is prohibited. And that is the law. And so I'm not going to argue with you about that. I think your characterization of what is allowed and is not allowed is mischaracterized. I can't think of another way to say it.
Your Honor, we gave
Yes.
5 cases that 412 did not apply to a defendant saying that to a rape allegation, he's raising the defense.
I'm not going to revisit that moment, Mr.
Yes,
Cruz. I've already made my ruling.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it is not appropriate to re-argue that you're right and the court is wrong. There is another venue for that.
Yes, ma'am.
I've made a ruling, and you certainly can take it up if necessary.
The other venue would be an appellate court.
In another venue. But for now, I'm not going to revisit that ruling.
Yes, ma'am.
I've made that ruling. And unless until you are filing the appropriate motions to be heard, and I've told you yesterday that if you do file those motions, even though they are not timely, I will consider them. But until then, my ruling does stand. And so I just need to ask you your objection right now so that I know that I've finally finished making whatever ruling it is with regard to what Mr. Yalaman-Chile was talking about.
So I didn't have an objection. That's why I approached the
Okay.
bench. The question that I was asking, because
Yes.
maybe I'm misinterpreting what the Honorable Court instructed me to do and to stay away from. I just want to know, because what I'm scared of is I ask the question, Mr. Yalaman-Chile hops up, Judge, he's done this on purpose, hold him in contempt again. I'm just asking, Judge, is it okay? And we could have kept it at the bench. Is it okay? I just want to be clear. Is it okay if I ask witnesses the exact question? based on what Ms. Baker told you and what she discussed in her relationship, what was your impression about Ms. Baker's and Chris Melton's relationship? Is that an okay question for me to ask?
Yes, it is, sir.
Yes,
That's what the state just asked.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that was one of the moments with regard to that particular witness, Mr. Melton, that was basically properly noticed by the defense to the state, because we had a hearing where we had that discussion. And so even though that notice was an oral notice as opposed to a written motion, we had that discussion in court. My ruling on the 21st was based on that acknowledgement by the defense to the state in proper form. So yes, sir. The answer to your question is yes. Mr. Yalmachili, did you want to respond at all? I've been talking with Mr. Cruz. You're the other party. If you'd like to make a response, you may.
Well,
And then Mr. Cruz, you'll have the last word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court said, the issue Mr. Cruz actually raised at the bench where the discussion started had nothing to do with 412. The court's already said we're not revisiting the long discussions. The court's reviewed all the cases, made its ruling in accordance with the laws of the state of Georgia. I just want to, I guess, establish for purposes of the record that Mr. Cruz filed a notice of intent to introduce residual hearsay statements. So asking to actually elicit hearsay from witnesses. The court withheld its ruling. I do want to say that at least, and I don't have a transcript in front of me, but I think Mr. Cruz has misconstrued the court's order as it related to that, which was we are going to hold rulings on this notice until such time as there has been testimony from the witness and some of the predicate requirements may be met about truthfulness. And then the court, obviously it will be in your discretion even to admit or deny the introduction of those statements. But I just want to establish for the record, the state did not elicit any hearsay statement regarding Ms. Baker saying what it was about the relationship. We established foundation that this is a person who had discussions with Ms. Baker about her relationship, and we laid a foundation that they had a close and trusted friendship, and then just asked her about her impressions of their relationship. So I just want to make that clear for the record.
And I think that's an important distinction. So, Mr. Cruz, with regard to your question, let's go back to your question. Your question about eliciting information about the witness's impression of any status of relationship between Ms. Baker and Mr. Melton is certainly permissible. The state just asked it. The defense can ask the same thing. What neither party can do right now is elicit hearsay testimony. And let me just rephrase so we're on the same page. Because sometimes these things can get very technical, and I want to make sure that all parties are on the same page, and that is this. For example, asking a question of this witness or any witness, based on what Ms. Baker told you, do you have an opinion on X, Y, and Z? At the moment, that's not a permissible question, right? Because it is eliciting hearsay. The way that Mr. Yalmachili has just phrased what he asked this witness is permissible based on your relation. I'm not going to tell you how to make your question, but something to the effect of how he just phrased it, based on your relationship with a certain person, the hours you spent together, the things that you discussed, do you have an impression of the relationship? That kind of a question is permissible. The state just asked something like that. The defense has every right to respond and ask the same kind of a question. But eliciting actual hearsay testimony is not permissible at this point. Does that make sense?
I agree with the Honorable Court's ruling. I just wanted to make sure that I'm within the proper parameters and just let Honorable Court know, exactly where we're coming from as the defense. It's new ground when a prosecutor stands up and says, Judge, this attorney has said something and he should be held in contempt, and he's held in contempt. When the statement, again, that Chris Melton said she must have been with someone else when confronted with DNA has nothing to do with 412. I am very familiar with the 412 statute. That has nothing to do with 412.
We're not.
Go ahead, John.
I'm sorry, Judge. Just because Mr. Cruz has directly referenced statements that I've made, I would just like to say I've never in my career as a prosecutor or a defense attorney, thankfully, until this trial, been put in a situation where I had to make that request, but we were put in a situation where we had to make that request.
Yeah, you know
For
why?
both parties. I'm not.
That is the first time he's ever asked for sanctions against another attorney. He is the actual DA. Someone said, why is he there? Well, it seems to me like they're trying the case together. He and Chris Bolden, the ADA, are trying the case together. He's been examining some of the witnesses. It's not that unusual. You know, this trial was originally scheduled for 2 weeks. And then right before the case started, the DA said, oh, we think it's going to go 4 to 6 weeks. And the judge is like, hell to the no, it's not. I told this jury 2 weeks and I'm going to get it all in. But with all of these sidebars and jury leaving the room conferences and objections, and you know, this is the first time he's ever asked for sanctions on another attorney. You know why? Because they've got a crap case and it's going to be real embarrassing for them to see how this evidence was mishandled, how this investigation was mishandled, how they enacted this Coleman-Baker Act specifically for cold cases. And then right away after they enacted that act, all of a sudden, now they're going to solve the Tara Baker murder with this you know, true allele DNA, which is a little, you know, has some issues. And it's the first time he's ever asked for sanctions in his whole career. I don't know. There seems to be a lot of people in the chat from Georgia and from the county. This is Athens, Clark County. What is this DA's, what is your opinion of this DA before this trial? What is the general consensus about this DA in particular? Let me know. The case is shite.
Going to relitigate the moment where I've held you in contempt, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am.
I am going to tell you that the comments that you have made, in my opinion, are mischaracterizing what happened yesterday. I'm not relitigating that moment.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask that all parties move on.
Yes, ma'am.
It is 5 after 12. I'm instructing both parties not to violate my ruling on 412. If there is a motion filed, even though it is untimely, I will consider it. But other than that, we need to move along. So is there anything else, Mr. Cruz, you would like to ask the court?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
just to let you know, I am walking on eggshells. So if I have concerns about something, I'll just ask to approach the bench. It doesn't even have to be on the record. I just want to make sure I don't violate anything that the honorable court puts in place.
Well, Mr. Cruz, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know that walking on eggshells is a fair representation of what happened yesterday. I think
Those are his feelings. You can't invalidate his feelings on his valid truth journey. He's telling you he feels like he's walking on eggshells. Okay? That is his valid truth journey. And you're not allowed to say that that's not accurate. Those are his feelings. She is literally gaslighting him. She is, I mean, I can't even think right now. My head hurts so much. She's patronizing him. Am I wrong? I feel like she's patronizing him.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know that walking on eggshells is a fair representation of what happened yesterday. I think the appropriate response should be to review the court's rulings and just recognize what they are and not violate them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. If you'll bring the jury up, please. Thank you.
Go back and read what I wrote. Go back and read what I wrote. Mother, may I? Mother, may I? Remember that game when you were a kid? Mother, may I? Mother, may I take 2 steps? Mother, may I?
You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Cruz indicated that he didn't have any cross-examination questions for Ms. LAHNSTEIN. I don't have any.
I'm not sure I heard that. Okay, so you were finished. Mr. Cruz, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yalmachili, anything else from this witness?
No, Judge.
May she be excused?
We'd ask that she is.
Any objection from the defense?
No, ma'am.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you. May I see counsel at the bench now that we are excusing that witness?
All right. Does she want to send them to lunch? She did say she was going to do lunch between 12:30 and 1. Yesterday, she didn't do lunch until 3:30.
Get Miss Adina Gray, please. Thank you.
We have a WD-40 emoji specifically. Well, it was for another trial in which there was a very squeaky door, but her microphone does qualify for the WD-40 emoji. This witness is on crutches if you're not watching.
Thanks.
Ma'am, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. If you would, please state and spell your name for the record.
Athena Gray, ATHENA, last name Gray, GRAY.
And ma'am, where are you currently employed?
Athens Clarke County Police Department in the Communications Division.
And is that sometimes referred to as the 911 center?
It is.
Okay. And what does the 911 center do in Athens Clarke County?
We process incoming calls for service.
And how long have you been working there?
About 11 years.
What type of training have you received for your current position?
I am post-certified as a communications officer with the state of Georgia. I have received training for communications training officer, communications officer, senior communications officer, and several supervisory skills management courses.
And what is your current title?
I'm the 911 training coordinator.
Okay. And when someone calls 911, is there a document produced?
That's correct. When someone calls 911, we get anti-alley information. That means automated number information and automated location information. What that means is if someone calls in from a cell phone, then we get the latitude and longitude of the GPS coordinates that the cell phone tower is bouncing off of. We also get the phone number and we get the provider. So whether it's AT&T or Sprint, if it's calling from a landline, then we get the subscriber information, whether it's a business or a residence. We also get the phone number and the address that it's registered to. Now, in order to create a call for service, we need to know two things. We need to know what the address is, and we need to know what the problem is. Once we get that information, then we can create a call for service in something called CAD. CAD is an acronym for Computer Aided Dispatch. It's a system that we use to create the calls for services. As the call taker is gathering the information, they can enter that into the CAD system. And another person in the room will dispatch it out for service.
And you hit on the next couple of questions I was going to ask, so you gave me a chance to skip down a little bit. Is information entered by the call taker and logged into CAD?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained. If you'll rephrase, Mr. Yellowman, don't leave you waiting.
Dude.
Well, Judge, I was going to ask a question that was about the testimony that she just gave. She just testified that the call taker enters information into CAD. And so my question was about that answer.
All right.
Well, that wasn't a question at all.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to sustain the objection in the manner in which you asked it. I certainly will allow both parties to provide context to their direct examination questions or their cross if they choose to, but just make sure you don't lead your witness.
Thank you, Judge.
A lot of questions in the chat about why she's here if she's only worked there for 11 years. She's likely the keeper of records for the 911 department. Her job will be to authenticate the records and to also explain what the records mean. And perhaps if they're going to play a 911 call, she's going to authenticate the 911 call. Because this case is 25 years old, there may be many witnesses who are no longer among the living. And so it remains to be seen. It's hard for me to type out a banner, but I do have banners scrolling along the bottom with what I think they're there for. But I do think this is the keeper of records for 911, the Athens Clarke County 911 department.
Is the time that information is entered recorded in the CAD?
It is.
Okay. And is the CAD maintained?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
I'm going to overrule that objection.
Is the CAD maintained in the normal course of regularly conducted activity by the 911 center?
It is.
Okay. And is that part of the regular practice of the center?
It is.
Are you familiar with the system that is used to record and maintain information for 911 calls?
I am.
And Judge, I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State Exhibit 35.
Based on his questioning, it's confirmed that she is the keeper of records.
Your Honor, I would object to the statements that are in this document on confrontation ground clause, on the grounds of the confrontation clause. And that's to State's Exhibit 35. As far as the computer generated information, I have no objection.
Your Honor, and I think defense counsel has actually filed a motion to this effect, but if we could limit speaking objections, please.
All right, may I see counsel at the bench for a moment, please? Thank you.
Trial is going to take about 6 to 8 weeks if this keeps happening every 5 seconds. I'm not sure what's in the report, so I can't comment on the confrontation clause and why he thinks that it's a violation.
Sir, I'm going to hand you what's report State's Exhibit 35. You can review that and let me know when you've had a chance to review it.
Okay.
And what is that document?
It's a CAD fire report.
Okay, and is there any address associated with that?
It is
Okay, what's the address associated with it?
160 Fawn Drive and 175 Fawn Drive.
Okay, and is there any date as far as when the call was made?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what is that date?
January 19th, 2001.
Okay, and does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of that fire CAD?
That's correct.
All right. Judge, I move to tender 35 at this time.
All right, Mr. Cruz, any objections, sir?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted.
And Your Honor, I'd move to publish the CAD at this time.
You do so? You want to do it on the computer? I mean, on the screen?
Yes, Judge.
Give it a second.
I have the blue light on over here, which
That's one over here, too.
well, and Your Honor, I think for purposes of the questions that I have for Ms. Gray, we could do it without publishing it at this time, Judge.
Why?
Sir, I'm going to hand this back to you. So there are multiple dates on that CAD. And we've already talked about the incident date from the call. Are there any other dates in the top left-hand corner of that document?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what is that date?
That's when it was printed out.
Okay, and so, but what specifically is the date?
March 24th, 2006.
All right, and so just to clarify, you just testified that that's the date it's actually printed, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but what was the date of the actual call?
January 19th, 2001.
Okay, and is there a time associated with the call?
Yes.
What is that time?
11/22/23.
Okay, and as information is entered into the CAD, are there timestamps associated with that?
There is.
Okay. And I want to ask you about a timestamp from 11/22/41. What is the information entered by the call taker at that time?
11/22/01.
I had it in my notes as 11/22/41.
Objection,
I see.
Your Honor. Objection. Counsel has questioned witness gives testimony.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I think you're clarifying your question. Go ahead.
He's giving her the answer is what he's doing, but you know, it's just the world is watching is all. I forgot what I was going to say.
Says called in from 175, said he is across the street. Looks like 160 is on fire.
Okay. The entry at 11:32:50.
Per command, get investigator.
At 11:33:36.
Command advise victim in structure.
And then at 11:34:36.
Command advise need forensics.
Okay. And that, so those times are noted, is that AM or PM?
AM.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for Ms. Gray at this time.
All right, Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
Thank you, Gigi, for
I have no
gifting
questions for you, Ms. Gray. I just want to thank you for your service.
5 memberships here.
Mr.
Amazing.
Yelman-Chili, can we excuse this witness?
I'd ask you to be excused, Judge.
Any objection from the defense?
No, ma'am.
You are free to go.
So the call didn't come in for the fire until 11:22 a.m. Thanks, Gigi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break right now. I'm going to give you the same instructions I've given you this entire time that we have met. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. Please don't do any independent research, of course. Don't go on the internet in any way and look up anything you may have heard today or before today. And other than that, enjoy your lunch. I'd like for you all to come back here by 1:30. We're going to start testimony again, so it's about an hour and 10 minutes. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you all at 1:30. Thank you.
All right, so it's about 2 minutes to 1:30, so we did great on our timing. And we're going to be able to fast forward right through their lunch period. And then come back. Right. Don't go on the internet so you don't see what a tyrant I am. You guys keep me laughing, even though I'm so clogged that. Is it me or is the volume okay for you guys? Because I'm hearing, maybe because I have ear monitors in, but sometimes it's in one ear, sometimes it's in both. And I keep turning up the booster and then turning down the booster. Is it as bad for you as it is for me? Or is it because my ears are clogged? I'm not sure. Let's go to the chat for a minute. Kim from yesterday, Yellow Ledbetter says the Blockbuster thing yesterday had me. I worked at Blockbuster in Cohasset, Massachusetts from 96 to 98. Great job. My nostalgic hubby still has his Blockbuster card in his wallet. That's hilarious. Thank you very much for your 5. Sup, Bo became a new member. I love that. That's from the Murdoch Hulu series. Sup, Bo. Laura said, no wonder 25 years has passed. Thank you for your super chat. Mrs. Mojo Risen says, has been here for 25 months. You're an OG and says, happy birthday to all celebrating in February. Happy birthday to us. Most of us are Aquarians, I guess, right? I don't think all February birthdays are Aquarius, but hold on a second. I think some at the end of February are Pisces, but Aquarius rocks. Thank you and happy birthday to you. Blessed Mom from Texas says, love you. Get well soon. Thank you for being with me for 21 months. You're amazing. Cupcakes for Justice is here and says, feel better soon. Queen Melanie, we need you. Thank you so much. I'm hoping to feel better. I'm going to go find my Manuka honey. And How Dare You says, I thought she said no class on Fridays. No, I think they had a full class on Fridays. A full day of classes on Fridays, and she didn't show up for any of her classes on Fridays. Thank you for being interested in this case from Canada. Mad World says, this was an interesting comment. Attorneys should not be allowed to talk in slang. It's awful and unprofessional, y'all. As an example, y'all is not slang. It is a regional dialect. And so I disagree with your characterization that it is considered slang. It is a regional dialect, which in the South is, in my opinion, totally acceptable. So I disagree with you, but I will take your what I think is a 5-year super chat. Nate Taylor says, I'm 56. I always wait for anyone I drop off to get inside. And if someone doesn't show on plans, I call. It boggles. Yeah, I agree. No, I will not be streaming the 3 p.m. hearing on Karen Reed because I am here with you. And so maybe I can do it on replay. But what typically happens in the Zoom hearings on Karen Reed is they tell anybody who's not authorized by the court to stream it, not to stream it. And I'm not risking it, just like I didn't do the other day. What we did the other day on Aidan Carney's hearing was we restreamed Broken Baker because he's in Denmark. I don't know, Gigi, what I have. I have no idea what I have, but it is what it is at this point. I can't abandon you guys, so I'm here. Thank you for your super chat and for all your gifting. Cupcakes for Justice says, and the judge disrespects the court not wearing the robe. I think they have an option to wear the robe. I don't know. Somebody sent me a statute, I think, somewhere, but I can't really focus very well today. KLM says, can you pretty please read the judge ruling Aiden just posted and make it make sense? It's less than 1 page. That's great. We're waiting for these people to come out from lunch. Did you send it to me? Do I have to go look for it? I'd like to use the ladies' room while we're on break. So let me just take a minute. I'll see if I can find it. I think, I don't know. I saw people putting in the chat that Cosgrove is staying on the case. But I'm not like, usually I can pivot very easily from thing to thing to thing to thing. But today I'm just moving very slowly, and I don't want to do a cold read. I want to read it and then explain it to you. So let's just table that. I'll put a pin in that for later, if you don't mind. I'm going to take a break for a few seconds. It doesn't seem that they're back from lunch right yet, but I'm going to put the feed on pause and everyone just go take, let's do like a 3-minute break. All right. I will be right back. I need to find my honey. We'll be right back. What are we doing? She did say 1:30, right? I think I'm on real time with Law and Crime. Wondering, should we contract Corey Hopkins to come in and make a 412B motion for Mr. Cruz? Maybe he doesn't have a big staff. I feel like that's what needs to be done. But I also feel like the judge, I'd have to go through the entire record to find out whether something like that has already been made and she already ruled on it and said no. So, but she does keep saying if he files the 412B motion, again, we went over this yesterday, but the 412B statute is the rape shield law in Georgia, where they're not allowed. There's only very certain exceptions to where they are allowed to speak about the victim's sexual history, sexual proclivities, and things as such like that. Oh, Cupcakes to Justice says she's playing to the DA. Let's see, is this moving? No, it's frozen. It's frozen like the pipes in my downstairs. My downstairs zone of heat, which I didn't know was a thing, okay? I didn't know that was a thing, that part of the heat in your house could work and part could not work. Because remember yesterday when I woke up with no heat and then they came and fixed the boiler or the oil burner or whatever. Well, one of the zones in my house, now the pipes are frozen and I got to wait for them to thaw. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. So I don't know if there's any HVAC people in the chat. I guess the advice would be to keep your heat up higher than normal when it gets to be so cold so that your pipes don't freeze. I don't know. I run hot, so I'm at 68 all the time. Ay, that seal is crooked. You are correct. When it rains, it pours. It's always like and homeowners, you know this. If one thing in your house breaks, then everything breaks. No, it's oil. I have an oil heat. Yeah, hopefully they won't burst. The guy said to put space heaters around, so. I don't know, but we're waiting for them to come back. And so we wait. Anne says, what's the difference between publishing the evidence at the time of talking about it and not publishing? Publishing means they're showing it to the jury in real time. They're going to publish it to the jury, meaning we're going to show it to them right now. We're going to let them pass around the photos or we're going to put them up on the big screen. And not publishing them right now would mean they give them to the jury to bring back into the jury room later. I know, I'm so done with winter too. I'm so done. A hair dryer. They told me not to use the hair dryer. They said, don't do that. I don't know. It's always something. I'm just complaining. I'm in a complaining mood today. So thank you. That was a great question. Thanks, Anne. And too cute I was thinking about this last night too. The only thing missing from that apartment is her laptop, is Tara's laptop. The person did not take any jewelry. The perpetrator also deadbolted the front door and the back door. And nothing else was taken other than the laptop. And I was trying to think back to 2001 and I'm thinking, we didn't really have text messaging so much back then, right? Any evidence that she was fighting with the guy or anything would have been on her laptop. And I'm not saying he did anything, by the way, the boyfriend. But why is the laptop missing and nothing else? I have questions. And Law Mama 4 says that leave a drip of water running, they will not freeze. I don't know. Is that an old wives' tale? Not that you're an old wife or anything, but right. Why would Edrick want her laptop? Exactly. Isn't all of this reasonable doubt? Reasonable doubt. Maybe, just maybe. Some of us even, I had a cell phone going back to when, as an attorney, I needed my phone with me at all times. And my pager, by the way. I was just back in pager days and I loved my BlackBerry so much. AIM, AOL Messenger, that's what I was thinking, right? That's how you communicated with people a lot, was AOL or AIM Messenger. And that would all be on the laptop. I had a phone going back to when it was hardwired into my car and I had a cord on it. So there's that. I loved my BlackBerry so much. So much. AIM was huge in 2001. Yes, yes, yes. All right, so Long Crime is still on a short break too, yeah? I mean, a longer break. We'll see. Nextel phones were annoying, they were. Look at Landon's Nana still uses AOL. That's funny. That's funny. David says it isn't true. If it's cold enough, your pipes will freeze even with the water when the water's dripping. Hold on one second. Okay, we're in search of the Manuka honey. We're in search of the Manuka honey. Sunflower Day says, I'm still friends with people that I messaged with AOL Messenger. That's funny. The AOL chat rooms, remember that? Yes, the judges give Hotmail. Who remembers Hotmail? Hotmail is still a thing, but I think AOL is not a thing anymore. AOL Mail, right? Melissa is here, and she went to school with Tara Baker, and she is so pissed at how screwed up this investigation was. It reeks of the same ick, she says, of the Karen Reed trial. And it says here, here for the tea says, and I'm gonna trust that she did research on this, that Ahmad Cruz, defense attorney, has been licensed since 2017, Howard University's law.
Yes, sir. I believe I was.
Okay. And did you receive?
All right, well, that's not us. They just started their feed, and we don't know who this witness is. Thanks, Long Crime.
Receive any information regarding an incident at 160 Fawn Drive?
Yes, sir. I did. I was contacted by the division secretary that my services were requested at 160 Fawn Drive,
And when you say your services, what particular services would those have been at the time?
to process the crime scene for the collection and preservation of evidence.
And so what did you do when you received that information?
I went to the scene and made contact with the officers and detectives that were already on scene, as well as a few of the firefighters, and discussed the situation that we had and began the process, or after the arrival of a GBI agent to assist, began the process of processing the crime scene for evidence.
And I want to pause for just a second and talk about something kind of separate from the crime scene itself. Do you recall what the weather was like on that day?
It was kind of cool and rainy. We'd have sections of heavy rain to mostly light rain. But I believe it's in the 50s, mid to low 50s, up to as much as 60 degrees.
Okay. And so when you arrived on scene, well, let me ask you this question first. Is there a typical process that you go through when you're about to prepare to process a crime scene?
Usually the first thing I'll do, I'll take video if it's necessary. We didn't do it on all crime scenes, but on the major ones we did. And then I would do photographing of the scene before anything was moved or disturbed. We would try to document the scene through photographs and video.
And so I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 after I show it to defense counsel. Your Honor, may I have permission to approach the witness and move freely through the well of the court?
Granted.
Thank you.
Why are you yelling at me, Texas DMB fan? Why are you yelling at me? Judge said hour and 10 minutes, but she also said 1:30, yo. Just FYI, don't yell at me. I don't feel good.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. Would you take a moment to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what it is?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It was presented to me by your office as a copy of the crime scene video downloaded to a flash drive.
Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does it, after having reviewed it, does it fairly and accurately depict the video that you created on January 19th of 2001 of the scene at 160 Fawn Drive?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, I move to tender your State's 36 and publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Mr. LEEDAHL, while I'm getting this set up, 160 Fawn Drive, what county is that located in?
It's in Athens, Clark County.
Is it inverted? I see you. I see you.
Just put it in there 2 seconds.
I've taken daytime meds already. It's doing nothing. We want to see the video. We want to see the video.
I'm ready to publish State's 36 at this time.
Lawyer left on, I'm assuming that that's what needs to happen. There we go. Yep. Okay.
He's got it too. Yeah, the early aughts were the days of the flip phones.
Ladies and
Right?
gentlemen, are you not getting it on your screens in front of you? Okay. There are some people that are, can you raise your hand who is?
The day of the flip phones where you had to tap 3 times to get to a letter, right?
Who's getting it on their screen? Just a few people. Okay, front row it looks like, not the back row? Okay, hang on just a moment. Mr. Dickey, do you think you could help us? Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me know. See if we
Dickey?
can get that working.
Mr. Dickey is in charge of the AV squad, the AV in the courtroom. Okay, all right. Dickey was not on my bingo card for the
On the
day.
monitor now? Excellent, very good. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I've started the video back over at the beginning. And so I'm publishing State's 36 from the beginning. Thanks.
I thought it was frozen, but it looks like he's a mannequin. What is going on? Maybe their video is frozen, but the video's not. No, he's blinking. Okay, he's blinking. We have proof of life. We have proof of life. They're all watching the video, but they're not showing it to us. Well, and I guess there's no sound on the video either because we can't even hear it. There's always a cougher in the courtroom. I think we found her or him. Throat coat tea is also amazing. If you don't know about throat coat, I think I found out about throat coat from one of you guys. And when I ordered it from Amazon, I got 6 boxes of it in a carton, and it's amazing. There's like 16 bags in each box. It's a lifesaver. It's got slippery elm in it. I mean, he is still alive, right? I mean, yeah, no, I see him blinking. Yeah, I'm with you, Marianne. In fact, I'm even going to delete that comment because, oops, I did something bad. I did something bad, yo. My fingers banned you by accident. Now I got to go back and unban you. But please do not write the V word or the A word in the chat because YouTube does have AI programs that do scan the chat and they don't like it. So if you just could be a little bit, just a little bit cognizant of what you write in the chat so that we can try and keep it relatively friendly. Oh, he raised his eyebrows just there. I will commentate for you. He's a law enforcement witness, although we don't know his name because Law and Crime's camera didn't come on quickly enough. And he is like, if he wanted to be a mannequin, if he wanted to be like a mime or a mannequin, like one of those people in Times Square, that's like the Statue of Liberty that stays still for like 8 hours, he would be great at that. Oh, well, now he's picked up his tissue, so we do know that he's still among the living. Well, I'll try some steam, but I can't do it while I'm sitting here. But remember those old fashioned, oh my God, it was ancient. There was like a big thing that my mother used to have. It was like a vaporizer and you fill it up with water, almost like a foot bath. And then you put your head over it with a towel and it would steam your whole face. Remember that? Remember the old hair dryers that you would put over your head and then it was like a whole thing in the beauty parlor? Yeah, beauty. Beauty school dropout. Go back to high school. Yeah. Remember the Flowbee? Oh, those were the good olden days. Okay, he would make the best mannequin ever. I mean, I don't even see like a muscle blinking on him. Or even like flinching. It's bizarre. The old school hair dryer, right? I remember that thing. And it had a blue hose on it, remember? I mean, they are showing the jury a walkthrough, what I imagine is a walkthrough crime scene video from 2001, showing the inside of the house where Tara Baker lived. Virtual juror is so observant that a virtual juror can see his chest moving, so we know that he's breathing. Okay, he just swallowed. Yep. Well, it's hard for me to go to the doctor and get antibiotics when I'm on the air all day during regular business hours. So, it is what it is. I took the stuff that I have and we're here for now. He might cough. Somebody might cough. We'll see. Saline for the nasal passages. Yeah. Thank you, nurse. Thank you, nurse. I like saline too. Big fan. Big fan. Have it in like a can, like a saline spray. I am not going to the doctor on Zoom. No, I won't. I refuse to do it. I refuse to have anybody describe me anything who doesn't physically examine me. I just don't. I'm just not doing it. It's the mannequin challenge in the courtroom. It's the mannequin challenge. I think those Zoom doc appointments are like fodder for malpractice lawsuits. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Anybody watch The Pit, by the way? I'm all caught up on The Pit, so it is my new favorite TV show. Even got everyone in my family watches it. All generations watch The Pit. We love it. And I was talking to a doctor the other day who told me that she cannot watch it because it's too realistic. It is too realistic. And that's the last thing that she wants to do when she comes home from a day at work is watch The Pit. He's breathing. I see proof of life, but I don't know why we can't hear or see anything. Yeah, everybody's talking about Savannah Guthrie's mom. Now they're saying forced entry. She did not have any sort of cognitive problems like dementia or anything. And they're saying that they think she was kidnapped. It's wild, and that they don't know if it was targeted. And they're also saying that there's a crime scene there. And what I was reading between the lines, because you know what they don't say is as important as what they do say. And we're still just sitting here watching the mannequin watch the video, and I'm just keep checking to make sure that it's on. It's on. I think, and I don't know for sure, but there must have been evidence of, like blood or something in Mrs. Guthrie's home, because they're saying now that they know it was a crime scene. They know it was forced. They don't know if it was targeted. Savannah Guthrie was supposed to be covering the Olympics in Italy starting on Friday, and she will not be going. Very scary. I'm very sad. She needs her medication, right? Or they say it could be fatal within 24 hours if she does not get her medication. I mean, this thing is still on. Can you hear me now? Is this thing on? New season of Jury Duty is coming out soon, I heard. It's not going to be Jury Duty again this time. It's going to be something else like a corporate retreat. So it's going to be interesting. We love Jury Duty. If you guys have not watched the series Jury Duty on Amazon Prime, please go watch it. You're going to love it. It is very funny. Oh, they are reporting they found blood in Nancy Guthrie's house. I was thinking that last night when they said that there was evidence of a crime scene. It is a feature-length walkthrough video of the home, and I'm sure the horrors are endless. It's Rescue Randy. Rescue Randy. I got to go off just so I can blow my nose, but I'll be right back. Don't worry. Hopefully they'll start talking soon. Talking about Randy right now. We're talking about Randy right now. We talked about that the other day. We did. We replayed the Rescue Randy the other day. It was so funny with Karen, wasn't it? So funny. Mr. Betterell and I. Is he awake? It's hard to see. His glasses are kind of in the way. Oh, eyebrow raise. I think that he probably, this is probably etched in his memory as well. One of our amazing moderators, Scott, who goes by 25 years OTJ on the job, retired NYPD, says he remembers every single body he ever found in a fire. Horrific. Great question. Why do they all shave their heads? Many law enforcement shave their heads because they don't want the perpetrators to be able to grab them by the hair. Fun fact. Among others. Thank you, Ann Smith. The police chief just gave a conference. He would not confirm or deny blood or any other evidence from the Guthrie home. Just now? Excellent. Thanks for keeping people updated so they don't have to leave. This very exciting watch. We're watching the witness watch the video of the crime scene. We're not going to be able to watch the crime scene. Savannah Guthrie's mother has been allegedly kidnapped out of her home in Arizona. Savannah Guthrie is the co-host of the Today Show, which is a morning show here in New York. And that we are watching The Watcher. That was a good show, The Watcher. Did you guys watch that show, The Watcher? Okay, I think he's turned around, so I think we're going to get somewhere now. Randy's no dummy.
Mr. LEEDAHL, I'm going to show you after I've shown it to defense counsel what I've marked as State's Exhibit 37. Glad to look because I was about to mislabel it as 36 number 2.
No more mislabeling. No worries.
So I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 37. Please review it and let me know when you have an opportunity to do so.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's 37?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's an aerial photograph of the development at Fawn Drive and adjacent streets, including all the residences there.
Pluribus. Pluribus.
All right. And are you familiar with that area of Athens during that time period?
A little bit, yes.
Yes, sir. Do you believe that is a fair and accurate depiction of that area during the relevant time period?
Yes, sir, I do.
Judge, I move to tender State's 37 at this time and publish it to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Your Honor, for the record, hand Mr. Cruz State's 38, 39. May I publish this using the Elmo, Judge?
You may. All right, thank you. All right, counsel, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. And so, jury, please go into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
Why do we need another recess? Daniel's plastic surgeon says the person saying y'all shouldn't be said as wild. Forgive me, as a Southern person, I can say that we can use phonics. I mean, Massachusetts. Yikes! Thanks for the time. Jate, amen. Thanks for your 5 says, thanks for covering this. I hope Attorney Cruz knows the world is watching to give him that extra boost in how he's being treated. I hope so. And Law Mama 4 says, so thankful you're covering this even while you're
Y'all
sick.
may be seated.
Please DoorDash.
Counsel, just a jury member needed to take a break.
All right. I wonder if they were like getting sick. We could have seen the video, but it could have been very graphic, and it could have been that a juror was like, I gotta throw up right now. It could be. I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but that's what I'm guessing. Please DoorDash a medicine ball tea. I've watched you for 2 years, but this case is so personal to me, and I thank you. Feel better. Oh, thank you. I'm sure it'll be gone by tomorrow. I have a feeling. And Moslin says someone is crying in the courtroom. I can hear it. I can't even imagine. That's why we're trying to talk about other things and funny things while they are watching that video, because it was probably very graphic and very heartbreaking to watch. Shuda says Ahmad may alienate the jury, continuing to object. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's a risk that you always run by objecting, but I also feel like it's shows zealous representation for your client. And so I think that the prosecutor started to alienate the jury while there were a couple of objections during the defense opening. The second one got him sanctioned. There were a lot of objections actually during openings. But now I can't remember. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he's been. I mean, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. People can hear sniffling. Maybe they're also sick. Georgia is. Liz says I would not want to be on this jury. It's Cruz, CREWS. CREWS. Captions are often wrong. Captions are often wrong. Don't ever rely on the closed captions, especially. But even sometimes the chyron is wrong of Law and Crime or Court TV. I don't know if Court TV is covering this one, are they? No, that was kind of a joke. Maggie wanted to know if someone set up a GoFundMe for Attorney Cruz. I was joking when I said that. I don't think that would be ethical of me, but I wanted to help him pay that $1,000 fine. I'm drinking the whole time I'm here, and baby, don't worry about me, sweetie. Thank you. I don't think I ever watched Monk, Ajax. I don't think I ever watched that. I feel like a juror got sick and had to use the restroom because of that graphic crime scene video. And we do know that the makeup of the jury is 8 men and 4 women, so it seems like the alternates are already called alternates as they're going into the trial. They're not picked at the end the way they are in Massachusetts. Oh, please. If they come back on, I'll be right back. It's a pretty long break. Pretty long break. I mean, Gigi says, that's why I'm not an attorney. I would need to get me out of jail for contempt fund. I dig. I feel you. Sugarman Bill says, is this attorney Cruz first trial? I don't think so. He's been an attorney since he was admitted in 2017. Which, if we do the math, most people, if they don't take a gap year between college and law school or don't go to law school later in life, are 25 when they graduate law school. So that would make him 32, 33, 34, maybe, depending on when his birthday is. So I don't think it's his first trial. I don't think he seems green or unprepared. I think that he knows what's going on with this judge and he's walking on eggshells. Love my flip sauce says, I know it's early, but the prosecution's case feels muddled to me. Feel better soon, Melanie. Oh, thank you so much for your very generous $50 super chat. I appreciate you so much. So much. Here she comes. She's back. Judge Lisa Lott. She's a lot. She is a lot. Thank you, love my flip-flops. You're amazing.
Please be seated. Mr. Yalamanchili, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to start calling you Lieutenant LEEDAHL. Every time I say Mr. LEEDAHL, it just feels weird to me. So I'm just going to refer to you as Lieutenant LEEDAHL from now on. Sir, you have State's Exhibit 37, which has been admitted into evidence up on the screen there. Your Honor, would you enable the ability for Lieutenant LEEDAHL to draw on the screen? Thank you. And Lieutenant LEEDAHL, looking at that image, can you draw a circle around where 160 Fawn Drive is located?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so looking at that image, it seems to me at least, well, let me just ask you a question. Is there anything different about the roof at 160 Fawn Drive from the other roofs in the area?
Yes, sir. It's covered with a tarp.
Okay. And could you point out where Cooper Road is in relation to 160 Fawn
pluribus.
Drive if you just draw a line across the roadway?
Yes, sir. This would be Cooper Road here.
Okay. I'm going to hand you now State's Exhibits 38, 39, and 40. Same thing as before. Take a moment to look at those and let me know if you recognize what they are.
Thank you, Aunt Nancy, for your well wishes on your 20.
Yes, sir. I do recognize them.
And starting with State's Exhibit 38, what do you recognize that to be?
That is a diagram of the floor plan of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive.
Who created that diagram?
I did.
All right. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram that you created?
Yes, sir, it is.
I move to tender State's 38 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Hearsay to the last two exhibits.
Any response to the objection? Oh, wait, you mean of 39 and 40?
Correct.
Okay,
Those are the
let's-
ones with the titles on them.
So we'll get to those in a second. How about 38? What is your opinion on that?
I don't recall 38 had. May I see 38, Your Honor, just to ensure I don't.
All right. Of course.
Thank you, Sherilyn.
It is admitted.
State's Exhibit 39, what is that?
That is a diagram of the bedroom.
Hang on a second, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
39 and 40 were the two that I had the objection.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a minute. I'll let Mr. Yalamanchili lay a foundation if he can, and then if he tenders it, you can object and we'll hear it.
Yes,
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 39, what is that?
It's a diagram of the bedroom where Miss Baker was located.
Who created that diagram?
I did.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram that you created?
Yes, sir, it does.
And Judge, I move to tender 39 at this time.
Okay, Mr. Cruz.
I would object to the hearsay in the document.
Okay, and tell me what you mean by that objection, and then Mr. Yellowman, you can refer to it.
Sure, just the descriptions.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, may I see it? Yeah, just the descriptions, that's all.
Mr. Yellowman, any response?
Judge, I think that the description suggests that this is a demonstrative aid and it was created by Lieutenant LEEDAHL to depict the bedroom that he was in. It's not hearsay, it's his statements as a testified witness about what each of these things in this document are.
I'm going to overrule the objection and admit it over objection.
39 and 40, Your Honor.
We haven't gotten to 40 yet.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 40, Lieutenant LEEDAHL, what is that?
That is also a diagram of the bedroom where Miss Baker was found, and it includes measurements to the location from reference points to certain areas on the body, as well as other pieces of evidence in the room.
And when you say measurements, who is making those measurements?
I did.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram with measurements that you created?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, I move to tender 40.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am, just hearsay to the descriptions.
All right, anything further, Mr. Yellowman?
Same response as 39, Judge.
I'm going to overrule the objection and admit it over objection.
And may I publish 38, 39, and 40 to the jury?
You may.
Thank you, Judge. So Lieutenant LEEDAHL, starting with, oh, froze up on me. Okay, there we go. Starting with State's Exhibit 38. I would like you to start at the bottom of that diagram, and would you please just describe for the jury the layout of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive?
The layout, starting at the bottom, is the entrance into the front of the residence. And as you enter into the living room area, you'll locate two bedrooms to your left as you walk in, and one bedroom to your right, as well as the living room area. It also depicts the restrooms and the closets related to each bedroom. And then as you go farther into the diagram, you'll enter the dining area, and it's a floor plan of the kitchen area, the laundry room, and also shows a third bedroom and a rear entrance or exit, however you look at it, to the residence. Also located when you walk in the front door to the right is a bedroom, just off the living room, the bedroom, and it has its own bathroom.
As it relates to the video that we just saw, obviously depicted in that video was Miss Baker's body. Which bedroom is it that was located in?
She was located in bedroom number 3 in the upper left-hand corner of that diagram.
Okay, so if you're looking
Thank
at
you.
your screen, this is my cursor. It's not a fly. Don't break your TV. You'd have to walk in. Let's make this bigger. Walk in the front door, which was dead bolted, remember? And then walk through the living room, and her bedroom is all the way in the back left corner of the house. Remember, the back door also dead bolted, and her bedroom door also locked.
Now going forward to State's Exhibit 39. I'm going to point down, obviously there is a human-shaped drawing here. What is that?
That depicts the location of Miss Baker.
All right. And then there is an item that appears to be to the left as I look down of her head. What is that?
That would be a knife that was found on the floor.
Let me zoom in on this a little bit.
or besides.
Actually, they actually made diagrams of where the body was. Oh my God, could they maybe train Canton PD? This was in 2001, mind you. Diagrams were and measurements were actually a thing all the way back in 2001. There's a knife that was left right next to her body. I think it was stated in openings that it came from the butcher block in the kitchen. And she's on the floor between the doorway and the bed. And the knife is right next to her.
The body.
All right. And then moving up towards the top of the document, what is the next arrow pointing towards and identifying?
That is the printer cable and power transformer that went from the printer to the body of Miss Baker, and was the cord itself was wrapped around her neck.
I don't know why I assumed that the cord was disconnected from the printer, but it was not. The cord was still attached to the printer when it was wrapped around her neck. Wow.
And then as we move up, directly up from there, what is that arrow and what is it depicting?
That's showing the footboard of the bed, that it was broken away from the frame of the bed. And then if you continue a little bit farther up there, you'll see the printer where that cable was run to.
And then I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 40. What are we seeing here?
That's the same diagram. The only difference is that I've added measurements from various reference points to certain items on the diagram, such as to the location of the body and then the bed, so I could put it back, the scene back together if needed on the measurements.
Horrendous. I mean, look at the positioning of her legs. I don't know. Tell me if you think it was posed or not. I don't know, but it's hard to tell if she's face up or face down.
Needed on the measurements.
You mentioned taking a video, and you mentioned also taking still photos. I'm going to hand you. After I show them to Mr. Cruz, what I'm going to label as States 41, 42, 43.
Face up. She was faced up. Sorry. Emmy said she was face up, and also the firefighters said she was on her back. You guys are good. That's why I rely on you when I can't think straight.
44.
The pile of tissues are on my garbage can. It's funny. Oh, I made that one. Woohoo. He was a med student. No, I think he had dropped. Had he dropped out by this at this point? Not the defendant, Edrick Faust. The reason they keep showing that overhead shot of those homes is because Edrick Faust had a person, a friend, a family member, I think, who lived in that house. But I think in opening didn't Attorney Cruz say that he never stayed there. That's not where he lived.
Take a look at those. Let me know when you've had a chance to review them.
Oh, he dropped out of med school after her death. Thank you, guys. No, and then somebody else says he already dropped out before this happened.
I viewed them, yes.
Starting with States 41, you recognize that image?
I do.
What is it?
It's a photograph taken of the entrance to 160 Fawn Drive.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the entrance?
Yes, sir, it does.
and I tender states 41, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 42, do you mind telling me what that is?
That is also a photograph of the front entrance to 160 Fawn Drive, just taken from a different angle.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 42, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
They're not showing these
It's
pictures.
admitted.
And then as to States Exhibit 43, what is that?
That's a photograph of the damage to the front door that was made upon entry.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 43, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
And 44, what is that?
44 is a photograph of the interior towards the right as you walk in to the 160 Fawn Drive. It shows the living room area.
Thank you. Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 44, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
And Your Honor, I've handed Mr. Cruz a number of other exhibits from the state for him to review. And I would just ask court to be allowed to publish states 41 through 44 for the jury at this time using the element.
Granted.
So states exhibit 41 being published now. Those hoses or tubes down at the bottom of the doorway there, Lieutenant Leedahl, what are those?
Those are the hoses that the fire department used to extinguish the fire.
If you want to see the front entrance to the house, come back to your screen now.
Now going to states exhibit 42. I think you already stated that this is the entryway from a different angle.
Yes, sir.
States exhibit 43, do you mind restating what that is?
That's a photograph of the lock and the handle on the front door showing the damage from the exterior side of the door.
It was dead bolted from the inside. There's a lock on top of the doorknob.
And
Different lock.
states exhibit 44.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, from the inside, or you'd have to have a key to lock it from the outside. Wonder if anybody else had a key. I don't think Edrick Faust had a key.
What is this again?
That's as you enter in the front door. It's a view of the living room to the right, all the way to the rear exit of the residence.
Let me see. A little more light might be helpful. Lieutenant Leedahl, there on the coffee table, what are we seeing?
You see some books, and you also have some appears to be dust and soot, and possibly some fiberglass insulation on the table.
It's the
Okay.
white substance.
And so when you made entry into the residence and you were walking through, can you describe for the jury the condition of the residence outside of Miss Baker's room, but the remainder of the residence as you walk through it?
It was kept very well. However, it did have a lot of sooting and dusty damage as a result of the fire and the debris from the fire, as well as some water damage, and also showing in this case insulation and some drywall from where the fire department had the open holes into the ceiling and pull some of the sheetrock down to vent up into the roof.
And so I'm going to skip around a little bit as Mr. Cruz reviews the other photographs that we're going to be admitting. What is trace evidence?
Trace evidence is small pieces of evidence or minute pieces of evidence such as hair, fingerprints, fibers, any very small pieces of evidence, even parts of bullet fragments, anything that's minute.
Can environmental factors at a crime scene impact the ability to collect trace evidence?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, and how so?
Well, like for example, when you're dealing with fingerprints and you introduce water to an area that can help wash down fingerprints, or it affects the ability to recover fingerprints, because we typically use a powder to try to recover prints, and the water itself could cause damage to it and prevent you from recovering it. Also, you've got issues where you have, like in this case, the fiberglass insulation, blown insulation falling down. It would make it extremely difficult to recover hairs and fibers and things on the underneath that insulation. And it'd be almost virtually impossible to go through every little piece of fiber insulation to try to determine if there was any trace evidence attached to that. And also you've got temperature can affect, heat and humidity can affect the ability to recover fingerprints, and it also does damage to other items and makes it extremely difficult to recover trace evidence.
Did you end up processing this scene for trace evidence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Were environmental factors, I'm going to use the word factor twice, but was the environment a factor in trace evidence processing in this case?
Very much so, yes.
What is a known sample?
A known sample is a sample that you get from a known source, such as an individual, or, for example, if you were comparing paints, getting a known reference sample of the paint that you're to compare with the paint that you're finding, or something to compare with the item that you're collecting at the scene.
Is it important to collect known samples from people who have been at a scene as part of their normal life?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that important?
You can use it for process of elimination, where you can, if you've got known samples of the people that live there, for example, you can use that to compare to the items that you collected at that scene to determine if it belongs to them or if it belongs to an outsider who may not typically have access to that residence or that location. So you would want the known samples to do those comparisons to eliminate some of the evidence that you or trace evidence that you've recovered, to see what you're left with and to compare it as a possible unknown.
Would it be expected or normal to find trace evidence from people who had been at a scene as part of their normal life?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to hand you now state's exhibits 45 through 62. And instead of asking you one at a time, I'm just going to let you go through all of them. Just let me know when you've had a chance to do so. Judge, while Lieutenant LEEDAHL is here, I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz state's exhibits 63 through 69.
Okay.
Kind of collectively, what are these exhibits 45 through 62 that I handed you?
They're photographs of the interior of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive, of the various rooms, as well as the bedroom area where Miss Baker was found.
And do they all appear residence on January 19th, 2001.
They do.
Judge, I move that tender 45 received at this time and publish them to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted. And your permission is granted.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 45. I've just put it up on the Elmo. Can you describe for the jury what's depicted in 45?
Yes, sir. That's as you enter the front door of the residence that is to your right, and it shows the doorway leading to what I've labeled as bedroom number 1 on the diagram.
Thank you. And just for orientation purposes, I'll briefly put back up on the Elmo State's Exhibit 38. You said bedroom 1, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. And State's Exhibit 46, what are we looking at there?
That's a photograph showing taken from the front door area going directly back to the rear of the residence. To your left would be the entrances to bedroom number 2 and bedroom number 3 where Miss Baker was located.
And I am going to show you 47 now. Is that just a slightly different angle of what's depicted in 46?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 48, can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, sir, that's a photograph from the doorway entrance to bedroom number 2, which would, as you walk in the front door, that would be immediately to your left.
Oh, wow. Everybody had this bedding back in 2001. Tell me you didn't have this bedding in one of your bedrooms or in a guest bedroom. Yellow background with the big white cabbage roses or whatever flowers they are. It's heartbreaking.
Okay. And I think the jury has seen the diagram. I won't do the reorientation again. Can we go to States 49? What is that?
That is also a photograph of bedroom number 2 showing as you walk in the door of the bedroom, it'd be immediately to your right, and it goes back to the bathroom for that bedroom.
States Exhibit 50, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph showing the kitchen area and the rear exit or entrance to 160 Fawn Drive.
Okay. And in particular, I'm pointing down at the picture to the bottom here. What is that at the bottom of the picture?
That is soot and water on the floor of the residence from the fire, as well as the firefighters and other personnel walking on the floor, disturbing that soot pattern. So it just kind of mixed everything up.
Would that be something you would consider an environmental factor?
Yes, sir.
I think it was Laura Ashley. I think you're right. Oh, man. These
States Exhibit 51, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the entrance to bedroom number 3, which is Miss Baker's bedroom. And immediately to your left is a shot of the doorway going into the bathroom there that enters into that living room that is also shared through Miss Baker's room.
Sir. States Exhibit 52 here, what are we looking at?
That's a photograph from the doorway as you enter into bedroom number 3 or Miss Baker's room, showing the wall immediately to your right as you enter.
And I'm going to point down here. What is my finger pointing at there?
That is the computer printer.
There are going to be some difficult pictures. Obviously, we've all seen the video. I'm putting up States Exhibit 53 at this point. What are we looking at in 53?
That's a photograph showing the position of Miss Baker as she laid on the floor of the bedroom.
They're not showing
Okay.
it.
Right here is, what is that?
That is a strap that belongs to either a purse or an overnight bag or something that's immediately below the left hand of Miss Baker.
And it's difficult to see, but I'm going to point here, and then Judge, if I could circulate this picture to the jury. What is that around her neck?
That is the printer cable, the power cable that leads from the transformer of the printer and is wrapped around the neck of Miss Baker.
Judge, if I could, just because it is difficult. State's Exhibit 54, what are we looking at there?
That is also a photograph of the printer that's on the floor, and also you'll see the edge of the footboard of the bed on the left side of that photograph.
And so for orientation purposes, I'm putting State's Exhibit 39 back up. So as you come in the doorway to the bedroom from the hallway, which way would you turn to see the printer that was just depicted in State's Exhibit 54?
You would turn to your right.
All right. State's Exhibit 55, what are we seeing here?
That's a photograph taken from the doorway going straight back to the rear of the room. The door that you see there is the door to the closet. And to your right would be the headboard of the bed, as well as I believe a picture frame that's hanging there.
And here, right here at the front of the picture, what would that be?
That's part of the sheetrock ceiling that was pulled down.
State's Exhibit 56, what are we seeing there?
That is also taken from the doorway as you enter the bedroom, and it goes like to a 45-degree angle to the back corner of the room, showing the area where the fire burned through the ceiling into the roof.
And State's Exhibit 57, is that just panning up a little higher?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And so here is that, what are we seeing there?
That's the trees off in the distance. It's the shot. It burned through the ceiling, and it's a shot showing the sky.
State's 58, I'm going to point to the middle of the image there. What is that?
That's a wall clock.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe that wall clock yourself outside of having taken a picture of it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Was it functioning when you observed it?
No, it was not.
All right. And were the hour hand and the minute hand stopped in any particular location?
They were, I'm sorry, they were stopped at 9:32.
State's Exhibit 59, here in the middle here, what is this?
That is the bed spring of the bed that belongs to Miss Baker, and the yellow item that goes across the bed is a fire hose.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 60, which bedroom is that in?
That is also bedroom number 3, which is Miss Baker's bed.
And then 61, what is that depicting?
Again, that's also a photograph of the entire bed in bedroom number 3, and a little bit of the portion of the bottom shows a portion of Miss Baker's arm.
And which arm, right or left, would that be of Miss Baker's?
It would be her right arm.
Okay. State's Exhibit 62, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph showing the public, and I'm going to use the word public entrance to the restroom or the bathroom that conjoins with Miss Baker's room.
For those of you asking in the chat, why can't they prosecute Chris? There was a whole PowerPoint slide in the prosecution's opening about Chris's alibi and that Chris was cleared. According to them. Remember, this murder was 25 years ago.
Angie, what's the mark of state's exhibits 63 through 69? If you would, please take a look at those. And let me know when you've had a chance to review them. And Your Honor, I'm handing Mr. Cruz states 70 through 76 at this time.
I'm done.
What are those?
Those are photographs of various locations inside the residence as you walk into the front door, showing bedroom number 1, which would be immediately to your right as you walk in the front door. In the interior of the room, also a photograph of the kitchen and the stove area and cabinet area to the right and the rear door. And another photograph showing the laundry entrance to the laundry room and the kitchen table. Another photograph of showing the stove, actually 2 of them showing the stove in the kitchen area. And the last one is a photograph showing the kitchen window taken from the exterior of the residence.
Let me clarify. I didn't say he could never be prosecuted. What I meant was, I think people were asking, why wasn't he the one prosecuted for this? There's no statute of limitations on murder. And so if there is evidence that comes up that could lead to the prosecution of somebody else for this murder, then obviously, yeah, it could be brought in the future. But I think that people were just tuning in today for the first time and they are thinking, all signs point to that guy. Why wasn't he the one? And so I'm just explaining that he was cleared and that it was brought up in opening by the prosecution because they knew that all of you were going to have that question and the jurors are going to have that question too. And so that's the answer to that. But I am going to ask you, please also just remind you, Chris is not a suspect here. He's not a defendant. If you happen to find out where he lives, what he does for a living, please do not put it in the chat. Please don't, because I'm not saying that you would do this, but there are a lot of crazy people out there on the internet and on the tubes of you that would find him, go to his house, and who knows what. So let's just keep his personal information. We know his name. That's it. He's going to come in and testify. And so I guess we're going to hear what he's got to say about it.
Judge, I would, are these fair and accurate depictions?
Yes, sir, they are.
Judge, I move to tender states 63 through 69.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted.
I move to publish them to the jury.
Granted.
All right, state 63, which bedroom would this have been?
That's bedroom, what I've labeled as bedroom number 1 on the diagram.
Okay.
That's immediately to your right as you walk in the front door of the residence.
And then states exhibit 64, what are we looking at there?
That is a photograph also of bedroom number 1 showing the entrance to the bathroom that's attached to that room.
States exhibit 55, we've moved to a different part of the house. Where are we?
That I'm standing kind of at the edge of the living room, dining room, showing a photograph of the kitchen area and the rear exit of the residence.
And
It's like
states
deja vu.
exhibit
Didn't we see these pictures already?
66, what is that depicting?
That's a photograph of the kitchen table area and the entrance to the laundry area of the residence.
And then State's Exhibit 67, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the stove in the kitchen.
Can you see anything around the eyes of the stove?
Yes, sir. It's on the front left corner, you can see some charred remains of something on around the eye and along the edge of the eye.
That was
It would
the
be the
blanket.
eye on the, I'm sorry, it'd be the eye on the front left corner.
So as you face the stove, the front left corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State 68, what are we seeing here?
That is a closer shot of the eyes of the stove and also including that front left eye, showing the items that were there.
And then State's Exhibit 69, what is this item?
That's a photograph of the rear, taken from the exterior of the building of the window leading to the kitchen of the residence.
In particular, at the top and on the left side, is there anything about that screen that stuck out to you?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
The screen appeared to be bent downward along the top and then inward on the side as if someone was put in there to pull it down and away out of the frame.
As you began to process and investigate.
John Jackson, I thank you for your super chat. You've put this in the chat already 5 times today, at least. Karen reads civil cases today. I understand that. I cannot cover it because I am covering this trial. I already said I would cover it maybe on replay if I can do that. If you would like to go watch it, by all means, find someone else who's covering it and go watch it. I can't stop what I'm doing to go do that. Sorry. Not
I guess
sorry.
it didn't begin, but as you are processing and investigating the scene on January 19th of 2001, was that something that piqued y'all's interest?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so what, if anything, did you do to investigate that further?
Well, that item was collected. It was taken out of the frame and it was collected to be fingerprinted or processed later because it was wet. It also, we used it to kind of look at how that frame itself was bent and broken.
Okay. Was there any testing done on other, well, that's the wrong question. The testing on this particular screen that was taken, did that yield anything of evidentiary significance?
No, it did not.
As it relates to other screens,
You have an objection, Mr.
But they lost it. It didn't relate to anything of evidentiary significance, but they also lost it. Hold on. I'm cranky today. I'm sorry if I, lash out at you.
as it relates to other screens,
You have an objection, Mr. Cruz.
I would just object to leading. I tried to make that objection too many times, but I just asked him.
All right. I'm going to
Objection
sustain that
leading.
objection. Don't lead your witness.
yes, Judge. Would you like me to re-ask the questions?
He is the
Thank you.
district attorney.
Uh, Lieutenant LEEDAHL, was the screen collected?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was it processed?
Yes, sir, it was.
What, if any, results were yielded?
There was no identifiable prints or anything found on the screen.
As it relates to the other screens at the home, was anything done to test those screens?
Yes, sir. I myself and another investigator attempted to remove the screen from the exterior side to see how it would pull out. And during that testing, we could not remove the screen without fracturing the frame of the screen somewhere because we had to bend it so far to remove it from that window from the exterior side of the building.
And so how did the screens that y'all tested out removing them compare to the screen that we just depicted in State's Exhibit 69?
They were identical screens made of the same type of material, which I believe was aluminum, and they were approximately the same size from each one of them.
And so after you tested prying them out, did that do anything to those screens?
Yes, it broke them and bent them.
Okay. And how did those breaks and bends compare with the screen that's that we depicted in State's Exhibit 69?
Very similar.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 70 through 76, which have already been shown to Mr. Cruz. Once you get done reviewing them, let me know.
Sir, I'm done.
And just kind of collectively, not individually, what are these?
Those are photographs of various items. The screen itself is, or the rear window, and all photographs of Miss Baker and the area around her body, as well as the entrance to the bathroom, I believe.
Are they fair and accurate depictions from January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, they are.
Judge, I moved to tender States 70 through 76 and asked to publish those to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted, and yes, you may publish.
State 70, what is that?
That's a photograph of the upper torso of Miss Baker as she was found. It also includes a photograph of the straps that was found on the bag that matched the bag to the left, her left, as she's laying there.
They're not showing these photos, thankfully, but this is a great question. Priscilla Thompson says, how can they enter this evidence if it's a lost evidence? They're entering photos of the screens. See the difference? Photos. It's going to be up to the defense attorney on cross-examination to say, but you're telling us that there was nothing of evidentiary value found on those screens, but isn't it true you lost them? Let's see if he does it. I have faith in Attorney Cruz. Thank you, Joe Maher, for your 10. I hope I will feel better soon as well. I love you with all of my heart.
And you see portion of the transformer that belonged to the printer there.
Transformer.
States Exhibit 71.
That's a closer photograph of the cord that went from the transformer to around the neck of Miss Baker.
State 72.
That is a closer shot or another angle of the cord as it's around the neck of Miss Baker.
And States Exhibit 73, what are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of the broken screen from the window as it enters into the kitchen of the rear of the residence.
And States Exhibit 74.
That's another photograph of that same screen, but that's showing as you're facing the screen, showing the left-hand edge of that frame of that screen.
And States Exhibit 75.
That's a photograph of the window leading into the kitchen, showing the entire screen as it was found.
And this is jumping around a little bit, I'm sorry, but State 76, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of the entrance to the bathroom. I call it the public bathroom from the main room, and also the one that's shared by Miss Baker's bedroom.
And when you say public bathroom, I'm just going to put the diagram of the floor plan up in. And you've testified that bedroom 3 is Miss Baker's bedroom. Is that right?
That's correct.
The bathroom in bedroom 3, how many doors does it have?
That has two doors. One that leads from the living room into the bathroom, and then the other one leads, the only way to enter through that one is through the bedroom.
Okay. And so the other 2 bathrooms in the home, how do they differ from the bathroom in bedroom 3?
The only way you can enter those bathrooms is by going inside their bedrooms.
And Your Honor, I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz State's Exhibits 77, 87. All right, so I'm sorry, I didn't show these to you. State's Exhibit 77 through 87. I'm going to hand those to you now. And sir, haven't had a chance to review these. You recognize what they are?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and I don't need you to necessarily describe each of them right now, but kind of in general, where are they pictures from?
Those are photos that are taken from inside the bedroom of Miss Baker, showing some of the items of evidence that we collected.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, I move to tender 77 through 87 and publish them to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
And then,
They are admitted. And you may publish.
thank you, Judge. State's Exhibit 77, what is that?
That's a photograph of the knife that was found near the head of Miss Baker.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 78, what is that?
That's also another photograph of the knife.
Okay. And let me ask you a question real quick. Was the blade on this knife longer than 3 inches?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 79, what are we looking at here?
That's the photograph of the knife as it was found on the floor adjacent to Miss Baker.
Okay. And so immediately to the left of the knife handle, we see something. What is this here?
That is the right arm of Miss Baker.
Okay. I just want to ask you a question real quick. We see in 79 the knife handle right there. And then we see in 78 knife handle right here. Those appear in the photographs to be 2 different colors. Is there an explanation for that?
That's just the way the light reflected off of it as I was taking the photograph. When I got the photograph, I was holding the knife. It was closer to the camera in the flash, and I was getting actual true color. When it was down onto the ground, it was getting lesser light, and it was just showing a different shade of it.
Okay. When you're taking pictures in an environment, can some of the surrounding colors or the colors in the environment affect the flash?
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right, I'm going to sustain that objection. You may rephrase, Mr. Yellow-Chili.
Are there differences in how does a flash affect photographs?
It can affect photographs in different ways, but the amount of reflection onto the item that you're taking a photograph of, and then you have items, for example, this where it's a lot of dark backgrounds. It doesn't reflect the light like it should, or as well as if there wasn't anything dark there, and it will change the colors and the hues a little bit when you take the photograph and you print the photographs out, and you get a different color to it, different tints.
And I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 80 at this time. What are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of Miss Baker, and to the left of the photograph, you see the area of the printer cable that's run across and over towards her.
At any point while you were on scene processing the scene, was Miss Baker's body moved?
Yes.
Okay. Who moved it?
Myself and Agent Terry Cooper.
Why did y'all move it?
To take her out to a cleaner area and put her on some clean sheets that we had purchased to check for trace evidence, and to also try to recover fingerprints and have more room to work besides in the room where she was found.
What area did y'all move her to?
To the living room.
Okay. So I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 81. When y'all, what am I seeing in 81?
You're seeing the head area of Miss Baker and the power cord that's wrapped around the neck.
Had you done anything to the power cord prior to moving her?
Yes, sir. I cut the power cord from the transformer so we could leave the power cord around the neck of Miss Baker for the forensic pathologist to view.
Okay.
Where did they get the clean sheets? Why is he moving the body? Is he a crime scene technician? Because all I know
State's
is that he's a
Exhibit
lieutenant
82.
with the investigating police department. I don't think he's a crime scene investigator. He's not CSI. Move the body before. I don't know that. I don't know. This is 2001. Remember, this is before Ring cameras. It's Georgia. People are saying, where'd they get the clean sheets from? I got a lot of questions. Hopefully the jury has questions too.
What is that?
That is the right hand of Miss Baker.
Okay. State's Exhibit 83. What are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of the left hand of Miss Baker.
Was there anything of significance to you as a forensics detective about her left hand depicted in State's 83?
Yes, there was some wounds, defensive type wounds to the hand.
Okay.
Some states have a medical examiner. Some states have a coroner. There's different states and different jurisdictions have different people who come to the scene to retrieve a decedent. I also see a lot of mischaracterization in the chat of the order on Aiden Carney's case. If you could refrain from putting your summary of that order in the case in the chat, because it's just a lot of things that are not correct. I'm just going to continue to delete them because I feel so crappy that I'm going to be moderating for the rest of the time here. Bridget says, I hope you get a deep 10-hour sleep to sweat that cold out your body. Thanks for all you do. I will. I'll be going to bed right as soon as this is over. Hopefully the judge is going to let us go home early today. New sheets still have contaminations, right? Jeff, it's almost like, Canton PD thinking it was a great idea to get in there with a leaf blower, a gas-powered leaf blower, and just have it like blow all kinds of contaminants all over the evidence as they were blowing the snow away. It's bizarre. Well, I don't think he's forensics because he said he was a lieutenant. We missed the entire beginning of his CV because the law and crime camera didn't go up in time. So we're all kind of guessing about what he is. I thought he was a lieutenant in the police department. We're all confused, but what's to lose? You can call this song the United States Blues. All right, I'm going to keep going, powering through.
Exhibit 84, what are we seeing here?
That is the leg of Miss Baker. I believe it was the right leg of Miss Baker.
Okay. And in particular, what are we seeing in this area here?
That appeared to be a blood transfer pattern that was on the leg, possibly kind of in the shape of a hand, made by someone touching that leg.
Did you make any effort to try and process that area of her body?
Yes, sir, we did.
What did you do?
We tried several methods of trying to recover that to see if there was any fingerprint ridge detail in it. We used a chemical called TMB, and I apologize, I don't know what that TMB stands for, but it's a reagent that reacts with blood, similar to like phenolphthalein or luminol that's used to detect blood. We also applied Polaroid film to that spot in hopes that the TMB and the blood would transfer the pattern to the Polaroid film and have a chemical reaction. And then we also dusted that film with magnetic fingerprint powder, as well as processed that straight on the skin with fingerprint powder to try to recover fingerprints.
Were you successful?
Thanks, Ashley. Ashley said that he's a forensic detective, and the prosecutor mentioned it a few minutes ago. Thank you.
No, sir.
Okay.
Straight on the skin with fingerprint powder to try to recover fingerprints.
Were you successful?
No, sir.
Okay. We talked about environmental factors earlier. How would the environmental factors at this scene affect, if at all, your ability to process for fingerprints?
Well, fingerprints on the body is very difficult to recover. I've only done it once or twice in my life, and that was doing it during testing on myself. It's never worked out on the scene, but it is possible. In this case, we did not have any luck because you also have environmental factors such as the water from the fire, the heat from the fire. The heat made the skin almost feel dry out to like it was leather. Fingerprints are usually left behind by oils and dirts and stuff from the fingers when you touch a surface. In this case, the heat dries that up, and also it absorbs those chemicals and that water and things into the skin because of the heat. You have the fire department putting the fire out. The fact that water's there can wash off any of the oils or trace evidence or things on the skin. But it's extremely difficult to recover fingerprints from a body, but it's not impossible.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 85, ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you recognize that as?
That is showing some of the heat damage to the side of Miss Baker.
And then State's 86, what are we seeing here?
That is the right knee and upper thigh of Miss Baker that was burned.
Did y'all process any other surfaces inside of the residence?
Yes, sir, we did. We processed the doors and the window areas looking for fingerprints.
Was there anything of significance that you noted in your processing of the doors and window areas?
We found what appeared to be white marks on the front door near the peephole, as if somebody had taken a cloth of some sort and wiped the area down. We found other areas where you had mostly water damage and things as far as fingerprinting, which fingerprint powder and water, the powder is consistent with baby powder. So when it gets
Somebody had wiped down the peephole from the outside of the door or the inside of the door. Let me hear that again.
In your processing of the doors and window areas?
for fingerprints.
Was there anything of significance that you noted in your processing of the doors and window areas?
We found what appeared to be white marks on the front door near the peephole, as if somebody had taken a cloth of some sort and wiped the area down. We found other areas where you had mostly water damage and things as far as fingerprinting, which fingerprint powder and water,
Clear.
the powder is consistent with baby powder. So when it gets wet, it clumps up and it's completely ineffective in trying to recover fingerprints. So it made it difficult. But we saw areas where it appeared to have been wiped down at some point in time before we added the powders.
Okay. Were you able to recover any prints in your processing of the scene?
We recovered one print that appeared to be a palm print on one of the doors, the interior doors, but it turned out it was unidentifiable.
And I'm putting up what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. And can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That is a fingerprint that was found on the door. One of the, I'd have to look at my report to tell you exactly which door it was. But it was one of the doors inside the residence, one of the bedroom doors, if I recall correctly. Yeah, bedroom number 2, which would have been the first
Not her bedroom.
door
They found a fingerprint.
on your left as you walk into the residence from the outside.
You made reference to a print being unidentifiable just a moment ago. Are you referring to this print or a different one?
To this print.
Okay. And I think, I'm sorry, earlier we talked about the APHIS system at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. What involvement again did you have with that?
Well, I was the project manager that started the program when we first got it, but then I was the APHIS operator for 7 or 8 years before I was promoted and moved on up, and I had other people trained to do it, and I took more of a supervisory responsibility.
And could you remind the jury what APHIS stands for?
The Automated Fingerprint Identification System.
I want to back up now. We talked about the processing of surfaces for fingerprints. Let's back up to processing Ms. Baker's body in the living room on the white sheets for trace evidence.
Sir.
Were you able to find any trace evidence on Ms. Baker's person?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. When we're using the terminology trace evidence, does hair fall in that category?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State's Exhibits 88, 89. if it's acceptable to the court, I was going to hand Lieutenant LEEDAHL states 88, 89, and 90. And then I was going to ask him to open it. I have a pocket knife with me. Is it okay if I hand him that to do that?
It is fine.
All right. Thank you.
It's all right.
First, I'll let you review 88, 89, and 90. And then I'm going to hand you this pocket knife. You mind opening those up? And then before I ask you any other questions about it, I'll take it back to defense counsel for his review.
Thanks, Rick, for a couple of super stickers, but there's no questions with them. Rick 4563.
Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, Lieutenant LEEDAHL has opened states 88, 89, and 90. I'm handing those to Mr. Cruz.
Great question, Charlene. Was that palm print ever checked against Melton or Faust? We have any room to move here? A little bit.
And if you could, reach inside the envelope marked states 88 and let me know what is inside of there.
It's a sealed envelope with my handwriting on it, depicting hair recovered from the torso of the victim.
Okay. Does that appear, based on labeling, to be the hair you collected from the torso of the victim?
Based on the labeling, yes, this correct. My sealed.
Mr. DA, you've already shown that the labeling is not accurate in the swabs that you took from the decedent's body. But now we're going to trust your labeling, or his labeling anyway.
Seals are still intact, and my initials are over the seals.
And Judge, I moved to tender states 88 at this time.
Any objection?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Object on the basis of authentication. I spoke to the state. He said that on cross-examination, I could go through the process of authenticating what's in the envelope. So I would ask at this time not to admit the items into evidence, but on cross, I will open it up and authenticate it with the witness. And if the other court finds it appropriate, I'll admit it at that time. That's
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Yelmenchili, any response to the statement by defense counsel?
It's been appropriately authenticated to be admitted, Your Honor.
I'm going to admit it over objection, but certainly, Mr. Cruz, you can do any of those things that you'd like to on cross-examination.
yes, ma'am.
All right, you may continue.
State.
Another way of doing it would have been to let him question the witness now and authenticate it and then let it in, but she's going to do whatever she wants to do. It seems.
Exhibit 89, same thing.
That is a envelope. Again, that has my initials over the seals. It was sealed in my handwriting, depicting the hair that was recovered from the buttocks area of Miss Baker.
And does that appear to be the sample that you collected and sealed in your processing in the crime scene?
Yes, sir, it does.
And Judge, I moved to tender 89 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Just the objection mentioned.
All right, thank you. I'm going to overrule the objection, admit it over objection.
And then states exhibit 90, same thing.
That is also an envelope that has my initials over the evidence seal that contains the hair that was recovered from the left hand of Miss Baker.
And does that appear to be in substantially the same shape as when you collected it and sealed it inside that evidence?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I move to tender 90.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Only the prior objection.
All right, thank you. I'm going to admit it over objection, but you certainly can cross-examine when it is defense counsel's time.
Were those the 3 areas of Miss Baker from which you recovered some type of hair?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your forensic processing, do you test or identify hair?
No.
Okay. No, I'm sorry, Judge. If we could have just a moment.
Just to recap, there's one hair from the torso, one hair from the buttocks, one hair from the left hand of the defendant. And what I remember from their opening was that all of those hairs are Caucasian.
And I'm going to show Mr. Cruz.
We'll see.
what's been marked with state's exhibits 91 and 92. So first I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 91 and ask you to recognize that.
I do.
How are you able to recognize it?
From the markings on the bag, which depicts what's in it.
What is it?
It's the electrical cord of ligature that was taken from around the neck of Miss Baker.
And Judge, I move to tender State's 91 at this time.
Any objection, counsel? It is admitted.
Trey, I'll hand you State's 92. What is that?
That is a sealed bag that's containing the residue that was recovered from around the eye of the stove in the kitchen.
And how do you recognize it?
It's marked on the bag as what it is, and the identification from the police department.
I thought I said recovered the hair from the hand of the decedent, not the defendant. The decedent, the dead body, meaning also the victim, from Tara's hand. Maybe because I'm so clogged up and I'm not on camera, you didn't hear me. That's what I meant. Not the defendant, the decedent, the victim, Tara. One hair from her torso, one hair from her buttocks, and one hair from her left hand.
Our case number.
Your Honor, I move to tender State's 92 at this time.
Any objection?
I don't know what just happened there with their camera. Did they take a little break? Hold on a second.
It's admitted.
Box containing the knife that was stove in this property. Stove.
How far behind were we?
And then State's Exhibit 90, same thing.
90 was the left hand hair.
There's also an envelope that has my initials over the evidence.
Judge,
All right, thank you. I'm going to admit it over.
of Miss Baker from which you recovered some type of hair.
Yes.
Okay. Do you test or identify?
No, he doesn't test the hair. Okay, we got that part.
And I'm sorry, Judge, if we could have just.
All right, take your minute.
2.
Now he's going to come up with some more envelopes. And then he had a big giant bag.
It's the electrical cord.
Okay, we got the cord.
Location from the police department with our case number.
This is 93.
Thanks.
Here's the cord.
That's right. That's 94, 30, and you're on 94.
So I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 93 at this time. Do you recognize what that is?
It's a box labeled containing the knobs from the kitchen stove from Miss Baker's residence.
Okay. And let me ask you a question about those knobs on the kitchen stove. Where were those knobs when you saw them?
They were attached to the stove in its proper positions, the post that they slide onto.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to say anything that anybody said to you, but was it your understanding that they had been that way when firefighters entered the residence?
Yes.
Okay. As far as
Somebody
attached or
turned on the stove to light the blanket on fire to put it on the bed. So if the perpetrator didn't have gloves on, their fingerprints would likely be all over those stove knobs. It was an electric stove. Let's see.
not attached to the stove?
Both.
Okay. And I don't think we actually labeled this, Judge, I'm sorry. Okay. And does this, well, you've already identified it, sorry. Judge, I'll move to tender states 93 at this time.
The objection is Cruz. Is admitted.
Firefighters said they replaced the knob, says Sam, because Sam's been paying attention.
Sir, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 94 at this time.
This is the big
You
bag.
recognize what that is?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's the box containing the knife that was recovered near Miss Baker.
And I'm going to move to tender 94 at this time, Judge.
It's a big ass knife. It's a big box.
It's admitted.
Sir, I'll hand you 95.
Oh, wait. Okay, stop. 94 is a smaller box. We were getting ahead of ourselves because he brought the big bag from his table and they went over. It's a smaller box. And now he's handing him 95, which is a big box.
Ask you
Bag.
if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my name on the bag. Is entering it into the evidence room.
Okay. And what is it?
Sorry.
What is it?
It contains the butcher, wood butcher block holder for the knives that was found on the countertop next to the stove.
And Judge, I move to tender states 95 at this time.
Any objection? It is admitted.
Sir, when you were processing the scene and collecting this evidence, do you recall the brand or manufacturer of the knife block?
If I recall correctly, I believe it was Farberware.
Okay. And do you recall the brand or manufacturer of the knife that was found in Miss Baker's bedroom?
I believe that was also Farberware.
Okay. Mr. Cruz, I think you said it's 96. I'm handing Mr. Cruz states 96. Lieutenant LEEDAHL, I'm handing you now States 96. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
It's a bag that's containing the power transformer to the printer, which I cut that portion off that was around the neck of Miss Baker, and this is the remaining portion of it.
Judge, I move to tender States 96 at this point.
Any objection? Admitted.
After you finished processing Miss Baker's body for trace evidence, are you aware of what was done with her body?
Yes, she was placed into a disaster bag and she was transported to the GBI crime lab for an autopsy.
GBI would be Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Rick said the wound was on the right side of her neck, left-handed assailant. Well, that is the way when the prosecutor demonstrated with the rubber knife that he brought into the courtroom, he went behind. He made it look as though the person who inflicted that wound would have to have been behind her to make that wound on the right side of her neck. But then the defense attorney on cross pointed out that it could have been a left-handed assailant. Thank you, Rick, for playing. Excellent. Charlie says, white bed sheets in the South, do they come with eye holes? Thank you, Charlie, for tuning in from down under.
Your Honor, if I could have just a moment to confer with Mr. Bolt.
All right, go ahead.
Take all the moments. Take them all. Oh no! But now that you mentioned the hands in the
Lieutenant
portrait,
LEEDAHL, as you were processing
that-
the crime scene,
now that you mentioned the hands in the portrait behind the witnesses' heads, I cannot look away. Thank you, Goblin Misfit. And Sam saying Attorney Cruz might want to submit applications for 3L volunteers to help with the case. Just a thought. It's a good thought. It's a good thought. Oops.
and also misprocessing. Lieutenant LEEDAHL, as you were processing the crime scene and also Miss Baker's body, were there any odors of significance?
Yes.
And what was that?
I distinctly remember the smell of the shampoo that emitted from her hair. I don't know the brand name or anything like that, but I can smell it to this day.
Shampoo. He can smell it to this day. She was clean.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for Lieutenant LEEDAHL.
All right, thank you. I think before we, Mr. Cruz, we do cross-examination, we're going to take a break.
I agree.
All right, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for a little less than 15 minutes. If you'll go into the jury room, there are, of course, snacks there. The restroom, please don't discuss the case. We will be with you at 3:45. Thank you.
Snacks. Oh, look at that. It's 3:45 right now. Do you think they're on time? We'll see. Right. KBD says so she must have been getting ready for class when this happened, right? Her class was at 9:45. She didn't show up. She didn't show up for class. They have lots of snacks. What kind of snacks do you think they have in the jury room? I bet it's like Costco bulk snacks. I'm thinking. I don't know. What do you think? They've made a big deal about her smelling like shampoo, so I'm not really sure. What 2001 had to be herbal essences. That's a great comment. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Carrie. You tell two friends, and then you tell two friends, and so on, and so on. And so that might even go back to like the 80s herbal essences, right? All right. Hold, please. Hold, please. I need to do some communications. I'll be right back. Sheila. Nutri-Grain bars. Maybe some beef jerky sticks. There's been a lot of talk about her just having gotten out of the bath when this happened, but I don't know where that was coming from because I don't remember that from openings. Keebler peanut butter crackers. Says little cupcakes. Oh, right, the cracker. This is peanut butter sandwich crackers. I remember those peanut butter sandwich crackers. Here for the T says, yes, the first firefighter said that the stove knobs were off and he put them back on. The suspect probably took them off to clean them. Yes, it seems like everything was wiped down, including the peephole. And so when they say peephole, I'm thinking like peephole. He wasn't clear because sometimes you might be able to see through the peephole on the outside. So if like whoever was coming was looking from the outside in and then wiped it down on their way out as they were locking the door with the key, because remember, this person probably had to have a key. I need to know who had a key to that apartment, because remember there was both roommates. There were two roommates, two female roommates were away for the weekend. They both also had boyfriends too, right? Who else had a key? Right. Salon Selectives shampoo. Interesting. Thank you, Texas. Texas Nana of 4. I'm really losing steam. I may go off camera for a while. Unless I have something important to say, I'm just going to shut my camera off here. They're coming back now just because my head is pounding. Love you guys with all of my heart.
All right, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Yelmichilli, Mr. Bolden, you all ready? All
This
right.
is going to be crossed.
You can bring the jury in. Thank you.
This judge likes
have
to go to
about
5,
20
and she
we
likes
like
to
to
give the jury
downstairs
like
this
only a half an hour for lunch. So looks like she's drinking a beer. Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait a minute. Stop. I know she's not, but it looks like I don't know. I don't know what that is. It's a white can with a green label. Sometimes we got a joke. We're just gonna cry. Apparently, this man, the defendant here, Edrick Faust, has quite a long record. He's been in and out of jail. I don't really know what for.
Y'all may be seated.
I don't know if it's coming in. But that's how they got the hit on him originally, because his DNA was in CODIS in 2003. And now, 2023. How does your DNA get into CODIS? Only after an actual conviction. So we know that he's been convicted of other things. Does that mean that he actually did this murder, or does that make him a convenient defendant? The jury will decide. All right, here we go. Yeah, you guys cover for me. I love you guys. All right, here we go. And I will highlight your comments accordingly as you summarize the testimony. But don't give any legal opinions unless you're actually a lawyer. How about that? Is that fair? White Claw Lime. Looks like an alcohol-free beer, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. Canada Dry. Oops. Oops. Now she's frozen too. She's sleeping? She's moving a little bit. I mean, I can hear some sounds. Maybe she's meditating. Canada Dry Zero Sugar is a white can with a green label. Yeah. Oh, she blinked. Let's walk amongst yourselves. Let's walk amongst yourselves. It is 3:52 here on the East Coast, so maybe we have an hour left. An hour and 8 minutes, according to my math.
That. All right. You may let them in. I think they want to come in.
I mean, did the volume just go down again? This I feel really bad. You know what I really feel bad for is the camera operator and the volume. And he must be going crazy because, you know, he or she likes to have perfection. They like to have a really good stream. And they must be going nuts with the volume because I'm going nuts with the volume. Just like this. This is what they call templing, steepling. People in power try and do this to make themselves look more powerful. Look at my hands. It's called steepling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Lieutenant LEEDAHL.
Good afternoon, sir.
I would like to follow up with you on some things that the state discussed with you. I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 37. Your Honor, is it okay if I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And you have continuing freedom to walk around the courtroom. You don't have to ask.
Now, we've established that you recognize that photo as an aerial view of the Deer Park community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And I would like to also show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 12, 13, 14, and 15. And let the record reflect I may have skipped 9, 10, and 11. These are pre-marked. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the state said exhibits. Witness said exhibits. Lieutenant LEEDAHL, take your time, look at those photographs. Once you've had an opportunity to look at those photographs, just please look up. You recognize Defense Exhibit 12 through 15, if I have my numbering correct, as aerial views of the Deer Park community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, and they're aerial views from different angles. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are those photographs fair and accurate depictions of Deer Park and the surrounding area as you know it?
Yes, sir, they are.
Thank you. Have those photographs been altered in any way to your knowledge?
They don't appear to be, no.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 12 through 15 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They are admitted.
Do you want 37 back?
I'd also like to show you State's Exhibit 47. We've established that you recognize State's Exhibit 47. Is it okay if I approach you? Recognize State's Exhibit 47. Is it okay if I approach you, sir?
Yes, sir.
We have established that you recognize that photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to show you court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Thanks, Nicole. If you have that warrant, you want to email it to me? My email is in the show notes below.
I'd like to show you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 9. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 9.
Not only is he so polite, he's making sure the record is very, very, very clear. He does not want to be held in contempt again and have to come up with another $1,000 fine. This time she might make it $5,000 if she feels like it, the judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I approach you?
Go ahead. It's fine.
No, I won't be startled.
So I handed you the state's exhibit and I handed you Defense Exhibit 9. Would you agree that Defense Exhibit 9 is a close-up of the window depicted in State's Exhibit, I believe 27, if I'm not mistaken? I may have that number wrong.
47.
47, please forgive me.
Yes, sir. You're correct.
Okay. And do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir. It's the photograph showing the window adjacent to the rear entrance or exit, however you want to look at, to the apartment.
Yes, sir. Has that, to your knowledge, or would you have any reason to disagree that that photo has not been altered in any way?
I would agree.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
Yes, ma'am. And I would ask for permission to publish Defense Exhibit 9 and State's Exhibit 47 to the jury. Thank you.
Can we see it too? Sanctions are not good. Sanctions are not good.
I'd like to show you what is being marked as Defense Exhibit 10.
It depends on the jurisdiction. In some places they're published in the law journal. In some places they're not. It's not the same as having the bar issue sanctions, but it's not good for your reputation.
Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 10.
Absolutely.
Lieutenant LEEDAHL, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 10?
I do.
Okay, and you recognize Defense Exhibit 10 as the back door that's depicted in State's Exhibit 47, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it's just a closer up view of said door, is that right?
That's correct.
Would you have any reason to disagree that that photo has not been altered in any way?
It doesn't appear to be altered that I'm aware of.
Yes, sir. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the back door as you remember it to be?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 10 into evidence and publish same to the jury.
No objection, Judge.
If you're not looking at the screen, don't worry, because they're not showing us any of these
Indulgence, Your Honor.
exhibits.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 71. Now, in regards to State's Exhibit 71, I believe we saw a prior photo of material from the ceiling that was on top of Ms. Baker and on top of that item there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to make the record clear, the item that I'm speaking of is the power transformer. Where the power transformer is located, once that debris was moved, is that the place that you found the power transformer located?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish State's Exhibit 27 to members of the jury.
That was already admitted, correct?
It was.
Granted.
Thank you. And we've already established that on January 19th, 2001, you went to Ms. Baker's home and you had opportunity to view her body, correct? Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
In regards to the evidence located on and around Ms. Baker's body, there were hairs collected from Ms. Baker's left hand. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There were hairs collected from Ms. Baker's body. Is that right?
That's correct.
There was also a hair collected from Ms. Baker's buttocks. Is that right?
That's correct.
You didn't lose me. I'm
And
here.
I'm going to get you another pair of gloves.
No, I'm good.
Let's hear
Give
about
me 1 second. Court's indulgence.
He's going somewhere with the hair. We know he is because he said it in his opening.
All right, I'd like to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 89, which contains a envelope enclosed, documented as item number 8, hair from buttocks. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors. I would like you to open item number 8. That was within State's Exhibit 89. And I provided you a paper towel for the hair.
Okay. There is no hair in it.
Can you repeat that?
There is no hair inside it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? There is no hair. There's no
Place
hair in it.
back in the envelope right
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's no hair. There's no evidence. Let's hear that again. Trying to get my bearings, blow my nose a little bit, but you know what? I'm here for this. And this is better. This is better than her suppressing this evidence because there was no hair in the envelope, because now he just got the witness to say, the forensic detective to say, there's no hair in there. Oh, what? Remember the apparent hair that clung for dear life on Karen Reed's Lexus all the way from Canton to Dighton in a blizzard, and then all the way back on that little tow truck? It was the little hair who could. We called it the apparent hair. Here we go. This is way better. It's way better. Here you go. Let's hear that again from the top. A 5, 6, 7, 8. Even blew it around a little bit. He's tapping it.
There is no hair in it.
Wow.
Can you repeat that?
There is no hair inside it.
No.
Thank you.
Trying this man for murder, malice murder, all 5 charges of murder, sodomy, grape. There's no hair. Mic drop. Well done, Attorney Cruz. Well done. Jury's there, yeah. Jury's there. Oops.
I'd like to show you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 88. Inside State's Exhibit 88, there's an there's an envelope marked number 9, hair from torso area of victim. Are you okay with opening this for me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Was it ever there? Was it ever there? I don't want to rewind because I'm not feeling well, but what was in that envelope supposed to be? The one without the hair? Was that the hair from the pubic area or from the anal area? Huge. This is the hair from the torso. Is it there? Oh, he's tapping it upside down, the witness is.
There's no hair inside here.
There's no hair in there either. What?
Can you repeat that for the jury, please?
There's no hair inside here.
The case of the missing evidence, the 25-year-old murder case. Well done, sir. Case dismissed. Jury's like, can we all go home?
Can I take a break for a second? Bathroom break, if it's okay.
Yes, you can.
Bathroom break.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go into the jury room for a couple of moments. Please don't discuss the case.
I just wanna take it back. Look at the judge's face. She's like, oh, maybe I should have just suppressed this evidence. Don't I feel like a fool? What is going on? What are we doing here? I know some of you are saying that you like an ad came on your YouTube if you don't have premium and you got kicked back to the beginning of the stream. And so I don't know why that's happening. It could be a glitch. Let's hear that again, shall we? That was so good. We're going to watch it twice.
I'd like to show you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 88.
Did I go back too far?
Inside State's Exhibit 88, there's there's an envelope marked number 9, hair from torso area of victim.
We already saw that one.
Are you okay with
Let's go back.
this?
Because the one before that also did not have a hair.
Scissors, which contains a envelope enclosed, documented as item number 8, hair from buttocks. Do you recognize that?
Hair from buttocks.
Yes.
That also did not have
I'm
a
going to
hair.
hand you a pair of scissors. I would like you to open item number 8.
Okay, so the hair from the buttocks and the hair from the torso area both contained no hair. None. 0 hair. Does anybody remember what was said in opening about the hair? Which hair was it that matched Faust? If any. Which, if any? I remember some of his DNA was found. And that was a great pregnant pause, wasn't it? Well done. Well done. Wow.
Can I take a break for a second?
Then he's going on a bathroom break. And look at
Yes, you
coffee. That
Ladies and
was a great-
gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go into the jury room for a couple of moments. Please don't discuss the case.
Talk about a pregnant pause at the right place. Is he a performer or what, this attorney? You guys were saying he's a rookie. Come on now. There's a reason why he's been named a rising star, as someone pointed out. Coffee Char says, this is so
Go
important
ahead,
to show what
Ms.
happens to people.
Sure.
Thanks. Appreciate watching. New to your channel, 8 months. Thank you so much for being here for 8 months. You're amazing. Somebody pointed out earlier that this attorney, Ahmad Cruz, was admitted in 2017 and he was licensed in 2017, Howard School of Law. Cruz has been selected as a rising star from 2021 until 2026. I will also say some of those rising star things and super lawyers, some of that is paid for advertising. I'm not sure if this one is, but I'm going to call him a rising star anyway. Will you allow it? I mean, talk about a mic drop. Hairs aren't there, but we tested them, but now they're not there. No grave concerns, Judge? Nah. See how long she'll go today. It is currently 4:14 here on the East Coast. I don't know. Will there be other hair? There's no hair. There's no hair. Misbehaving in Florida says they also said Chris Milton's hair and the defendant's hair were similar somehow earlier. I don't know in what way they were similar. Yeah, who's walking on eggshells now? Who's walking on eggshells now, Mr. Bolden? Chris with a K. I would love to know the racial makeup of the jury. I don't know who was saying in here before that. How dare you say the judge is racist, chat? I didn't see anybody in the chat saying the judge was racist. So I must have missed. It must have been when I was sleeping. Here she is. Oh, because the hairs might match Chris. They disappeared. The defense doesn't need to prove anything. We all know that, right? The defense doesn't need to prove a thing. They could sit down and take a nap, as Mr. Betterow would say. But the case, the state needs to prove that this defendant, Edrick Faust, did these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And right now, I'm seeing lots of reasonable doubt. Anyone? Unless he would be going off right now. Remember the holes in the back of that shirt?
Please be seated. Mr. Chris, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant LEEDAHL, did you collect hairs and put them in those envelopes?
Yes,
Okay, so at one point in time, there would have been hair in those envelopes. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Thank you, sir. All right. I'd like to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 90, which is hair from left hand of victim. And inside State's Exhibit 90 is a white envelope marked number 10 with a description of hair from left hand of victim. May I approach? Can you open this for me?
And we know that this was a Caucasian hair found in her left hand. This is a sham, Jomar. This is a sham. The judge does have a puss on, Cindy.
LEEDAHL is looking at that exhibit. I would like to mark empty envelope number 8, which is the envelope that was supposed to contain the hair from Ms. Baker's buttocks,
Tell us.
as defense exhibit.
Wild. This is wild. I don't know that I've ever seen
11.
this before, except in Karen Reed, of course, with the inverted video and the as such like that.
Which I'll separate from states, I think 27. Sorry, which I separated from states 89.
Are you asking it to be readmitted, or are you just putting a defense number on the already admitted exhibit?
Chocolate Rain Man, I'm aware of how evidence works. Why are you yelling at me, number one? You joined YouTube 2 days ago, number two.
You want it on the envelope? Okay,
Red
and
Flag
it's number
City.
11. All
You
right.
started the racial comments
So-
earlier.
Any objection, Mr. Yeoman-Chili?
I don't have an objection. I think the original larger envelope and its contents have already been admitted. However, I don't have any objection to
All right.
labeling the interior envelope.
I will admit it in that manner.
Yes, ma'am. Also, the envelope that was in State's Exhibit 88, which is the empty envelope containing, well, that would have contained hair from the torso of the victim. I am admitting this as defense exhibit 16, Your Honor.
Let's give him his flowers.
All right, Mr. Yeoman-Chili, any response?
Just the same response, Your
All
Honor.
right, I will admit it. Okay, it has been, the whole package has been admitted as state's exhibit, but I will admit it as defense 16 in this manner without objection.
Lieutenant LEEDAHL, can you tell me the number of hairs that were in State's Exhibit 90?
From this, none. There was 0 in here.
There are no hairs in State's Exhibit 90?
That's correct.
Did you put hairs in the envelope when you sealed it up?
Yes.
Hold on. Is 90 the hair from her hand? Because that's what I have 88 buttocks, 89 hair, torso.
Your Honor, I would like to
90
mark
hand.
as defense exhibit 17, the empty envelope that would have contained the hair from the left hand of Miss Tara Baker.
That hair is missing too.
Any
They
objection,
were
Mr.
all
Yeoman-Chili?
Caucasian
No
hairs.
objection, Judge.
All right, I will admit it in the same manner as before without objection.
The defense attorney did not know that there was no hair until he just had the witness. He thought there was only one, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? The defense attorney earlier in the day, this has been a very long day, knew about one envelope that did not contain a hair, okay? And he objected to it being admitted. He did not know until this witness just opened those 3 envelopes that there was no hair in those 3, I think. Look at my freeze game being on point today. This forensic investigator is looking at the state like, what are we doing here? How dare you? Oh, we have an emoji for that. The how dare you emoji. How dare you? That's from the Karen Reed trial. Probably should say Haas dare you, but it says, how dare you? Look at his face. Because the hair was tested and it was all of Caucasian descent. What are we doing here? And the state never said a single thing to the jury, Tiffany. Did they even look? He didn't know this, right? I think this is a surprise. Here we go. Let's keep going. Look at his face. He's like, what are we doing here?
In regards to your observation of Miss Baker's home, is it fair to say that you determined that Miss Baker's front door was deadbolt locked before it was opened by firefighters?
It appears that way, yes.
You would agree that there were multiple bedrooms in Miss Baker's home, correct?
That's correct.
And they belonged to Miss Baker's roommates, Miss Ashley at the time, Miss Ashley Peavy, now Mrs. Ashley Peavy Hall, and at the time, Miss Valerie Lowe, now at the time, Miss Valerie Lang, now Dr. Valerie Lowe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Based on your observations, none of the drawers in Miss Lang's room appeared to be disturbed.
That's correct.
Based on your observations, none of the drawers in Miss Peavy's room appeared to be disturbed.
That's correct.
Would you agree that Miss Lang and Miss Peavy had jury boxes, computers, and other accessories in plain view within the home?
That's correct. There was.
And of course, I'm sure we agree on this, none of those items were taken from the home.
That's correct.
You also had the opportunity to walk through the living room and the common area of the homes. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
Would you agree with the statement that nothing was that nothing appeared to be stolen from the living room or common area of the home?
I can't say that with any certainty since I don't live there and don't know what is actually there, but there were items still present.
Do you recall writing a report dated January 21st, 2001?
I do.
You have a copy of that report up there with you?
I do, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 3 of 11?
Okay.
Can you read the 4th sentence? And the first sentence ends in burglaries. So the first sentence you'll see is commonly removed in burglaries. Can you read the 3rd sentence from that period?
Some items have been moved after the fire, indicated from markings on the floor.
Read the sentence before that one.
The living room and common area of the residence contain furniture and a television/VCR.
And can you read the next sentence?
Nothing appeared to be disturbed prior to the fire.
Thank you. So it's fair to say that nothing appeared to be disturbed in the living room and common area.
That's correct.
Now, you also then had opportunity, and I believe I provided you with an exhibit, the state provided you with an exhibit as well, but we can agree that you had an opportunity to examine the window in the kitchen area, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you would agree that the blinds were down on both the window on the door as well as the window in the dining area?
Yes, sir, they were.
Thank you. And I believe you discussed this with the state, but during your examination of the home, you learned that several items had wipe marks. Is that right?
The door area, the front door near the peephole, and other areas, wipe marks probably from just general cleaning throughout the course of that door being there. I can't say when the wipe marks occurred, but there were marks there that were picked up when I put fingerprint powder to those surfaces.
Sure. It looked like somebody had just cleaned up before the fire was set. Yeah? Everybody smash the like button. You should be outraged for Mr. Faust at this point.
Fair to say that we don't know if the wipe marks happened after Miss Baker's murder, nor do we know if the wipe marks happened before Miss Baker's murder.
That would be correct, yes.
And those wipe marks were present on the stove. Would you agree with that?
I don't recall if there was any on the stove.
Sure. Can you turn to page 9 of 11 of your January 21st, 2001 report, please?
Thank you, Cat Q. Appreciate you too.
And if you will go to the second paragraph, in the 4th sentence from the bottom, that starts with in processing the front door. Can you read that, please?
In processing the front door, stove, and window sill, markings similar to one wipes the surface with a rag were found.
Yeah.
The markings on the front of the door were consistent with a person looking out the peephole and placing left hand on the door. The white mark where the left hand would have been as well as along the door edge. White marks were also found on the windowsill in the dining area.
Somebody wiped it down. Somebody. Thank you, J.R. Cuber.
Now, when Miss Baker was found,
Robin.
you would agree that she was completely naked.
That's correct.
There were no clothes around her that were notated in your report. Is that right?
That's correct.
And a towel was not found near her body.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions for Lieutenant LEEDAHL. Thank you so much for your service. Those are my questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Yellowman-Chili?
Briefly, Judge, Lieutenant LEEDAHL, as it relates to the hairs you collected, did you package those hairs?
I did.
Did you send them to the GBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And that would have been for some kind of analysis or testing possibilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have any idea what the GBI did with them once they received them?
I do not.
Do you?
Have any other questions?
Do you?
Lieutenant LEEDAHL, thank you.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am, but I do have a motion.
All right.
Stop.
Do you?
Sound
all
just
right.
cut out. Hold on. He's got a motion. I don't know what it's going to be for, but I can't hear it because law and crime sound just cut out. Hold on, man. Don't do this to me. Is he going to move from Mr. What's he going to do? Hold on.
All right. Do you? All right.
I do not.
Does that
What just
have any other
happened?
questions for Lieutenant LEEDAHL? Thank you.
I pushed the mute button on my own self. Hold on.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am, but I do have a motion.
All right. Do you? All right.
Or we could approach, if you don't want to send the jury out, we could approach it.
All right. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I may do that anyway, but
Yeah,
come on up.
send him
that's fine.
home. Melly's sick. If he was going to make a motion to dismiss, he would do it in open court to make a record and send the jury out. So I don't think that's what it is, but
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to send you into the jury room for just a few
There we
moments.
go.
Don't discuss the case. Be with you shortly.
I
Thank
mean,
you.
does that assistant DA look like Creighton Waters or somebody else that I'm just mistaking him for? I don't know. I don't remember.
I would just like to renew my motion in regards to, and I'll say motion to limine, to admission of testimony that the oral swab B is a vaginal swab. The additional information that I'm providing to the court is consistent with our prior argument that regarding the collection of that swabbing and the markings of that swabbing, and what Dr. Falzon testified to in regards to the procedure as well as the supervision of making sure items are properly marked and properly identified. As the court saw, we just had, I believe it's 3 envelopes. One was supposed to contain, it was marked to contain hair from Ms. Baker's hand. And we heard testimony from the Honorable Lieutenant LEEDAHL that he collected it, he put it in the envelope. It is now missing. We also had a hair that was identified that was on Ms. Baker's butt that the Honorable Lieutenant LEEDAHL stated that he put in the envelope. It is now missing. And we also heard about the hair, you also heard testimony about the hair that was on Ms. Baker's chest that the Honorable Lieutenant LEEDAHL secured, packaged up. It is now missing. I would ask the Honorable Court to consider that in regards to our argument regarding the oral swabs. And 23 years later, the state is going to attempt to introduce testimony that these oral swabbings are now vaginal swabs. Thank you for hearing me out, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Golden, Mr. Yellowman-Chili, any response?
Yes, Your Honor. I think Mr. Cruz is confusing the admissibility of the evidence versus the, I guess, the significance of it. It's hard to really understand. I would point out that
I'm sorry. What is so hard to understand? You in your opening were all about the hairs found on the body of poor Tara, the victim here. You didn't bring this case until 25 years later. You didn't arrest anybody for her brutal murder until 23 years later, and you were all about these hairs that were found on her body during your opening. And now you're confused about why it's important that the hairs weren't in the goddamn envelopes. Sorry. That your witness just opened on the stand to show that the hairs were missing. Wow. Okay. Okay, go on with your bad self.
Versus the admissibility. Yes, Your Honor. I think Mr. Cruz is confusing.
You're confused.
The admissibility of the evidence.
There's no
versus
evidence in the envelope.
There's
no evidence.
I guess the significance of it. It's hard to really understand. I would point out that we had the motion. I guess motion in limine, whatever he characterized it as, when Dr. FALZON was on the stand. But then when I actually moved to tender the exhibit, there was no objection. So there's no contemporaneous objection to the admission of the evidence. I think, again,
Hang on, Mr. Cruz, it's your motion. I'll let you respond when he's finished.
Yes, ma'am.
Respectfully to Mr. Cruz, I think he's misunderstanding the fact that there will be additional testimony about not only the items that Lieutenant LEEDAHL just entered into evidence, but also those that Dr. FALZON entered. You can't have one witness testify about everything as it relates to the piece of evidence. That's why you tender it and then have them testify. So I don't know what the grounds are that he's asking to move to exclude the exhibit relative to oral swabs A, but they're admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And thank you.
We're back on the spot.
If I may, Your Honor, as I mentioned when I learned about the swabbings today, this is a motion that I brought up as this issue came to my attention. If the Honorable Court is willing, if we come in tomorrow and provide the Honorable Court with cases, and just to clear up Mr. Bowden's, if I misstated anything. So when it comes to chain of custody, the state has to establish an appropriate chain of custody before evidence is admitted. If not, if there's an issue with the chain of custody, and I provide the Honorable Court with a case or cases regarding this issue, that evidence is to be excluded. We have a chain of custody log. And one of the biggest issues with the chain of custody log is the same way those items were packaged here today. They're the same way on the chain of custody log. And I said, well, maybe because it was improperly marked, they just put it in this way. But actually seeing the packages ourselves, and I should have opened it. I didn't even think about opening it to see if something's actually in the box. I would just ask the Honorable Court to allow us to have a hearing. I'll present the case law pursuant to chain of custody. I'll be able to present the chain of custody report to the Honorable Court. And the Honorable Court has already heard the testimony from Lieutenant LEEDAHL about what he collected and what's missing. And I think it would be appropriate, if the Honorable Court finds that it is appropriate, to allow us to present that issue to you in regards to suppression of any future testimony that is now attempting to relabel swabs that have been documented as oral for 23 years to now say they are vaginal swabs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to deny your motions, Mr. Cruz, and this is the reason for them. You are asking the court to kind of venture into the purview of the jury. There has, first of all, I agree with the state that the evidence you are complaining about with the doctor expert we had this morning was admitted into evidence. The issues that you're referring to right now with regard to any evidence that has been admitted with this witness goes to the weight of that evidence. And the argument you're making about about chain of custody is an argument that you are entitled to make to the jury if you choose to do that. But what you're arguing is the weight of the evidence. And so I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
One question for you, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I follow up with a couple of questions for Lieutenant LEEDAHL, separate from our motion, but once the jury comes back out?
So hang on just a second. I'm trying to remember where we were before I sent the jury out. Did you finish your redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I asked a single question,
Okay.
single question, but 3 questions. Okay.
Right, and I have not yet asked you if you had any recross. Is that correct?
He indicated he did not have recross and thanked Lieutenant LEEDAHL for his service.
Okay,
Oh.
that's correct. All right, I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Cruz. Can you bring the jury out,
Oh,
please?
she's not going to let him recross,
I do
even though she
remember
just
that.
denied his motion. I mean, look. Many of you are reasonable people. Many of you are like the average juror. The jury's not seeing this right now, but how do you feel that this is going right now for the defense? She says, well, you're confused. It goes to the weight of the evidence and not its admissibility. I'm letting it in. Stinkerbell's pointing out that the defense wanted to authenticate this evidence beforehand. Jomar said once opened, there is nothing. There was nothing inside the envelopes. She's not even going to allow a recross. There's so many appellate issues here. It's hard to keep track. Charlie says, how did the defense know that there was no hair? Aren't they sealed? That they did not. I think the one that they found, it seemed to be a clear, like a glass, like a little, like a little see-through envelope that had no hair in it with the, right? Wasn't that the one that he showed at the beginning? But for these three, I don't think he knew. I think that was a find, right? Because he cut it open. The witness cut it open like a glassine envelope. That's what I was thinking, right? Gigi says, really, this is not bad evidence. It's non-existent evidence. We can call Smackosaurus Ghostbuster. Let's see where she goes with this now. It's major evidence. Well, listen, he's going to argue all of this in his closing. And if the jury is seeing what we're seeing, what are we doing here? And that should just be his whole entire closing. What are we doing here? He needs a through line, like there was no collision, there was no collision, there was no collision. What are we doing here?
Let me be seated. Thank you. All right. May Detective or Lieutenant LEEDAHL be excused?
We'd ask that he is, Judge.
Any objection from the defense?
Yeah.
I have him under subpoena. I would just ask that he's subject to recall. I spoke to Lieutenant LEEDAHL. He explained to me his schedule.
Okay.
The Honorable Court will allow, if we have an opportunity to call Lieutenant LEEDAHL back, we would just ask if he would prefer that we allow him to do it via WebEx.
I can add to that, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have no objection to returning back. I would just need enough notice because I live 30 minutes away. And I'm also possibly testifying sometime next week.
And that's nice that he would go by his schedule. And he can call him back on his case in chief again, because he's still under subpoena. He should still be sequestered and not watching the trial.
Week in DeKalb County in a state court case, and I don't know the exact date. So other than that, I'm free and able to come at any time.
Thank you, sir. So the answer to your question, Mr. Cruz, is yes and yes. So Lieutenant LEEDAHL, you are still on call. You're still under subpoena. And I'll let you work it out with your witness if you need to ask the court for permission for a video testimony. I've already told you that you can do that. And so I'll leave that to you to just let the court know whether that's necessary. Other than that, you are free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Your Honor, may I step out to obtain
Yes.
information?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let the jury go. Let my people go. He's going to go out and get his contact information. And it is now 4:40 on the East Coast. And if anybody, I hear you guys say, I see you in the chat saying, where's Doug Weinstein? We need Doug Weinstein. If anybody has a contact info for him, maybe we can get him on here one day to watch this trial with us.
And then I'm going to send you. Going to break.
No, I don't engage on this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call a next witness, but I'm going to break today at 5 o'clock. So we're going to get through as much as we can with this next witness, and then I'm going to send you home. So I just wanted.
They're not happy. She only gives them a half an hour for lunch. They're hangry. They're tired. They're mad that there was no hairs in that envelope. All three envelopes, no hairs. And she still yet is going to keep them there even longer.
Sir, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could, please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record.
Brian Grove, Grove.
And Mr. Grove, where are you currently employed?
I'm a fire protection engineer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF.
Do you know Brian Higgins?
And how long have you been working for the ATF?
About 26 years.
Do you know
All right.
Brian Higgins?
And if you give me just a moment, my computer's not exactly cooperating with me.
Thank you, Lozzie. Lozzie is feckin' fuming.
With the ATF. And if you could, please describe your work experience with the ATF.
I'm a fire protection engineer, so my job is to help ATF certified fire investigators with the science part of their investigations.
What's the, well, you already talked about the role of a fire protection engineer at ATF. What is the field of fire dynamics?
So fire dynamics is the science of fire, kind of the physics of fire, how fires start, how they spread, how buildings interact with fire, how people interact with fire. Anything really dealing with the physics or the science of fire.
And how does your expertise assist fire investigators?
So fire investigators are asked to figure out where a fire started, and then if they can do that, how a fire started. So we get involved with those processes, as well as timeline and some other things.
And so if we could, starting with your undergraduate degree, do you mind going through your educational background?
Sure. I have an undergrad degree, Bachelor's of Science in Fire Protection Engineering from the University of Maryland, as well as a Master of Science, also in the same field.
Go
from
Terps.
the University of Maryland.
And besides those degrees, do you have any licenses or certifications?
I do.
And what are those?
I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California.
And what's required to obtain that designation as a registered professional engineer?
So typically you need a 4-year degree from an accredited university, as well as 2 years work experience under another registered professional engineer. And then you also have to sit for an 8-hour exam that all engineers would take, and then another 8-hour exam that's specific to your discipline.
Have you ever been a part of any kind of presentations or written any publications?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how many presentations and publications have you been a part of?
Publications, probably about 10. Presentations, hundreds.
Have you done any teaching in the field?
Yes.
All right. And what topics have you taught on, and approximately how many times have you taught?
So we teach state and local fire investigators, as well as our fire investigators. Those are generally who we teach. Also attorneys sometimes, just on the sort of the science of fire.
And how many cases approximately have you worked involving fire dynamics?
I've been with ATF for about 26 years, say 20 cases a year, so over 500.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness?
I have.
And in what field have you been qualified as an expert previously?
As a fire protection engineer.
And approximately how many times have you testified as an expert as a fire protection engineer?
Over 20.
Okay. Judge, at this point, I don't know if Mr. Cruz would like to voir dire the witness at all.
All right, Mr. Cruz, if you'd like to, you may go ahead.
No questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Yelmicheli, go ahead.
Judge, I would move to admit Mr. Grove as an expert in fire protection engineering.
Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. This witness is an expert in the area of fire protection engineering.
And Your Honor, would you like me to continue or?
We have 15 minutes. I'm going to ask you to actually continue. I think it's, we talked about stopping now, but it's only 4:45, so we have 15 minutes.
Okay,
Thank you,
and I
sir.
have
Thank
some
you.
more questions
All
before
right.
we reach that point.
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved in this case?
Special Agent Will Perdue reached out to me and told me about the case.
All right. And what was requested of you when you were contacted about the case?
He gave me a brief overview of his knowledge of the case, sent me some photos of the scene, a couple of reports, a diagram, and then we talked about ways that maybe we could help with the timeline of the fire, as well as there was an issue of some burn material on the stove and whether or not it'd be possible to ignite textile materials on a stove.
Okay. What is the fire triangle?
So the fire triangle is a way for fire investigators or scientists to organize their thoughts in terms of what do you need to have a flame or fire. And there's three things, three legs of a triangle. One would be fuel in its vapor or gas phase. So this would be solid, but we're talking about like a gas phase. Another would be an oxidizer, which is typically oxygen and air. So we need air to have fire. And then lastly would be heat. Initially that heat might come from a lighter, and then at some point a fire supplies its own heat and you have a self-sustaining reaction.
Okay. What is a fuel limited fire?
So a fuel limited fire would be a fire that's limited only by the amount of fuel that can be vaporized. So if you think of a campfire outside, that's a fuel limited fire.
Okay. And what is a ventilation limited fire?
So a ventilation limited fire, at some point, if you take that campfire, let's say a couch, maybe you burn the couch outside, it's a fuel limited fire. You bring that couch inside and it gets large enough and it's burned for long enough time that it consumes the oxygen in the room, and then ventilation becomes the dominant factor in the size of the fire.
Well, and that kind of dovetails perfectly with my next question. What is a ventilation limited fire?
So a ventilation limited fire, the size of the fire is dictated by how much fresh air you can get to the fire. All fires start out fuel limited in a room, and then at some point they typically transition, and they'll go out unless you open a door or a window fails or something like that to allow fresh air into the space.
Okay. And if you could, would you describe the term heat release rate?
So heat release rate is a term that we use.
I'm sorry, your objection is to foundation?
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that objection?
Prior to his questions, the witness is not making any testimony about it.
We'd love to be able to hear
All right,
it too.
thank you. Any response, Mr. Yellowman-Chili?
I'm not sure exactly how to respond to that, Your Honor. I'm not sure that Mr. Grove could have just, without my having asked a question, started explaining these topics, but it's certainly a foundation based on his knowledge, training, and experience has been laid for him to describe these topics, since he's an expert that's taught extensively in the field of fire dynamics and engineering.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Okay.
Big surprise.
Could you please describe the term heat release rate?
Heat release rate is the power of a fire, the intensity of a fire. Really, we're looking at its size. So if you think of like a 60-watt light bulb or a 100-watt light bulb, that's the power of that light bulb. We're interested in the same units for fire, but rather than dealing in watts, we're dealing in thousands of watts, kilowatts, or megawatts, millions of watts.
Okay. Is part of your preparation for testimony after your work on this case, did you create a PowerPoint in order to facilitate a discussion of the
Overruled. You may continue.
Did you create a PowerPoint in order to facilitate your testimony as a demonstrative aid?
I did.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, before admission of the PowerPoint, can I have opportunity to review same
Yes.
for publication?
He's never been shown the
Well,
PowerPoint.
can I see both counsel at the bench?
Come
real
on,
quick?
man.
Thank you.
Has he never been shown this PowerPoint? I mean, how many grounds for mistrial / appellate issues do we have? Let me count the ways. Thanks, Gigi, for your super chats. Says her 3-year-old granddaughter could tell you that. Is she an expert? Oh, your granddaughter said she would give me her blankie and her baby to help me feel better. Thank you. Oh, 3 is such a cute age. I love that. I love that. Ms. Holmes says, how can this trial continue with no hair evidence? Well, they're going to come in and say that they tested the hair and they don't know where it is now, but the hair did exist at one point and they did test it, and here's the findings. And whether the jury gives that any weight is going to be up to the finder of fact, who is the jury in this case. I don't know if this case should have gotten this far, but who am I? Except a over 30-year practicing attorney in the state of New York. I'm now retired, but I did practice for over 30 years, and this is just outrageous in so many ways. So many ways. You can't hear me, right? Even though the camera's off, you should be able to still hear me.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have decided this is actually a good stopping point, even though I was trying to make use of every single minute before 5 o'clock. I'm going to release you all to go home and come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock as scheduled. I want to tell you a few things. Obviously, the same instructions apply. I'm going to continue repeating those. It's important. Please don't discuss the case, of course, with anyone. Please don't do any research or go to any of the locations that you may have heard about. Don't go on the internet, of course, and do any independent research or study about anything you may have heard in court. I do want to talk a little bit about comings and goings of the courthouse. We haven't really talked about that. I really appreciate everybody wearing your juror badge. So certainly it is very important that when you get out of your car to come into the courthouse that you're wearing that. It's very important that everyone in the courthouse knows that you are a juror in a case and that no one can talk to you about the case. So it's very important to keep wearing those. Thank you very much. When you come in the morning for your 9 o'clock hour, please come directly to this courtroom, and we're going to have you go into the jury room, as there are snacks in there and drinks, and Mr. Terrell makes great coffee, and so there'll be coffee in there for you. But please come straight to the courtroom.
No.
Every day that you leave, you're going to be escorted on the elevator by a deputy. And so as soon as I release all of you, if you'll go out into the hallway, there will be a deputy there waiting to escort you to the elevator. Deputy will ride down with you, and then you can go to your cars. And that's kind of the process we're going to use. Does anybody have any questions or anything they need to tell the court before we go?
Your Honor, yes.
Very good. Thank you for your service today. I'm going to release all of you. See you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Your Honor, yes, I have a question, Your Honor. What is it exactly that we're doing here, Your Honor? Name that movie. What is it exactly that you say that you do here, and what is it exactly that we are doing here, Your Honor? I think that we are all done for the day, but we'll see if they are going to discuss something else at the bench. Let's see. I'm sure this camera person is like, get me out of here. I'm done. Stick a fork in me. I'm done.
Just going to wait for that door to shut. Thank you very much. All right, counsel, we've discussed at the bench. You're sharing whatever demonstrative aid that you have. I appreciate your willingness to go ahead and do that with Mr. Cruz. So you all may take whatever time you need to do that. Is there anything else we need to take up before tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
We have a little bit of time after court. Since these exhibits are admitted into evidence, can me and Attorney Hill and the state, if they would like, open them to see if what they're labeled as is actually inside of those packages?
Idea. Yes.
Tell me exactly what you're referring to, Mr. Cruz.
The knife.
So the
butcher block.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
Because remember the sneaker and the John O'Keefe, it was mislabeled that it was a left sneaker, was really a right sneaker, or whichever.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but is it okay if Mr. Grove leaves?
Yes, sorry, sure. We will see you tomorrow. You're still under subpoena. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I will be going to bed as soon as we're done here. We will debrief tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
I love you tomorrow. Hopefully it's all going to be gone when I wake up. It's going to be
No, that's
knocked
fine.
out of me. But y'all can tell me your favorite
So
part.
these items here, I'm just asking if we could just take time, since court is concluded today, just to open them up and see what's in them. Typically, we do it at closing. Typically during closing, whatever exhibits are admitted, we'll open them. But in case I have any motions, Your Honor, is it okay if I spend time looking at these exhibits today? Just opening them and making sure what they're labeled as and what they're identified as is actually in the package.
Mr. Allen, do you care to respond to that request?
That'd be great.
Yes, I think it would be inappropriate to open anything that's been admitted into evidence without the jury present. the witness at the time that the evidence is tendered.
I mean, I think that's the law, Mr. Cruz. I don't, you can't do that outside the presence of the jury. I don't know. I guess one of the things I wanted to ask you, Mr. Yellow and Chili, these have been admitted into evidence, but
better.
are you, well, I'll just say it this way also. One of the reasons for the law to be the way it is the state is entitled, since they have the burden and they've admitted those items, to open, if they choose, those items with another witness. I have no idea whether the state is, planning on doing that or not, but that's one of the reasons for the rule. So I would say no to your question. All right. Anything else, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am. I
Okay.
just look at the
All right. Mr. Yamamoto, Mr. Bolton, anything else we need to take up before I release everybody?
Yum and chili.
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. I will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Very good.
Mr. Cruz, Ms. Welch is going to come on up and I'll have her speak with you about a place for you to store all your
Shut
items.
those cameras off real
you.
quick.
All right, thank you.
Shut
Court
those
is
cameras
adjourned.
off real quick. Oh boy, we thought Massachusetts was bad. We thought Arkansas was bad. We thought Oklahoma was bad. Now, welcome to Georgia. Welcome to Georgia. What are we doing? I have zero quit. Thank you so much, Gigi. She's like, my favorite part about you is you have zero quit. I feel like garbage. I feel like the butt. And I loved how the defense attorney kept calling it her butt. That was very respectful. The hair on the butt. The hair on the butt. No, we can't open those envelopes to see if the other evidence is really what they say it is because the cameras are on. And because you should have done that when he was on the stand and all of these other things. And she's probably right about that part of it, but it's better to do it in front of the jury. So now, the prosecution's probably not going to show any other witness to authenticate that or open those envelopes. And probably they lost it all because it's been 25 years since the murder of poor Tara. I'm going to sleep. Please leave comments after this stream and tell me your favorite parts of today and your most outrageous moments of the day. Please share the stream out because everyone needs to know about this case. I got to go to bed. I got to be in bed now. Thank you to the moderators. I could never do this without you. You guys are amazing. Let us hope that there's going to be justice for Tara, but Tara Louise Baker, may she rest in peace. God bless. Good night, everyone. Peace.